Your cold is coming. When you feel a cold coming, shorten it with Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand.
Oh no, not before my big trip.
The big trip you've been planning is coming up, and so is your cold. But Zicam can shorten your cold and get you back to planning sooner.
Thanks, Revere.
We really should keep Zicam in the house.
Shorten your cold with Zicam.
Take it from America's most revered messenger. Shorten your cold at the first sign with cold shortening products from Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand. Available in stores or see where to buy at Zicam.com.
This is San Jose Jazz fan, and I wake up with the Morning Joes, Spadoni and Shasky on 95.7 The Game. They're doing a great job.
You know who's doing a great job this morning is Bonte Hill, who joins us each and every Tuesday during this time, and actually earlier, starting at 8, courtesy of River Islands. And remember, Shasky, Bonte, Carter, Sam, all of you listening right now, we're going to be back at Laughing Monk Brewing in Sunnyvale for the kickoff show this Sunday. Great food, great drinks, great games in the parking lot. It all starts at 10 a.m. with E-Dog, a.k.a. Evan Giddings, and Low Neal. Plus, you can watch all the early games on that early slate. And I don't think they're going to be up super early because we do have a European game this weekend, boys. We got like 6:30 a.m. football. Is it Ireland, right? Who do we got? Is it Vikings? Vikings someone.
Oh, is the European game starting
Vikings,
this week?
Steelers, I think.
Is that this week?
Yeah.
Are you going? No, I wish.
Was it Aer Lingus? There you go.
Why would I go Steelers Vikings?
I don't know. Why not?
You're Irish, not me.
Oh, I'd go to Ireland, though. That sounds fun.
I'm trying to plan a big trip with Uncle Danny right now. We're going to go to Old Head. We're going to do all this golfing, and then we're going to turn it into it's a family trip, in air quotes, turned into a golf trip.
You know what they don't have, though, to all those famous golf courses in Ireland? They don't have free shuttles like Laughing Monk has this Sunday. You can get a free shuttle to and from the stadium. That's right. Park at Laughing Monk for free, join the party, and then take the shuttle back and forth to the game. All you have to do to sign up and reserve a spot is go on 957thegame.com, click on the kickoff show graphic, and click on the Eventbrite link. Sign up. See you there.
You know what this week is?
What?
For golf?
Ryder Cup.
Yeah.
Ooh.
In New York, Bethpage Black.
I'm more of a Laver Cup guy. There we go.
Laver Cup was fun, right,
Yeah.
Carter? I mean, to see Alcaraz, best player in the world,
Tennis.
schooled by Fritz. Tennis is tennis,
There you go.
Shasky. Don't know if you know about tennis. After winning the U.S. Open over Yannick Sinner.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable. Tennis, I loved. Anna loves tennis now. She goes, babe, I really love tennis. It's like, yes.
Tennis is fun. My dad instilled it to me at a young age, too. Like, one of my big sports heartbreaks was in high school, actually, because I was rooting. God, this is like the last time an American, on the men's side anyways, had a chance to win a title. It was 09 Wimbledon. It was Federer, Andy Roddick going 5 sets.
Yeah.
It was a classic. Roddick had an opportunity. Couldn't get over the top. No shame in losing to Federer, who, by the way, had the coin toss with who?
With Stephen Curry. That was pretty. It was electric, man. It was electric to see Steph out there with the gentleman's cut and Roger Federer, and then Andre Agassi fist pumping, and you had BG. I got to see my guy BG Tennis Nation. He was in the studio there on the concourse at the Laver Cup. He was jacked up. The stars are out, baby. Evan Giddings, Carter, even John Curley, our old friend John Curley was in the building. My man was in. I look over, he's sitting in the same row. It's like, what are you doing here?
He's never played tennis a day in his life, John Curley.
He was in awe. He was in awe.
My God. I'm in awe, right?
Joakim Noah, I should say, was in the building. Yeah, because his dad is a captain.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, his dad, former tennis player, was a captain of Team Europe. Right, Kata?
The more you know. I did not. Did we end up winning Team USA? We did, right?
Team World won.
Team World, right?
Team World won.
Well, USA, the world.
Not in the Laver Cup. You don't like tennis, Shasky?
What? No, I'm just listening. I'm just letting you guys enjoy the moment. I'm not trying to yuck on your yum.
Thank you. You're
that's a first.
Thank you. I love that.
That's a first.
By the way,
sometimes you just go with the flow.
Let me pay off the tease that I had heading into the break. So I said in 2020, when last time the Niners lost Nick Bosa for the entire season due to an ACL injury, just like right now, it was the COVID year. So there's a couple of different, we'll put a little check mark in there, a little star, a little asterisk maybe. It was a COVID year, but they did end up being a top 5 defense that season when it comes to yards per game. They allowed 314.4 yards per game that year, which is 5th in all of the National Football League. Take that for what it's worth. That was also with Robert Saleh as defensive coordinator, Bonte.
It doesn't mean much to me. I'm not saying that it's, it's a bad thing. It's just it's a totally different team.
It's fighting for adversity.
Kerry Hyder Jr. got paid after that year, right?
Yeah.
He was great that year.
Kerry Hyder Jr. was really good.
Well, I think that season also got Robert Saleh a head coaching job. He ended up being the Jets head coach the year after. So.
Oh, yeah, that's when they had to spend the last 5 weeks in Glendale, Arizona.
Yep.
In hotel rooms.
And Jimmy Gate.
Yeah. Jimmy Gate, the ankle gate.
There's been so much that's happened with this team.
Ryan Fitzpatrick having the greatest game of his career.
To your point, Spadoni, I'll ride with you on this one. I think they have better personnel now than they did that year in 2020. And your offense is better because Jimmy G got hurt. Who was that receiver? Brandon Ayuk, I think, was in the doghouse that year.
Yeah.
That was Brandon Ayuk's rookie year. Debo got hurt. Kittle got hurt.
On the first game.
Right.
Jordan Reed.
Kittle's leg almost got blown up on the tight end screen. Yeah. Debo Samuel's a little out of shape coming back from 2019. He had the Jones fracture. Remember that? So,
and then Raheem Mostert held out.
Yeah, he did held out for new money.
Whatever they had going. I know. It seems foolish now.
But listen, they have better personnel now. To your point, Spadoni, I'll play off that. Better personnel defensively, a better offense, better quarterbacks. Mac Jones right now is playing better than Jimmy G right now. I'm with you. It's not all doom and gloom. I'm
feeling way better about this defense than I would have been just a couple weeks ago. I think there was a lot more unknowns on the defensive side. The only knowns you really had at the end of the season was Nick Bosa, Fred Warner, and Demo Lenore. Outside of that, there's major question marks. Right now, heading into week 4, I feel like I know who D. Winters is. I feel like I know who Upton Stout is right now. He's making plays. Marquise Siegel, again, it's early. Micah Williams has improved every single week. That's all I could ask for some of these young guys and rookies in general. Can you be better every single week? And they're going to have a major test against the Jaguars because I don't know who the Jaguars are. We'll see. I know Baldy said they should be undefeated.
The defense is flying around this year.
Their defense is playing better. I don't know Liam Cohen, Duval. I don't know what to make of the offense. Brian Thomas Jr., I guess, has the yips, according to Baldy. They have
Still
Travis Etienne. He is.
Listen, Brian Thomas Jr., he could have the yips.
Travis Hunter.
And he'll bust out on you in week 4. I'm not messing around with that.
Travis Hunter.
They have a good tight end, too. This kid, Strange. Strange makes plays at tight end.
Strange.
Not for my fantasy
Strange
team.
world.
See, you know.
I know I have.
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
Yeah. Travis Hunter played 80-plus snaps last week. 80-plus on offense and defense. That's insane. No, sorry. As we're talking about the touches from McCaffrey.
And you guys are burying the lead. It's an Eric Armstead revenge game.
He's been playing well. It's an
Eric Armstead revenge game. You're laughing. You don't think he watched this one?
I didn't say that. There's so many. There's Trevor Lawrence and coming back to the place where he won a national championship. You've got Mac Jones facing his hometown team.
Maybe.
There's so many elements to this game. But
Trayvon Walker, Georgia boy.
He's been playing better.
Yeah.
He's been playing better.
The Travis Hunter thing's very interesting to me. Time will tell. You're not going to judge somebody off a couple weeks. But I'm watching Abdul Carter, who they passed on, to go get Travis Hunter. And I'm like, wow, you could have sat still and took Abdul Carter, and you traded up to go get Travis Hunter. I don't know, he's going to play both ways. We will see if he can even do that. I would probably play him at corner because it's harder to find those lockdown corners than it is receiver. I don't know. It's a tough one for me.
I haven't watched enough of Jacksonville yet, and I'll dive into the tape later in the week, or actually today, since today is Tuesday. Kind of look at the. It is Tuesday. I got some time. I like to be informed. I like to prepare myself. I want to see what the hell they're looking like before I start talking crazy here. But I don't know how they've used Travis Hunter yet. I've yet to watch a Jacksonville Jaguar game. Glimpses here and there in the red zone, but I wasn't locked in like that last week.
They're going to be at least Liam Cohen, the GM. They're very young and. A lot of things are going to fall on what happens with Travis.
Well, yeah,
it's a bold trade.
They had the weird game. They had a big delay in the first game of the season against Carolina.
Lightning,
and then I kept looking at the score of the Cincinnati game, and the only thing I saw coming out of that was Trevor Lawrence basically saying, "Shut up, Cohen!" Shut up. Yeah, they were yelling back and forth at each other or whatnot. But that was a game that a lot of people say they should have won. So I don't think it's going to be easy. They're coming here on the West Coast, but I'm looking at the Niners and Brock Purdy's back, and if Jennings is back, and you should win this football game.
Well, it's always fun, right, when it comes to the court. I'm not, just not saying it's Trevor Lawrence, Bonte versus Brock Purdy, but it's always funny, the little duality and all the narratives. A number 1 overall pick, right, the next best thing since sliced bread. Trevor Lawrence, touted and bestowed after his freshman year at Clemson, where they won it, right here at Levi Stadium, right?
Alabama.
Yep, there you go. And against Mr. Irrelevant, the last pick in the draft. It's just storylines are great like that. And Trevor Lawrence, I don't know what it is about him. He has it, and he shows it at least once or twice a game with the size, the strength, the athleticism, but just the boneheaded plays. He throws at least one or two balls a game, I feel like, where I'm just like, what is going on? And that's ultimately been the difference for him taking that next step. And obviously he's at Urban Meyer. He's at a dumpster fire of organizations and whatever. And that's a part of it. But if it's Brock Purdy this week, I do feel like I'm heading into it. Hey, we got the better quarterback. If we play our game, we should win this one at home. That's how I'm viewing it right now. But that being said,
their defense. I want to see the Jaguars defense. Jaguar defense on paper looks like they've been flying around and making some plays here. Josh Allen.
Josh Hines Allen.
You got the other Allen. You got, what's the guy? I'm not going to butcher the name, but number 23. He flies around there. What's his name? You know what I'm talking about.
Olakun?
Yeah. Foyesade. There you go.
Sure.
I'm just reading off the letters of the name.
Right.
That might be the right pronunciation.
Yeah, I'm not going to get it.
Might not be.
But he's a good player. He flies around. They got some speed on that defense. So can the Niners get that running game going? Finally, they haven't been able to do it for 3 weeks here. That's the key. That's the key. By the way, Jackson Dart.
Jackson Dart.
Jackson Dart.
Oh, that's a good
Jackson
one.
Dart. No pun intended.
Well, that's
I butchered that.
That's not
Jackson
bad.
will start now. Jackson will start Dart.
Well, I had the Mac up, the Mac up Jones. It's Mac Jones, Mac up. He's the backup. You like that? All right, so Jackson Start is starting this week for the Giants.
Start.
I like
we'll
that.
start for the Giants. No more Russ after that
God.
red zone sequence against the Kansas City Chiefs.
I love all the different storylines right now in the NFL, and that's why the NFL, week 3 in the NFL, Bonte was insane. I will take just random regular season week of the NFL over anything. It's over
MLB playoffs?
Over MLB playoffs,
right,
you could be over NBA playoffs. I will take a random week. I don't care. You can fight me. Random week
I'm not
in
gonna
the
fight
NFL
you.
over anything else.
It's your opinion, not mine.
That's all right. This is my opinion.
Look, week 3 of the NFL was great. Baseball got some playoffs coming up here that's going to be riveting.
Can't wait.
Phillies, Dodgers. Brewers, what are the Reds going to do? Are they going to sneak in?
Giants
the Padres?
not dead, Bonte?
Well, they're dead. They're kind of dead.
Mathematically.
Put out a tweet last night that said 10 out of 12, they're still not dead.
Well, no, I just said, go figure. No, it was tongue in cheek. It was tongue in cheek, guys.
I didn't see the sarcasm
the
font.
postseason hopes are somehow still alive despite losing 8 of the last 10.
Oh, I thought you meant that.
They're done. They're done. I mean, come on, man.
I've only killed them 15 times.
They're done.
They're the Walking Dead.
They're done. They got 5 games left. The Reds, they might not even finish 500.
Blow it up!
No, don't do that. Don't do that. You still want to blow it? No, you don't want to do that. Just sell and just fire everybody. No, you don't.
We'll see.
What happens?
Something happens.
It'll be a very interesting Monday in the Bay Area. You got Media Day with the Golden State Warriors. Giants all-season meetings, exit meetings. What are they going to do? Bo Mel going to be back? Who knows? I don't know.
Speaking of who's going to be back and who will be back, I was stuck in the car Friday, and I had to run to Golf Mart to get golf balls because I was going to go golfing at Sharp Park, and I was just stuck on this Aaron Turner, the agent for Jonathan Kuminga interview with Steiny Guru. It was excellent. Did you hear it?
I listened to a lot. He was on 4 different podcasts.
He was on a lot.
He was on with One Horse in the Morning. Heard a little bit with Steiny Guru, and heard the basketballs dribbling in the background, which kind of distracted me a little bit, but it is what it is. Then he was on the Dove Talk podcast, and he was on another. So yeah, I heard a chunk of it.
And
what do I think of it? It was a very interesting tactic for an agent to take, to go on a lot of podcasts.
I found it to be a little out of the norm. I understand why. The situation is very unique.
Different playbook, no doubt.
You think it accomplished what he was? What do you think he was trying to accomplish?
Well, I don't know if he was trying to accomplish anything, but the dialogue when it comes to Jonathan Kuminga, very interesting. And I'll just speak from my own personal experience. about Jonathan Kuminga. I've done a lot of podcasts this summer talking about JK, and you hear people say he's not a winning player and this and that, and he's had 4 years. Again, it's kind of like the schedule talk. There's nuance to everything. His 4 years with the Golden State Warriors is a lot different than 4 years for Paolo Banchero in Orlando. It's a lot different than Cade Cunningham. I'm not saying he's those guys, but he hasn't had that runway those players have had because you have Steph, Dre, you had Clay, you had championship expectations. It's tough for a young player to crack that code. But you can't sit here and look me in the eye and say that he hasn't got better in certain aspects of his game, and he's had really good stretches. Now, the system, he may not fit it. I agree. It just may not fit.
Yeah.
And, you hear former players, guys like Eddie Johnson, to say when a player loses trust in the coach and the coach loses trust in the player, that relationship is basically as good as dead. And where's Steve Kerr and Kuminga at? That's the bottom line of me. Where are they at in their relationship? Do they trust each other? Will Kerr play him? Will he not play him? What's going to be there?
Where do you think their relationship is right now?
I don't think it's good. From what I've seen, he obviously DNP'd him. Kuminga's, I think we could all agree that he was taking a leap forward in his 4th year, and was playing his best basketball, and he got hurt.
And I think Turner, the agent, basically said, like, it really hurt him, which, yeah, of course it did. Like, the DNPs hurt him.
Yeah, absolutely.
It crushed him.
To just not play.
Yeah, I get that.
To go from averaging 20, having some of your best, and we've seen this his second year when Wiggins had to go away for 2 months due to personal reasons. Kuminga was playing better as a second-year pro. He wasn't even 20 years old yet. And you can't sit here and lie and say that he wasn't playing better. He helped them get to the playoffs as a 6th seed against the Sacramento Kings. And then Steve Kerr said, you know what, he messed up a couple times in the playoffs and he didn't play anymore. He had a quick hook. That's what happens with veteran coaches. You don't have a long leash. And so when you get players like, and Moody's done this for a long time, where he's looked over his shoulder trying to play basketball.
It's impossible.
Because you're like, if I make a mistake, who's at the scorer's table? You know how hard it is to play like that?
Well, it's like you guys are both fathers. It's like you're watching your kid at the plate, and like they feel like all the pressure in the world. You're not going to crush it. Oh, come on. And then it's like, oh, like that's all the pressure right there. And especially with hundreds of millions of dollars on the line.
Right.
What that means for a player like Jonathan Kuminga, like Moses Moody, trying to live up to the expectations of being a first-round pick while playing with Stephen Curry, Klay Thompson, Draymond Green, and knowing those are made men, and then all of a sudden you bring in Jimmy Butler, who was, ran out of town or ran himself out of town over in Miami. He comes over here now. You have to watch them go on this big run and you not be a part of it. Yeah, I actually absolutely empathize with what JK went through. And then and Aaron Turner, we have all the cuts. We'll get to some of them. But I'm in totally lockstep with you. It was definitely not trying to shift the narrative, but just trying to give him his perspective on everything.
Well, fans have just, social media, it's so damn toxic these days. Oh. It's not even funny.
Well, remove the social media.
But no, if I talk to a fan on the street, they ask me, what's up with JK, man? The guy could play.
Yeah.
But social media will tell you this guy's a bum.
Yeah.
And I don't subscribe to that. Look, I was at the NBA broadcast meetings last week in Jersey City, and there's a lot of broadcasters, former players, Sterl Bailey, Eddie Johnson. Got to have Eddie Johnson's hella funny. You guys,
we love him every year. Yeah.
But you hear from the former players. You know how hard it is, young man? This is what Eddie Johnson, you know how hard it is to get DNP'd like that, get thrown into the fire in a second-round series against a defense that was number 3 in the NBA, the Minnesota Timberwolves. And now, can he rebound better? Sure. We would like to see him rebound better. Shot selection at times? Sure. You want to see him have better shot selection. But on a team that didn't have Stephen Curry, and we're talking about Nick Bosa and the gravity, what nobody talks about in that second-round series, not having Steph, your spacing's compromised. You have no gravity. Defense is like, okay, no Steph. I don't have to run around here. Now I can focus on who's the guy who can get buckets in that series after getting those DNPs.
JK.
And he does not get any credit whatsoever from a certain segment of the fan base for playing like that, for keeping them in the game. Like, that's hard to do. It's very difficult to do. So I'm not saying he's a perfect player. And it probably would have been better if they would have moved on from the guy just to give him another opportunity elsewhere, because it feels like we're heading to a direction to where it may not work. Now, you kind of need him because you're going to sign Al Horford, you're going to sign DeAnthony Melton, and I actually think Al Horford could be good for a guy like Jonathan Kuminga.
Why?
A different voice, a veteran who's saying, hey, come here, young fella, 40 years old, everybody respects Al Horford. I think that's a voice that could possibly resonate with Jonathan Kuminga and help him for this season. Now, what happens after this season, what happens once we get to the trade deadline, who the hell knows? But to say that Kuminga's just a bum and doesn't play winning basketball, I don't subscribe to that. There's a lot of nuances here to the Kuminga situation, and I have seen glimpses of Kuminga playing well. Hell, his on-ball defense against Anthony Edwards, was it not solid against Anthony Edwards in the second round?
Absolutely.
Or was I just watching a different game?
Well,
you tell me, Shasky and
No,
Spinelli.
I
I
thought
don't
he
know.
bought in. I thought he absolutely was locked in and playing as well as you could against them, and he gave you your best shot. I think there's like 4 or 5 elements going on all at once with JK. Like, there's clearly the, prior to Jimmy's arrival, I think they stuck with Wiggins too long. That's what I believe. Now, the Wiggins trade for Butler, you do it all day, every day. Period.
Yeah, no doubt.
Right? But I just think in general, and I understand why they did it, I thought that they yo-yoed back to Wiggins, and it crushed Jonathan Kuminga going back a year. I'm going back prior.
Oh, well, even when he missed the 2 months.
That's what I'm going to.
He missed that was his second season.
Exactly.
Second season. He missed the 2 months at Kuminga, because we were talking about it every single day.
I think that wrecked the development.
Every single day we were talking about it. And Kuminga was playing better, shooting over 50%. And then AJ talked about it. And nobody gives him credit for that. No. Which is sad.
So, the one question I wanted them to ask, which they didn't get to, was how much of the Andrew Wiggins in, out thing really hampered his development?
Well, not only that.
And his specific role on the team on any given night.
But not only that, what we found out, because there's a lot of, Steve Kerr said it, and I disagree with Steve Kerr. And look, he's a great coach.
We don't have to agree on everything.
Yeah, I disagree with lineup combinations, but Steve Kerr knows what the hell he's doing. All right, you don't win 4 championships without knowing what you're doing. So for the fire Steve Kerr segment of the fan base, you're just idiots out there. Steve Kerr's a hell of a coach. But I disagree with him on one specific thing, and that was that Wiggins and Kuminga couldn't play together. And next thing you know, we started to see them play together. And it actually worked out where they were playing well together. Same thing we heard last season with Jimmy and JK.
Mm-hmm.
They can't play together. And then Jimmy comes out and says, I can play with JK. We can make things happen. We can thrive.
Yeah.
Steph Curry. Remember we were talking about Kuminga and Steph Curry with the 2-man game, maybe simplifying some things for JK and have him set screens for Steph. And all of a sudden the defense is very aware of Steph and Curry. They're blitzing Steph, and Kuminga's going in for a wide open dunk. And Steph said, this 2-man game ain't bad. And I'm paraphrasing here, but he basically said, this 2-man game could work with JK. So the dialogue with Jonathan Kuminga, to where it feels like if you say that he does something good, a lot of people come back at you and say, stop standing for JK. He's not good. He's all about himself. That's the other thing that bothers me, because I actually know the kid, and I know his camp. For people to say all he cares about is his. He doesn't care about winning. No, he's desperate to help this team win. That's what he wants. He wants a role. That's why, remember the Denver game where Jokic hit the shot, they went on a 25-4 run, JK doesn't play the last 18 minutes. You know why he was ticked off? Because he felt like he could help the team win and close that game out, and he was playing well in that game. So the narrative about JK saying all he does is care about himself, all he does is care about his stats and his numbers, and he wants to be, the guy has confidence in himself. He's saying, I can be better than a role player. I can help this team win and have a big-time impact.
So I agree with everything you're saying. I think where there is some middle ground here is that, okay, we agree with that. I'm saying just all of us, fans, the coaching staff, the front office. But for right now, we need you to buy in on these X, Y, and Z things
no doubt.
For you to get more of that playing time. And in time, you will get some of these things that you're requiring. So to me, it's just your point about feast or famine. It's all or nothing when it comes to these conversations. And to me, there's degrees.
No. But you know what, though? We've seen it. And I'll use one game as an example. His third year, they were playing the Pelicans. They were down like 20-plus points. Remember Draymond and Irv Jones got into it, and they were running hot. And JK, they went to a 5-man lineup. And JK was part of that lineup. It was Steph, Dre, I think it was Clay, JK. I don't remember, but JK was part of that closing lineup. And he bought into where he was defending Brandon Ingram. He was playing off the ball, and he was cleaning up the garbage. What I mean by that is clean up the glass, dunking on people's heads, getting out in the open floor on fast breaks. But he had bought in that example. So can he buy into a role? I think he can. I sound like his agent right now, right? But listen, if he knows that he's closing and he's getting some significant minutes and he's getting 25 to 30 minutes a game and he's closing with these guys, JK's all in with that.
The problem has been, and I agree with you. Problem has been is that they have too many guys who want and have to and need to close. over the last couple years. Now,
agree.
right now, I still think there's open slots, but I'm going back like 2-3 years ago. JP thought he should have been closing, and Clay thought he should have been closing, and Chris Paul after that thought he should have been. So like they were in a tricky spot. And yes, JK is one of the options that should have been in there, and he wasn't enough.
And you know what?
Pods has got to close.
Right. No, there's no doubt.
Like,
this is a tough spot for Steve Kerr. It's not an easy job whatsoever. And I get it. Some games you're not going to close. You don't have it. You have to accept that. And there's games where JK doesn't have it. And he gets off. But he's also a player where I notice he gets off the rough starts, but he kind of has to play his way through it as a young player. And look, on this team, you don't have a lot of patience. Guys are trying to win right away. But you look at the numbers. When he does get his 30 minutes, they're comparable to Franz Wagner, who everybody wants. His numbers actually look a little better than Franz Wagner's when he gets 30 minutes. But the problem is
suggesting that is going to sound insane.
No, but
I know, but I'm just telling you how
we put the data up on the pregame show.
I know.
The postgame show. The numbers are there. If people want to look at the numbers. Now, I'm not saying that is Franz Wagner a better fit probably with the Warriors, but we don't even know if Franz Wagner would have played here.
Yeah,
Trey Murphy III, who I love. Are we sure Trey Murphy III would have got 30 minutes here with the Warriors?
Well, that's the conversation as far as I'm concerned. It's putting players in positions to succeed right now. Young players, the Warriors have just not been able to do that. And that's really
Has Pod succeeded?
At times in the playoffs,
I'm just asking.
I want to be fair to Pod.
It's a different position too.
I 100% agree.
And this was his first go around the
agree.
playoffs, right? I want to give him that grace. Like this is his first Moody's heavy minutes in the playoffs. And they weren't up to snuff. They weren't. And they'll be the first to tell you that. And can they get better next year if they get into the playoff scenarios? Hopefully. But it was evident when I'm seeing those other young players struggle and I'm seeing just JK waste away there on the bench. I was like, you couldn't use him at all?
Well,
you couldn't use him? Other than that Rockets series, and I get it. He had a cup of coffee there and there. But when I see, and I'm not saying he's this player, but when I see Amen Thompson, and I just look at the body, and I see these young.
Yeah, but he's allowed to play 35 minutes a game.
That's what I'm getting at here, Joe. Is Steve Kerr has to allow for some failure for some of these guys. He allowed the failure of Brandon Podziemski and Moses Moody.
But he
it's tough
didn't
to
have
do
a backup
that.
point guard. In the other scenarios, I agree with you conceptually, but when you look at the personnel on the team, they had Wiggins, and then bring in Jimmy, and you had redundancy, and then you got to play Draymond, and Draymond wants to play the 4 to start the game because he needs a 5 there. So it's deeper than you just play him. Because then I go
it is deeper than that.
Sure.
Yep, no doubt.
Trust me, we've gone down this avenue.
And now this is, and I've been kind of looking at this moving forward here. JK signs a qualifying offer or whatever deal.
That's what's going to happen. Probably.
Who knows? We'll find out shortly.
Yeah. 8 days, right?
D-Day's finally coming,
week
right?
from tomorrow.
Media Day's on Monday. That'd be very interesting.
Monday.
Monday.
Jeez.
But Media Day's Monday. And so, my thing is, how are the fans going to react on opening night when they take on the Denver Nuggets?
I don't know.
And they announce from the G League Ignite, 00, Jonathan Kuminga. Are they going to boo? Are they going to cheer? How do they feel about Jonathan Kuminga right now? And how's this going to play out over the course of training camp where we know this cloud is hovering? It's hovering. This is where Steve Kerr is going to earn his money, trying to navigate this situation because we're going to be, how it is. He misses a screen. He doesn't grab a rebound. The internet's going to clip it, hyper-focus on it, post it, and just dog him. It's a no-win situation for JK. He has to either be great right away and help them win, or if he gets his numbers, it don't matter. As we saw against the Minnesota series, he played well, and it does not matter because nobody's talking about who didn't play well in the Minnesota series.
So I want to ask you, they sign Horford, they sign Melton, they bring back Kuminga. Forget what the deals are.
Yeah.
Just this is the team. Give me your starting 5.
Well, I think you're going to start with Horford, Draymond, Jimmy, Steph, and DeAnthony Melton.
Not Buddy, okay. Not Pods, okay.
You'll bring Pods.
Sure?
You'll bring,
I know you're guessing here.
It's a game-to-game basis. We know Steve Kerr.
Anthony Melton healthy?
He might be ready to roll. We'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see.
That'll last. What, he play 5 games?
We'll see. Yeah, he played 5 games. And, he had the back injury. The good thing is his back got some rest.
I'm very skeptical of this.
But you know what, again?
Horford, Draymond front court.
We've been talking about this for so many years. With Steve Kerr, it's not about who starts because how many different starting lineups did they have last year?
No, I know, but
lot.
Kuminga, I think, wants to start.
I don't know if that's happening next to Draymond
No,
and Jimmy.
I agree, but the way that I'm just listening to the agent. The agent made it pretty clear he really wants to start.
I would love for him to be the sixth man and come in and get his 30 minutes. Again, if he's finishing, I think that's more important on a basketball team. Who finishes? That's just my philosophy, but I get it. Guys want to hear their name in the starting lineups. You want to come out and get the high fives and everything like that and say, I'm an NBA starter. I understand that.
And Pods, I think we just underrate. Like, he's going to go with Pods at the end of games. He's probably going to start games with Pods, and there's so many.
And Pods had a good stretch in the regular season. Like, let's be like, I mean, we're not crushing the guy. I think it turns into this: you either love or hate Brandon Pajensky, or you love and hate Jonathan Kuminga.
I think he's a backup point guard.
That's fine. I'm not saying you're saying this, by the way.
He keeps getting thrown into the starting rotation, and I'm looking at defense and how we match up. Horford and Draymond, how do you match up against the bigs? Steph and Pods, how do you match up against the perimeter?
Backcourt.
I think
What
you
about
fall
Moses
short
Moody?
on both.
Moses Moody.
What about Moses Moody?
See, I don't know.
So, yeah, it's going to be fascinating. And it's going to be a game-by-game basis, depending on the matchups. You're going to juggle these starting lineup left and right. And again, I don't focus too much on the starting lineup because when you're dealing with think about Popovich. He had different starters. Yeah, but he had his core pieces, and he had pieces around it that, okay, maybe we'll start Tiago Splitter one game, we'll start somebody else in the other game.
You know what's the difference, though? And I don't want to, crush Steve Kerr right now. Popovich in that Spurs locker room was the guy. His way or the highway. I don't know if that's the same with Steve Kerr in the Golden State.
Well, it has been.
Well, with the young players it has, not with the vets. And then Popovich, the whole Kawhi thing, different coaches. I'll just leave it at that. Fast five time, Carter. Let's do it. Oh, by the way, I'm just seeing this, the latest. People still think LeBron could come to the Warriors. Huh. There you go. LeBron to the Warriors still? Is that still on the table?
I think it is. LeBron wants out of the Lakers. I think it is.
For who?
Kuminga.
Yeah, no. Okay. If he's making 8 on the qualifying offer, where's the other 40 coming from?
Well, you tell me.
I'm asking.
I mean, is it? Are you trying to get Butler there? Are you trying to trade him for Jimmy Butler? What are you?
No, I'm trying to keep Butler and acquire.
I don't know if you can get all the money. I don't know. Yeah.
That's why
I think they flip. I think they flip Butler for. LeBron.
Oh, you think they do?
Yeah.
I don't think they do. I think they would.
They would,
though.
The
conversation, yeah. Because LeBron, he could still blow by guys and get to the paint and finish at the rim. The one thing Jimmy, and this is something to watch early in the season, and there's no doubt Jimmy came and changed the way the Warriors played, and they got to the second round of the playoffs. But if you notice against Minnesota, and this happened against Orlando, this happened on certain road trips, something I'm monitoring early on, longer, more athletic defenders on Jimmy Butler because he was playing under the rim, not above the rim. He couldn't get a shot off against Minnesota at times, and he was passing out. 5 seconds left on the shot clock, right? Carter's looking at me crazy here. You agreed, right? Yeah. That's something to watch. Guys like Amen Thompson, guys like Jaden McDaniels.
The Heat did it to him.
The Heat did it to him with Bam Adebayo.
And while we're talking about LeBron, ESPN had their off-season survey, Bonte. I don't know if you saw that. The NBA, they do all the business surveys and stuff. And 2 out of the 20 insiders selected the Warriors as LeBron James's next team after he completes potentially his final year or gets traded to the Warriors.
I could see that.
Hi, I'm Bonte Hill on Warrior Postgame Live. We're going to go to Bronny James here.
Look at that swing.
Half court.
Yeah.
I don't sound that corny, but come on, man.
You see, Bronny James can swing it. Hey, he's a legit golfer. Oh, no, Bonte and LeBron on the links.
Instead of him kicking field goals, it's going to be, watch me tape up the King's feet.
Hey, speaking of the field goals, I'm seeing what you were doing there. You gained a whole lot of respect for what Jake Moody had to go through the last couple of years, right?
Did you play soccer growing up?
No, I did not. Content is king, baby.
That was good.
Always be content.
Was that a George Washington jersey?
Yeah,
that was cool.
Yeah,
that was cool.
You gotta play the role, man.
How many did you make?
I attempted 3. I didn't make it.
That one of them was close.
One was close. It's almost better. It's better if I didn't make it.
Okay.
How
far were they?
About 27 yards.
25. I was going to say, look at 25 yards.
Yeah, I don't know how many guys at this station currently employed at any level can make a couple.
You know what I do love about those situations? The people after the fact, I would have made it.
They're so full of it.
But it's just stop taking yourself too seriously. That's the problem with this world today. Loosen up a little bit. Just loosen up a little bit. You don't have to take yourself too seriously,
You didn't hear
everybody.
Carter and Joe Spadoni? They think that they can hit off of a Major League Baseball player. If they get 100 pitches, they can get a base hit. I'm like, you're delusional.
We can put it in play.
Tell the full story.
Yeah. Well, we don't do that
All
here.
I want to know is
it's not the morning
before
nuance. All right.
Before I leave, when we go to House of Pride Rib, dog? Damn.
Reservations are booked for a long.
You're Joe Shasky. You're the face of 95.7 the game, man. Come on now. That's what you usually do.
Do you know who I am? I'm low green.
Even the people at the latest tell me, Shasky just walks up. He just comes in.
Who said that?
The streets are talking.
Where at? What restaurant?
Elena's. Elena's in West Portal. Yeah, they say you just walk up and you got a table.
He runs a great business.
See? House of Pride Rib. Yeah, there you go.
There is no back. They put me right in the window, Sam. I don't know if you know this.
House of Pride Rib.
They put me in the big booth right near the window.
Come on, House of Pride Rib. Get me in there, man.
He's gonna get us in there. He's like, we just got to sit at the bar, guys. I'm sorry, this is all we can do.
I don't sit at the bar. I don't do that.
You never sit at the bar. He doesn't sit at the bar.
He's too good for that.
No, Michelle wants to sit down at a table. That's not me. This is.
It's not
Blame
you.
Michelle.
Oh, okay.
Blame Michelle.
No, I'm not blaming her. It's just like, my wife wants to sit down, be comfortable, relax.
He's never going to pay off this bet.
I wanted the King.
Sam, can you believe that? He's never going to pay off this bet.
It's the King Henry cut. That's what I want.
He's not going to pay off this bet, Spadoni.
You two are not in. Sam, Spadoni,
we went through this. We
bet.
have the sound that's backing us up on this, but that's okay.
Sam was already crying about fantasy football. You won, Sam.
Aren't you 0-3 to start this league off?
Yeah, I gave $100 to you crybabies. Yes, I did.
I didn't cry about it. I'm not the commissioner. I'm not the commissioner. Who's the commissioner? It's Lucas. Don't blame us. Why you get so upset? What's your guys' final thought? You guys have one?
Final thought, Shasky.
I hate you all.
Oh, thanks. Merry Christmas.
Joe,
and
good
Happy
luck
New Year.
finding some friends.
My final thought is sports are great.
I love it. It's awesome.
Canelo
Sports,
Crawford,
man.
Laver Cup. They got Liverpool dominating right now in the Premier League.
There you go.
Sports are sporty.
WNBA.
Valkyries. What a run. What a run for the Valkyries.
Yeah.
By the way, the Liberty just let go of their coach.
Oh,
yeah.
Interesting.
New coach. Sabrina coming to the West Coast along with Asia Wilson.
We don't have coaching problems with the Valkyries.
We don't.
Coach of the year. There you go. That was Fast Five brought to you by Xfinity, introducing the 5-year price guarantee. One consistent internet price for the next 5 years guaranteed. Speaking of consistency, two guys that are consistent as hell coming in every single day. It's Steiny and Guru next, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you.
Grady's in.
Oh, I'm sorry. I misspoke there. My bad. Mark Grandy. So the G-Men, the G-Crew. Grandy and Guru next. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you. Here for good.
When you own your own business, you own every decision. Catch the red eye or take the 6 a.m.
Make a new hire or promote internally.
Celebrate a win with the toast at the gate or unwind at the lounge. Big props to this team. Some decisions are a win-win. Like earning 8 times points on Chase Travel. Introducing Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business. With $2,500 in annual value, it's the business card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member of FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Hey, football fans, tune in this week to kick off with Boomer and Valenti, where the guys break down the biggest headlines and stories from across the NFL. Kick off with Boomer and Valenti is brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Let's go! You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every day you delay can mean lost wages, delayed medical care, and more stress for your family. At Boxer & Gerson, we fight for people just like you. Construction workers, delivery drivers, factory workers, restaurant staff, hardworking folks who get hurt just trying to earn a living. We won't back down. We get results. You work hard, you deserve real help. Call Boxer & Gerson now at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com. The consultation is free, but waiting could cost you. Boxer & Gerson. Justice for workers.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Don't let pneumococcal pneumonia break your stride. If you're 50 or older, you're at increased risk. So be proactive with Capvaxive pneumococcal 21-valent conjugate vaccine to help protect against invasive pneumococcal disease and pneumonia caused by certain types of pneumococcal bacteria. Capvaxive helps protect against the strains of bacteria that cause about 30% more IPD cases than any other pneumococcal conjugate vaccine in adults over 50, according to national level CDC stats. Regional variations may exist. Don't get Capvaxive if you're allergic to the vaccine or its ingredients. Tell your doctor if you have a weakened immune system. Common side effects include injection site reactions, feeling tired, headache, muscle aches, and fever. Capvaxive does not protect against all strains. For more information, call 1-800-927-8888 or visit capvaxive.com. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Capvaxive. Need help paying for your Merck vaccine? Visit merckhelps.com. Sponsored by Merck.
Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center is a 5-star facility located in the Sunset District of San Francisco and in close proximity to our preferred partner, UCSF Medical Center. At Lawton, you're in good hands with world-class nurses led by a well-known and UCSF-affiliated medical director in Dr. Darby Clayson. Contact Administrator Dan Daly at 415-566-1200. That's 415-566-1200 for any additional information.
Hi, I'm Becca, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As an in-house designer, I can't wait for you to see our incredible selection of stylish and stackable rings. If you're shopping for your wedding bands, we have high-quality designs for every style and budget, from romantic to modern. If you're looking to add to a stack, your options are endless. Discover styles with clusters of gemstones, sleek all-metal designs, updated cigar bands, and signet rings perfect for an engraving. Because a friend knows you like options. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Toyota, the MVP of MPG. With class-leading MPG and more hybrid models than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places.
Americans pay about $5 billion to control termites and repair their damage every year. Many people underestimate exactly how much damage they do. Call Pacific Coast Termite today at 800-PACIFIC for a free home inspection. Certain restrictions apply. No tenting, though. No double bagging your food. No pet sitting. Mention KCBS and get 10% off termite treatments and a 2-year guarantee on their work. Call 800-PACIFIC. 800-PACIFIC or go to PacificCoastTermite.com.
Do you have a dark curiosity? Heart Starts Pounding, Horrors, Hauntings, and Mysteries is a weekly podcast hosted by me, Kaylin Moore. Each week, I'll take you on a dark journey through terrifying true urban legends, bizarre true crime cases, chilling tales of backwoods horror, and more. So if you're looking to join a passionate community of the darkly curious, check out Heart Starts Pounding on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. And remember, stay curious.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
eBay has reinvented vehicle buying. From click to curb, everything's covered. Ever try to buy a car online and end up in a parking lot with a stranger and some blind trust? That era is over. Now with Secure Purchase, eBay isn't just where you find your car. It's where you buy it, start to finish. Title, financing, registration, delivery, it's all built in. This is the modern way to buy your next ride on eBay. eBay. Things people love. Secure Purchase is powered by Caramel Dealer Services, LLC, an eBay subsidiary.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
Oh. And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Diamond, you're doing a great job. And together, they are Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
Happy Tuesday. No Steiny today. It's Goo and Grandy with you here from 10 to 2 on 95.7 The Game. Goo, happy Tuesday. Niners 3-0. We're going to react to the Nick Bosa nudes, though. But great to be with you, Goo. How you doing?
Goo and Grandy. Grandy and Goo.
And Grandy.
And I'll say this because the streets don't know this. you and I got a thing going on.
Oh, yeah.
Like, we got to chat. Just Grandy and Goo, and we love everything that's sports, man, so I'm excited. But I guess Niner fans are in a somber mood after the news did drop yesterday with Bosa. But I'm just going to tell you, Grandy, they're 3-0. So why does that make me feel like, with what I started the show with yesterday, this great coaching job by the defensive coordinator Saleh and Kyle, that maybe they can Martin Luther King and overcome?
You're an optimist.
Yep.
And I love that about you, Goo.
Hearing you say that just hit me different.
You're an optimist.
I am.
I think I tend
sports romantic.
Yeah, you are. I think I tend to lean a little bit more to the pessimistic side. Like, my feelings yesterday once the news dropped was, oh my God. And I immediately forgot about the 3 wins. I'm just like, second most important defender? Some would argue maybe first, because maybe you think edge rusher, pass rusher is a bigger deal than a linebacker. Gone for the year? How are they going to... Already a defensive unit that we felt was kind of thin, specifically at that spot. Like, how are they going to make up for this? That's the way my mind works.
Yeah, and Ken even told us in the green room, they actually, you tell me what you think of I'm reaching bad defense here. They basically beat the Cardinals without Bosa because he got hurt early.
Final 3 quarters.
No doubt about it. So, again, if you want to talk about the micro and macro, the contract and where he's going to be, or do you want to jump in the pool of, Grandy, I feel like this team has bought itself time with this 3-0 start, and I'm being so negative here, not Mr. Optimistic. I'm on the opposite street. Let's just say you drop your next 3 games. You're 3-3, and you still got action. Now, does Lynch get frisky? Do they pick up the phone? I heard Bonte, Spadoni, and Shasky talking about it, but it's early. But now you got these youngsters on the defensive side of the ball to where I guess they're going to the street fight now without their big brother.
It's a good question. I don't know if they're going to be able to, and I get that's where we should start today. And 888-957-9570 if you want to weigh in. 888-957-9570. Can the Niners win without Nick Bosa? And a big part of it, Goo, is going to be the schedule, because they haven't had an incredibly challenging schedule to this point, and it doesn't really change a ton.
See, I want to fight you and everybody on that. I'm getting look.
That's a reason for optimism.
Green Bay, who was crowned 2 weeks ago, and lose to Cleveland.
You're misunderstanding me.
All right, let me. That was early.
Beating the teams that are on your schedule, you should not be punished for that.
There we go.
They beat everyone that's
feel
on.
Bad for that.
Exactly.
All right.
But a legitimate reason to believe that they might be able to overcome this is they don't have the Bills, the Ravens, the Lions, yada, yada, yada on their schedule.
Okay.
That helps, right?
And one theme I think we've seen from the 2025 Niners, regardless who was on that schedule, it's going to be difficult with what you don't have at your disposal. No excuses, but what is it, 10 points total for the 3 wins?
Yep.
This is everything that they couldn't get done last year. So I'll just, with some barbecue sauce, that's a nugget for there's been growth early as opposed to what they couldn't do that last year.
Yeah, you're right. Like, so I'll put it this way. If Nick Bosa were to get hurt week 3 last year.
It's Saran.
Like, they might have won 3 games.
It was Saran when he didn't get hurt. That defense was bad.
He still missed, 3 games last year? I think he missed the Green Bay and the Buffalo game and one other last year. But he was largely healthy for the majority of the season.
Right.
Like, it would have been a bigger deal last year than this. And I don't know if that's credit to D. Winters. I don't know if that's credit to Bryce Huff, if it's credit to Micah Williams and Alfred Collins and C.J. West, or if it's just credit to Robert Saleh.
Robert Saleh, and then the guys after that. Because, any good chef, shout out Steph Curry, you control the ingredients. You know what to go get, but then it's up to you to put that in the pot and make it taste the way you want it, and how much of this I'm going to use and how much of that you can tell, like, hey, cook Randy. But, I said it yesterday and I stand on it. If I came in yesterday as excited as I was about this coaching job by the defensive coordinator and head coach Grandy, how can I go run and hide under the bunker and say, because Bosa went down, who's a titan on that defensive line, how can I say I don't have my popcorn ready to see if they can overcome that? Because, again, I know I'm being redundant. They damn near won that game without Bosa.
Basically, they did.
Against a Kyler Murray talented.
Basically.
What's up with him?
I mean,
he's so talented. Real quick, Randy.
Bosa left at the very end of the first quarter, right?
Yeah.
It was 0-0.
Wow.
So without Bosa,
That's
it was
nasty.
16-15 Niners.
6-3.5, right?
It was 6-3.
Yeah, that was nasty.
6-6 after 3 quarters. By the way, the first NFL game this year that did not have a touchdown in the first 3 quarters was Niners Cardinals.
Yeah, that's not a small sample size.
No, it's 3 weeks of games. But yeah, I mean, okay, let me ask it this way. Say Nick Bosa hadn't played yet this season. Do you think the Niners are still 3-0? Because week 1, he had the game-winning sack.
That man.
Week 2, not the game-winning sack, but what we felt was going to be the game-winning sack. He got the sack on 3rd down that forced the Saints punt late in the 4th quarter. Niners offense couldn't run the clock out. They punted back, and then it was Bryce Huff with the strip sack to end it. But 2 of the biggest plays of the year were Nick Bosa in 4th quarters, which helped you win games. Like there's a very real possibility, Goo, that if Nick Bosa hadn't played yet this year, the Niners are 1-2.
I'll put respect on Bosa's name and his bounce back, because to me personally, Grandy, I was calling him out. I was like, Bosa, you're getting all that bread. You are a Titan, a heavyweight. I need to see more than 19 sacks that you had the last 2 years. Let me see something.
He's a Thundercat,
Yeah,
Goo.
Thundercat. Look at Grandy. And he was showing me. So I'm going to put some respect on this 3-0. Might be 1-2 or 2-1 without him because of those plays that you mentioned. But, man, here we go. And I told Willard and Dibs in the crossover yesterday, I do believe, Grandy, tell me what you think. The Guru computer has spit this out. The offense might be your new defense. You need to score more. I don't know why the run game is pedestrian as it has been. We got Ross Tucker coming up at, I believe, at 11.
Yep.
So we'll get into that. But also, I mean, man, does Brock Purdy pay? How soon does he come back? Has this changed everything in regard to we're going to rush Grandy back or we're going to rush Goo back? I don't know. Or are you 3-0 and you don't need to rush?
I think you're 3-0, and in terms of like making a move, making a trade, I don't know about rushing somebody back from injury.
Yeah.
I don't think you ever rush somebody back from injury, maybe unless it's like a playoff game. But if they're thinking about making a trade, they're not doing it anytime soon, in my opinion. You're 3-0. You might not need to make a trade.
And
like
who's
who
waving
knows?
the white flag right now? People saying the Giants, but we don't know.
I mean, there could be a handful of teams that are soon, like the Saints, the Giants, the Bengals.
Yeah.
The Bengals are 2-1, but we know where they're headed. Like they're headed for pain. It seems like what happened on Sunday in Minnesota. There's other teams out there that have some high-profile pass rushers that are on the last year of deals. That those teams that are not going to make the playoffs in all likelihood would be, I think, interested, intrigued, and potentially trading. And maybe they get a 3rd-round pick out of it for a rental. Who knows? We'll see how it all plays out. But for me, that's a question for Week 8.
Yeah, no
right?
doubt.
Like.
How you looking then?
Yeah, maybe in your next 5 games, maybe in your next 6 games, you go 2-4, and you're looking at a 5-4 record, and then you're thinking, all right, we need a jump start here. That's when you make a move.
Yeah. How sustainable
to right
do you
now.
think this is? The way that the Niners are just they're magicians, the real Irvin Magic Johnsons. I mean, by just coming up roses in every game, big time situations, they're making plays. So I take nothing away from them, but. Grandy, I can't just forget the fact that Marvin Harrison Jr. went Helen Keller. How do you drop that pass?
Multiple.
Yeah.
The one in the end zone was a tougher one, but still, you would think a top 10 receiver would be able to make that catch.
Yeah, but you earn your luck, right? Sometimes you earn, the benefit
this stuff went against them last year.
So I'm asking you, do you think without Bosa and this defense, and there's just something about the guys, a majority of this defense being homegrown, the Mykel Williams, who's now is not going to be able to be on the inside. He can, but now we got to see what you can do coming around the outside.
He's best on the inside, in my eyes.
Huff and all these guys just making plays. How do they do it now without Nick, man?
It's a good question because I think Fred Warner's the Niners' best defensive player.
I think he's defensive player of the year right now. Through 3 weeks.
We're going to talk about, you got some odds.
I got some odds on all the categories.
For NFL
MVP,
awards.
Yeah.
We'll go through that later. I would imagine Fred's going to be on that DPOY list. At least he should be.
Stay tuned.
We'll get to that coming up later. I think Fred is the Niners' best defender. He's their best player on that defense.
Sick,
but it becomes a different conversation when you're talking about the impact that an individual has. Because Nick Bosa, as an edge rusher, Nick Bosa's presence makes everything easier on that line for all other defensive linemen.
Secondary's best friend is a pass rush.
That's exactly where I was going next, because if you can get to your quarterback a half second earlier, guess what? Renardo Green, who's kind of been picked on a little bit, or Marquise Siegel, who's been picked on a bit, or at times maybe Upton Stout. He made the game-saving play on Sunday, but you got a lot of youngsters in that secondary. If you're not getting to the quarterback as quickly, which you're not going to without Nick Bosa, then there's a chance that your guys in the secondary are picked on more, and it impacts everything defensively.
Man, and, I'll go NASDAQ on you, Grandy. I mean, if Robert Saleh was a stock right now, it would be through the roof.
Oh, yeah.
I thought
get in early.
He was one and done in New York. No, he had some time, but forget New York. What he's doing to this young defense right now is just, it's incredible. Through 3 weeks.
Absolutely.
All right, that's my disclaimer.
What we want to start with today is, do you think the Niners can win without Nick Bosa? 888-957-9570. They're 3-0. Kind of 1-0 without Nick Bosa. He did play in that first quarter versus the Cardinals, but not after that. Niners got the win 16-15. They're now 3-0. Can the Niners win without Nick Bosa? Let us know, 888-957-9570. That's what's coming up on The Game, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment was brought to you by LifeSource Water Systems. It's Goo and Grandy. I'm in for Steiny. Back with more on Steiny and Goo next on 95.7 The Game.
Good.
What time is it? Game time. What time is it? You know what time it is. It's football season, and it's the big fella, Lorenzo Neal. Join me and Evan Giddings every home game for the kickoff show, live at the Laughing Mock Gastropub, Sunnyvale, right around the corner from the stadium. We're talking Niner football and hosting the best game day tailgate in the Bay. Laughing Mock Game Day is the faithful's first stop, with games, prizes, free parking, and a shuttle straight to the stadium. Righteously brewed in San Francisco and faithfully brewed for the family.
Okay, Bay Area, I've got a bigger team for you to join. The team that donates blood. Hot Yoga Republic in Mill Valley is teaming up with Vitalent for a blood drive September 25th and 26th. Roll up your sleeves, give blood, save a life. Every 2 seconds, somebody needs it. Accident victims, kids in chemo, real people who need you. Let's do this, Bay Area. Find your spot at hotyogarepublic.com. That's hotyogarepublic.com. And a big thanks to Habas Law for backing this. Habas Law, always fighting to make it right.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Open Phone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Open Phone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place, so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Open Phone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Open Phone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Open Phone. Open Phone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Open Phone for free at openphone.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/sports. openphone.com/SPORTS.
Come into Freedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill, September 26th through the 28th for their fall clearance sales event. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. Save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their fall clearance sales event September 26th through the 28th for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
It's time. Time for the pro to get everything for the entire job, all from one partner. To get access to over 3 million products, including many products you won't find in our stores. It's time to get delivery on your schedule or next day on over 50,000 products. And time to get dedicated support on the job site or in our stores. From ordering to planning, we've got you. One partner, any job, all in. Ask about all we can now do at the Pro Desk. The Home Depot Pro, it's about time.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with AutoPay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just one cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 and monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back, Steiny and Goo. No Steinies today. It's Grandy sitting in, so Goo and Grandy with you until 2 o'clock here on 95.7 The Game. Hey, you know what's coming up on Sunday?
Tell me, Grandy.
So, Niners, obviously, in Jacksonville,
Yeah.
at Levi's, and 95.7 The Game. We're going back to Laughing Monk Brewing in Sunnyvale for the kickoff show. Great food, great drinks, and great games in the parking lot. The show starts at 10 with Evan Giddings and Lo Neal, and all the early games will be on for you to watch. And get this, Goo. This is the best part. This is all great, but this is the best part. If you're going to the game, Laughing Monk has a free shuttle to take you to and from the game. A free shuttle. And, I mean, it's a nice way to save some money.
If
because
it's free, it's me.
I know you've been to some games as a fan, Goo, not with all the media perks.
Nah.
No, you never been as a fan?
No, I did. Just I get in there. I don't do that.
You gotta pay like $80 to park?
This is free, baby.
Free shuttle to and from the stadium. That's right. You can park at Laughing Monk for free, join the party, and then take the shuttle back and forth to the game. All you have to do is sign up and reserve a spot. Do it now because space is limited. Go to 957thegame.com, click on the kickoff show graphic, and then click on the Eventbrite link and sign up. And we at 95.7 The Game will see you there. And that becomes, Goo, a really important game. Obviously, all games are important in the NFL. It's why we love the NFL so much, because every game, every week feels like a playoff game. But you got this game without Nick Bosa. Then you got Thursday on the road versus the Rams,
A Ram team.
Really good Ram
They tricked that
team.
game off against a good Eagle team.
They should have beat the defending champ Eagles.
Our guy Ken was
Philly.
but it didn't take away. The Rams are a good team.
Very good team.
That was impressive.
Yes.
I had typed on my phone, the Rams are on their way to the... And then I was like, oh, boy. But that's how impressed I was with the Rams.
And that becomes a Thursday night game in L.A. versus the Rams for the Niners.
Levi South, though.
Yeah. There'll be a lot of Niner fans there, no doubt. But Thursday games are tough. That opponent is tough. You lose this game on Sunday versus the Jaguars, Goo, and who knows what could happen on a Thursday night in L.A. This 3-0 start could very quickly turn into 3-2.
Yeah. But
this game against Jacksonville is huge.
No doubt.
Yeah.
And any given Sunday, Al Pacino and Jamie Foxx. But, Grandy, this is why the Niners have afforded themselves, if I want to call it an early season luxury of, when you're 3-0, the youngsters, they're still growing. This run game that's been not up to standards, and I know we got Ross Tucker coming on at 11 to get into why that's happening. You could tell me what you're seeing from McCaffrey, because I see McCaffrey. The workload is there, but I am curious as, they get down to the goal line, can't get it in. after, in the fourth quarter where he throws one up, Mac Jones, and C-Mac looked like he could have got a concussion. No targeting call, but I'm thinking, man, Niners of the past used to just run that thing in. So we'll get to that.
Yep.
But it's just about growth, right? It's just, are these guys getting better? This is your first 1 or 1.5 without Bosa. But I'll say this, and you could say I need to see somebody and talk to somebody, clinically, and people have said that, Grandy. As a fan, though, I'm asking you, some of my best seasons in regard to fanning are the ones where the team is not the best version of themselves and just a runaway locomotive, and you could go cut the grass, come back, and your team's up 21 points. When a team is going through changes.
It's why the Kevin Durant titles didn't feel as good, right?
Scotty and I used to be sleep. Okay, they're up 20 because you knew that was going to happen.
Those regular seasons felt like a chore more than anything.
The believes in the Giants and the wild card
even the
going to the World Series.
2022 Warriors also.
Yes.
Yeah.
Who saw that?
Yeah.
So there is that added, my blood pressure's going up. But, Grandy, there is something to, I feel like this team has that surprise. You don't know what to expect. Is the bottom going to fall out or is it going to get greater?
Yep.
Like through 3 weeks, that's what I think we're watching because you don't know, how this thing is going to look and how great it can be. But I'll tell you this, they're 3-0.
Yeah. I also think, I know it's one of your pet peeves, and it's mine as well, when people try to discredit the 3-0 start the Niners are on because of who they played. Like, you play who's in front of you on your schedule. Bottom line, you win the games, you get the credit. You lose the games, you get blamed for it. The other half of this that I think is really meaningful is this is a Niner team, and it only gets heightened now without Nick Bosa.
Okay.
And can the Niners win without Nick Bosa? We'll take your calls in a sec. 888-957-9570. They only become a younger and less experienced team without Bosa because now Micah Williams has to step up more, and so does Alfred Collins, and so does C.J. West, and so do everybody on that defensive line. And you're going to need Marquise Siegel and Renardo Green and Upton Stout to play better coverage downfield because you're probably not going to get to Trevor Lawrence as much on Sunday as you were,
They could be undefeated, but they're not.
They could be.
Okay.
They very, very well could be. What I think is really valuable for this Niner team that is young and that is relying on those youngsters is kind of what you're talking about, not having those blowout wins where the game's over in the fourth quarter. Like, you got these youngsters who have had to make plays in tight games in fourth quarters to win you football games.
It's incredible
like
to see.
They've helped you win games down the stretch. And we talk about this team likely being a whole lot better. We're talking about that if they were relatively healthy, a whole lot better, say, week 12 than they are week 3.
Right, it's coming.
Because you're relying on those youngsters, and they should be better by then. I think these close games kind of gives that development like an extra push, right? Like,
I love it.
Like, not having to play in meaningful fourth quarters, that's so detrimental to your ability for those youngsters specifically to improve, I think, as pros.
Yeah, and it sounds like you're describing to me, Grandy, high leverage situations.
Exactly.
And you don't know how you're going to perform, if you're going to get lemon booty or rise to the occasion until you're in that moment. And they've been 3 consecutive weeks collectively in those moments. And I think it was Fred Warner that got lost or went the wrong way on the I thought it was going to be touchdown to Marvin Harrison Jr.
His worst drop of the game.
But you can't apologize for that. The Arizona didn't execute, but things like that can get you beat. But when you watch the play of the game, to me, Grandy, and I know I'm #random with you all over right now, but the play by Upton Stout on Zay Jones, after you give up the safety, you're down to 1 first down, it could be night-night. I just can't get over, and you can say, Goo, it's just a pass breakup, but I felt like Zay Jones caught the ball.
He did.
99 other DBs would have been like, he's got it. Let me just get up. And he just would not. He just knocked it out.
Niner DBs last year would not have made that play.
That's all
Isaac Yiadom. That would have been a catch. It would have been a first down, and it would have been victory formation for the Cardinals.
Like, Grandy, I know it's one play, but that's impressive. And it was a game-saving play. And you give the ball to your offense to go down and just get the game-winning field goal. Man.
But we're talking about like the difference in 5 total plays is the reason why you're 3-0 versus 0-3. Like they are on a knife's edge.
Yeah.
And losing Bosa, makes that even more precarious.
Now,
like they're going to have to be better.
Okay, there is no doubt, and that's what makes it exciting. I'm not sitting here like a Amway salesman telling you this vacuum is the best. This Kirby vacuum is the best thing going.
I'm more of a Dyson guy.
Look at you. But I do got to say this to you. I keep saying, and I said it yesterday, hey, it's gonna be greater later when Bosa comes back and IU comes back.
You mean next year?
No, this year.
Well, Bosa's not coming back.
Excuse me, Kittle.
Oh yeah.
It will be greater. But the way these injuries keep happening, Grandy, I had to slow down. I'm in the slow lane now of until I actually see it. Let me stop saying it, because the one thing that we've learned watching this Niner team, this iteration of them, tomorrow's not promised. And now here we are. Kittle be back. Bosa. Now Bosa's got. And it's like a Rubik's Cube. You never can get, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So what's next? But I do have to ask you one thing about the quarterback position. I think Mac Jones, I'd give him an A-. I wasn't down on Mac like I defended Caleb Williams. I have no proof. Just check my Twitter mentions. I didn't think he was bad as everybody was.
Cowboys made him look good.
They stink. But him throwing the ball 80 times in 2 games, what does that symbol to you? I'm a real one. I'm not telling you something without saying it.
I feel like you're trying to trap me, Goo.
No, I'm just 80
Does Shanahan feel some kind of way about Mac Jones versus Brock Purdy?
Trust?
Trust?
Kyle.
In Mac Jones specifically?
To have his quarterback
as opposed to in Brock Purdy?
No. See, I'm trying to leave Brock alone out of it, but just my ears perked up, my eyebrows raised when I 80. That's a lot of trust.
It is.
But what did you tell me in the green room about that?
I think it's because they can't run the ball.
Damn. So you believe if Brock was behind center, he would have been throwing the ball that many times?
Maybe he has fewer pass attempts because he would run a couple himself. But I think largely the game plan would be called runs versus called passes. I think would largely be the same.
Yeah. Then what's happened to the run game?
I don't know. Do you think McCaffrey has the same burst?
I mean, when I look on paper and as long as run is 10 yards, I'm like, Grandy, I'm being so real here with you. You asked me a question and you're not trying to trap me. I'm going to be real. I don't think he's slow. Austin San Jose saying he don't have the same explosion. I feel like I see the burst. I just feel like there's people in his way.
Yeah, I don't think it's being blocked up for him right now. I don't think he has the room. I'm concerned about the offensive line in the run game.
Okay, I mean, it's everything, man.
Offensive line in general. I've always been concerned about the offensive line, but specifically in their ability to run the ball. Partly why
They're loading the box, though. You're not beating us, Grandy.
Well, is that the biggest compliment to Brock that there could be? Or is it more about the receiving core, specifically on Sunday, because there was no Jawan, and your wide receiver 2 was Kendrick Bourne, and your wide receiver 3 was MVS?
But your wide receiver 1 is godsend. This dude, Ricky Pearsall, looks like he can ball.
He does look awesome.
Man, Grandy, I don't have the answer. Those are questions that I think organically are going to reveal themselves as we move down the road. But they got to run it better.
They have to. Now, some of the passing game, like we were talking about this in the green room as well, Goo. Let's see. McCaffrey had 27 touches. Pearsall had 8. McCaffrey and Pearsall had 26 targets in the passing game. 26 targets.
Go to your guy.
Out of 41 attempts by Mac Jones. So 26 of 41 passing attempts were targeting Ricky Pearsall or Christian McCaffrey. The McCaffrey targets largely are an extension of the run game. Like, that is kind of just the way that they're utilizing the run game without being able to run between the tackles. They're just dumping it off to McCaffrey quick.
Which is still an impact, but it makes me scratch my head as to that's a different impact than it used to be.
Absolutely. But I think the point is the offense is so incredibly one-dimensional right now. It's McCaffrey or it's Pearsall or it's nothing. If you're throwing the ball beyond the line of scrimmage, it's Pearsall. If you're throwing the ball anywhere else, it's McCaffrey, and that's about it. Other than here and there, every once in a while, Kendrick Bourne and Jake Tonjes.
So we got the chat up, and 49er Fever says they miss Kittle and his blocking.
That's
and I
part
believe
of it.
that, dude.
Yeah.
But it can't be all of it, right?
Well, it wasn't great week 1. The run game wasn't. Although Kittle left in the first half.
Yeah, he had the hat on him. I'm like, Granny, when does it end, though? My dad would call this buzzard luck. When things just continuously, just seem to go wrong.
Well,
What is it?
I sent out this tweet yesterday. Let me pull it back up.
Where can they follow you at?
At Mark Grandy.
My man.
That's Mark with a C, Grandy with an I on the end. I'm just focusing on injuries to starters, right?
All right.
There's so many other injuries, but just the starters. Nick Bosa, torn ACL, out for the year. Brandon Ayuk, torn ACL and MCL from last year, expected back sometime midseason. Malik Mustafa, starting safety, torn ACL, had surgery in the offseason. He's also expected back sometime midseason. George Kittle, hamstring. He's on IR, will miss at least 2 more games. Already has missed 2. Ben Barch, starting left guard this year, ankle injury, on IR, has missed 1, will miss at least 3 more games. Brock Purdy, toe injury, has missed 2. Maybe he's back this week. Seems likely, but we don't know that for sure. And then Juwan Jennings, dealing with a shoulder and an ankle, has missed 1 game, and he's officially day-to-day for today. That's already issues to 7 starters. 7 starters.
You're 3-0.
And you're 3-0.
Yeah, no doubt. It feels like 5-0. I know it's not, but that's guru math. But Grandy, you just said it. Like, that's incredible mental fortitude just by the coaching staff and the players and the guys that have had to fill those roles. And I know you got something you wanted to drop in regard to one of the biggest offseason acquisitions.
Oh, yeah.
But another one on top of that is Mac Jones. For Kyle Shanahan to ignore the Jackals, because that's what you guys are out there, and say, if I bring Mac Jones to my team, am I going to stir up the old stuff?
Quarterback controversy.
Well, he could give a rat's behind about that, brought him in, and I believe Mac can play. A guy that's had how many starts in the league?
I think he's got 51 now in his career.
Doubt. And look what he's done. And he threw that interception. I'm different. I thought the ball game was over. I thought it was over after the safety, too.
I mean, the interception, the safety, and I thought the game was over. Yeah. And then, who was it? Sky Moore calling for a fair catch at the 5-yard line.
How many demerits do you deserve
the game was over
what
there, too.
What are you doing?
Jesus.
I couldn't believe that.
I guarantee you, because you noticed the next time the Cardinals punted after the Upton Stout pass breakup, it was again Sky Moore back to return the punt, and he planted himself at the 10, let the ball go over his head, and bounced into the end zone. How much do you want to bet, Goo, that whether it was Shanahan or what's his name, the special teams coordinator?
Because it ain't, Sorensen's in Dallas. That's
Brant, whatever his name is. I forget his name off the top of my head. Brant Boyer, formerly of the Jets. How much do you want to bet one of those guys pulled Sky Moore to the sideline after he called for a fair catch at the 5 and absolutely lit into him?
Yeah,
I guarantee you.
I got you. It was bad, but then for Pooney to get the holding call, I'm like, this is how this game's going to end. And then, after that, they had to kick off to Arizona. Murray, like the little beep, beep, Roadrunner gets the first down. And I'm thinking in my mind, they still got their timeouts, but that made me feel they can't stop them. No. And they get to stop.
Yeah. 888-957-9570. Do you think the Niners can continue to win, but now do so without Nick Bosa? 888-957-9570. Jan is in Mountain View and wants to weigh in. Jan, it's Goo and Grandy today. How you doing, Jan?
I'm fine, Grandy. How are the two of you doing?
We're doing great, despite the Bosa injury. What about you? What do you think of it?
Well, I felt very devastated, like every other Niner out there, when Bosa went down, and we found out the results yesterday. It was bone crushing, but in cases like this, you got to take one game at a time, and you got to come together as a team and play like a team and help each other out, and try not to make countless, fouls or turnovers or holding plays, and help the offense out, and if it means taking short RPOs to get the running game going, then you have to do that. I mean, you got to just concentrate on the team that's in front of you instead of countless teams like down the road, like the Rams, for instance. I mean, concentrate on this team because they already know Bosa's out for the year, and all the other teams too. And so you got to just concentrate on this game alone. And I'm sure Shanahan and Sala will get the team ready. And thank goodness Fred Warner is still there to be a team leader and to help out the young crew, and I think that they can, they're getting stronger, and that was one reason that they brought in these first, rookies during the off season to get faster, and I think that's what's helping this team. So thank you.
Good stuff.
Thanks, Jan.
Yeah, I mean, let's just, if we can, I know we got a couple minutes, but how good is Fred Warner out of BYU? Who saw him
safety
coming?
at BYU?
That's just incredible, man. The dude's just...
He's the best in the league at the linebacker spot. And it's
how
not close.
What about the knockout on Kamara against the Saints? If you don't get that...
Did you see the video of him on the sideline right before that?
No.
You didn't see that?
All right, I feel like I'm in a movie theater. Go ahead. I got my popcorn.
He's on the
what are you about to
sideline.
tell
I don't
me?
know if it was like the possession right before the punch.
What did he say, Grady?
But it was close to before the punch.
Okay, right.
And he's on the sideline, and he's talking to his guys, essentially saying, I swear to God, I'm close to punching one out.
He didn't say that, Grady.
Yes, he did.
I got to find that
yes,
word, Doug.
he
Come
did.
on, man.
It's on Niners socials.
So he knew he was close.
Yes, he could sense it. He could feel it.
Come on, man.
And then he does it. That's like Babe Ruth calling his shot, dude.
I can't believe you. That's Operation What I'm Doing After Work. Did he say I'm close? So he felt and saw something.
I don't know.
Obviously.
I don't know if he used those exact words,
Yeah.
but at that point, he got across that point.
He was hunting.
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
That's incredible.
And he
then
felt like
against-
he was going to have an opportunity to do it.
And then what about Seattle? Jackson Smith and Jigma, who was having a great game. That was a game-changing play he did in Seattle. So, I mean, Fred he's special. I'm saying what's obvious. Hello, Captain Obvious. But damn, dude, they got them one. And then D. Winters looks like Greenlaw, who, just me. Oh my God, Greenlaw's gone. I want Dre to be healthy and have a prosperous career. But did they dodge a bullet?
Absolutely, they
Not
did.
all Chevy. Yeah.
Yeah, Dre has not played yet this year, and he's on IR.
And there's whispers that
he might not play the whole year.
Oh, my gosh. And the Niners they flew down there to give him more bread.
This was funny because you and I, along with Ken, was talking in the green room when we brought this up, and you were like, I mean, they deserve credit, right? The Niners deserve credit for letting him walk. I don't know about that.
I'm not laughing, but what you mean?
They wanted him. As you just laid out, once the news broke that he was planning to sign with the Broncos, it was before you could actually sign, so they had some time to sway him if they wanted. They flew down to meet him, I think in Texas or wherever he lives in the offseason, and they tried to get him to break off from Denver.
But see,
they offered him more
older
money.
Than you. And don't you get it? That still counts as good karma from the football gods that you didn't get them. And then this is happening. You're not happy.
It's not as if they were like, no, we can read the writing on the wall. We got our new Thundercat in D. Winters. Dre, we love you, but we're gonna let you go. No, they wanted him back.
They did, but they didn't get him back. So chalk one up for the Niners.
I don't give them credit for that. That's luck.
No,
hey, you need luck.
They've been having desert luck.
Yeah.
So that was good luck.
Yeah.
They need some more good luck.
I agree with you.
That is, dude, Trey.
But it did work out.
Yeah, because this linebacking core, this tandem, I mean, he reminds me sometimes Winters of Greenlaw, man.
He does.
I'm just saying. And how much of that is your boy Saleh? He can coach him some defense.
I have a hard time breaking up the credit because I think the players deserve a ton of it, but there's no doubt that Saleh makes a big impact.
Yeah.
I think it's kind
Systems matter, right?
I think where we see Saleh come through the most, maybe it's the small things like fighting through the ground, like Upton Stout did on breaking that pass up, and it's mindset, mentality things, being strong as
play through the whistle.
We can be honest, that was a soft team last year, defensively.
And
at
it
least.
took me a long time to realize, they're soft because they had been so rough and tough. For so many years.
I think that's probably where the Saleh impact is felt the most.
Man.
But, I mean, we got to give D. Winters credit for being as good as he's been. I mean,
and he was on this roster last year.
Yeah.
But who do we have on? I think it was Matt Barrows, Steiny and I. And Matt said, his body had he had some injuries last year, Winters. So there were times he could have been out there, but he was hurt. But bottom line, man, is this team, man, through 3 games, 3 weeks, have defied all odds. And these wins are the ones they just let escape last year. Bottom line.
So you think the Nick Bosa injury is, ending their year?
I'd be a fool, Grandy, real quick here to think that it would knock them out the box. They've lost Kittle. They've lost their starting quarterback. Okay, you lose your best defensive lineman. Okay, let's see how you respond.
Yeah.
And if I'm coming in here selling you and telling you like I did yesterday, this coaching job. How could I say, it's a wrap without Bosa? I got to see it. It's going to hurt. Come on now.
Yeah.
But, man, it just might make it more difficult. And the offense, I believe, is part of this defense, too. You got to score more. The production's got
Yeah. Everyone on defense has got to be better, but the same thing for everybody on offense. You can't make up for Nick Bosa with just a player or two. It's got to be a team effort. But can the Niners keep this up without Nick Bosa? Give us a call, 888-957-9570. Flea, I see you. We'll come to you when we come back. Plus, coming up at 11, we've got Odyssey NFL insider Ross Tucker. I know Goo wants to ask him about the offensive line and the Niners run game. We'll ask Ross about that and a whole lot more. That segment was sponsored by Safeway. It's Goo and Grandy on Steiny and Goo. More next on 95.7 The Game.
Head to Safeway this week for this amazing deal and more for members. USDA Choice Beef New York Strip Steak Bone-In Mega Packs, just $9.99 per pound. Visit Safeway.com for more details. See you in the aisles.
Coach, the energy out there felt different. What changed for the team today?
It was the new game day scratchers from the California Lottery. Players everything. Those games sent the team's energy through the roof.
Are you saying it was the off-field play that made the difference on the field?
Hey, a little play makes your day, and today, it made the game. That's all for now.
Coach, one more question.
Play the new Los Angeles Chargers, San Francisco 49ers, and Los Angeles Rams Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
I've used drugs from the age of 15 till 29. I had no friends. I had no family. I wanted to quit because I didn't want to die. Since I've been in recovery, I could write a novel of the good things that happened to me. I finished college. I've held great jobs. It's never too late to recover from addiction. I am living proof that recovery is possible.
Get treatment. It works. To learn more, visit livingproofsf.org.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code CODE to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Americans pay about $5 billion to control termites and repair their damage every year. Many people underestimate exactly how much damage they do. Call Pacific Coast Termite today at 800-PACIFIC for a free home inspection. Certain restrictions apply. No tenting, though. No double bagging your food. No pet sitting. Mention KCBS and get 10% off termite treatments and a 2-year guarantee on their work. Call 800-PACIFIC. 800-PACIFIC or go to PacificCoastTermite.com.
Losing weight shouldn't be a struggle, and with Jumpstart MD, it doesn't have to be. Start today for just $99 when you join Jumpstart MD's medically supervised weight loss program today. Licensed clinicians create personalized plans, including GLP-1 medications. No insurance? No problem. Jumpstart MD has options to meet your individual needs. With 13 Bay Area locations and online visits, expert support is always within reach. Call 855 888-5-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com to start transforming your health today.
Hey friends, I'm Sharon McMahon, host of Here's Where It Gets Interesting. Each week, I speak with authors, experts, and thought leaders on everything from American history and democracy to how to be a better person on the internet. And don't miss my extremely popular docu-series, which educate you on things you never learned in history class. Follow and listen to Here's Where It Gets Interesting on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Today, we're constantly taking photos and videos to remember our favorite moments. But what about those captured before the smartphone? What about the memories tucked away on aging VHS tapes, film reels, or in fading photos?
These cherished memories are fading away with time, vulnerable to threats like heat, moisture, and mold. But fear not, there's a solution to safeguard your legacy. Hi, I'm Adam.
And I'm Nick. Together we founded Legacy Box over a decade ago with one mission, to bring your memories into the 21st century.
It's time to bid farewell to old tapes you can't watch and faded photos. Legacy Box transforms them into digital treasures, ready to share with a click.
Just like magic, your shoebox of memories is now safely stored in the cloud or on a thumb drive.
Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box, so you can rest assured your priceless moments are in good hands.
Don't let your childhood fade away on old tapes. It's time to digitize those priceless moments.
Fast forward into the digital age. Visit legacybox.com/value and unlock 50% off your order. That's legacybox.com/value.
Join Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings at Laughing Monk Brewing in Sunnyvale every red and gold home game this season for our special live pregame broadcast. Plus, we'll have tailgate games, prizes, great food, and drink specials. For more information, visit 957thegame.com.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. It's Goo and Grandy today. I'm in for Steiny on this Tuesday. Steiny and Goo on 95.7 The Game. We got Ross Tucker, Odyssey NFL Insider, coming up in about 12 minutes right here on Steiny and Goo. What's question number one that you want to ask Ross, Goo? What do you want to know?
There's 8 number one questions I want to ask, but the first one is just this running game, and, you know, he's a former offensive lineman in the NFL. I mean, what are you seeing through 3 weeks? And the burst question about McCaffrey.
It's kind of, I mean, he's also a Philly guy. There's no hiding that. It's kind of similar with what's going on with Saquon, right? Saquon hasn't been amazing.
No, not at all.
3 weeks.
But a lot of people were saying, there's going to be a fall off, you know, because of how many times he carried and how great they were last week. But I just hate that they won that game against the Rams. I mean,
you hate that?
Yeah,
it's good for the Niners, right?
Yeah, it is. But Hurts, you got it. It ain't good for Dallas. Hey, you got A.J. Brown and my guy, what's the other?
Devontae Smith?
Come on, man. Use them. And he used them by default because they were down.
If I'm A.J. Brown through 2.5 games, I am pissed.
I think now you're feeling a little better. Like, okay, you told on yourself, bro.
They weren't even targeting him.
Yeah.
They weren't even letting Jalen throw at all.
Yeah.
I don't understand. I mean, they won both their games, so like, what can you really complain about? But I don't know. That was weird.
Randy, in my hand, I have a baseball, and Dibs holds it. Shasky holds it. I used to pitch, and I'm just telling you. I tell Steiny all the time. I love sports. I can't understand how an American cannot. I'm not a simpleton, but how can you not love sports? And this baseball represents the last week of baseball, and we got some close races, but the Giants are not in it. But I'm excited about tonight.
Giants are done.
I'm watching ball. That's all. They're done. Wow.
I'm the kind of person who I don't know if lies to myself is the right way to put it.
I've done that many times.
But I live in the moment so much that I convince myself every fall, every March.
Here we go.
This is the best time of the sports calendar. I convince myself that 8 different times throughout the year.
Right.
This is one of them because you have baseball playoffs starting shortly.
Come on.
And then you got college football and college basketball or college or NFL football as well.
Jesus.
And then you've also pretty soon got the NBA starting.
Man, 2 weeks away from camp. I wasn't even thinking about
there will be an overlap where you've got the World Series plus the NBA plus NFL and college football. This is one of the best times to be a sports fan.
It's just a pig in heaven.
Exactly.
Baldy.
Exactly.
And we got your Oregon Ducks against Penn State.
Oh my God, I'm already nervous. I'm already nervous, Q. It's going to be a whiteout at Beaver Stadium in Penn State. Night game. 7:30 out there, 4:30 Pacific.
I love it.
I'll be locked in.
Cal looked 34-0.
Oh, God,
I was ready to put their quarterback in the Hall of Fame.
So was everybody.
Him and Penix had a bad night. Two left.
By the way, former Cal quarterback that I'd be going to the Hall of Fame, Fernando Mendoza for Indiana. You see what he did over the weekend?
They put up some points, I believe.
Against top 10 Illinois. They put up like 60 on him or whatever it was.
Shout out David Bruce.
Anyway, we got Ross Tucker coming up in about 8 minutes or so. Until then, we're taking your calls. 888-957-9570. Nick Bosa out for the season. Do you think the Niners can win without Nick Bosa? Let's go to Flea, who's been patient out in Oakland. Flea, what's up? It's Goo and Grandy. How you doing?
What's going on, Goo and Grandy? Check it out. I want y'all opinion on this. First and foremost, they stack in the box because we don't have no wide receiver that's supposed to be taking off the top of the defense. So stacking the box for one. That's why McCaffrey really not getting off. You see when he ran to the right on one of those plays, everybody was there, and Pearsall getting open a lot. I think he's gonna be a great receiver, but he's getting open because they stacking the box and they only got a corner on him. So he running the timing routes and he getting open because they don't know where he's going with them timing routes. And another thing I wanted to say, I think Matt Jones is a little bit better than Purdy with anticipating the throw because he can see the pass. When Purdy come back, when you guys, if y'all going to notice when y'all watch the game, Purdy got to kind of like move to the side to see the play develop. Matt Jones can sit back and actually see Pearsall coming open. So that's why that ball is getting to him a little bit better when Purdy throw the ball, because I believe it's all about the timing. And Matt Jones can see it. And another thing I want to say about Bosa, them 3 quarters our young players stepped up. So when you were saying that they might fall off the rocker, after next week when the Niners 4-0, Goo, because I feel like they got a rookie wide receiver with Jacksonville I forgot his name, but the rookie wide receiver going to have problems with Lenore if he get up on him. And got one tight. They tied in not that fast. So the Niners shouldn't be a bad. I'm not saying we going to definitely win, but I believe that's a win. So when we go 4-0 and when we go 4-0, Goo, and you come back next week and you be like, I don't know. The Niners gonna be okay this whole season. And if we getting Kittle back, we getting Ayuk back, then our defense, our youngsters gonna get a little bit better. You see when the game on the line, they playing hard. He knocked that ball out of his hand. So we got
a great
dogs.
Play. Yeah. Hey, and Flea, real quick, I told Grandy, hold on, because I think you might be misconstruing what I'm saying. They actually won that game against Arizona without Bosa. I know he was in there for a quarter, so I'm just telling you the youngsters and others got to step up solid too, but I would not be super shocked at all because this has been the theme, Grandy and Flea, for the Niners through 3 weeks is next man up and everywhere, so why would this be any different? Like they've earned that through 3 weeks. Yeah,
go ahead, Flea.
Another thing, Google. When we had a bad season last season, it was because we had a hangover for them Super Bowls. Keep on losing these Super Bowls. You got to remember this one thing. Even the fans that's listening, we got young players again. We got young legs. We understand Bosa. He'd probably be a Hall of Famer, but we're gonna have a youngster coming around that corner right now with fresh legs that can play 17, 16 games. And another thing, Bosa come off the field. If they play 6, 7, 8, 9 downs, Bosa come off the field three plays out of off the defense. So y'all got to remember that Bosa not on the field every play. He's usually on the play on 3rd and 8, and he can come and get the quarterback. So that's where we need a guy that can come around that corner on third down and 8, and at least get some pressure on that quarterback. And Huff and Will, I forgot his name, but we gonna be all right.
All right,
thanks, Flea. You're probably talking about Mykel Williams, the rookie who, what the plan has been for him is on the outside early downs and then kicks inside on pass rushing downs.
But now we'll get to see him more.
And that allows Huff to come in on the outside, but we're probably going to see him on the outside, maybe almost exclusively now.
Yeah, no doubt.
Because they have to fill that role for Nick Bosa.
But he is right, and again, I'm not diminishing, and I can't. Bosa was off to a great start. The contract is what it is. Does it hurt? Will it hurt? Yes. But the bottom line, man, Grandy, help me if I'm sitting here saying that, they're done. They are not done. And that's why I came in here on a high horse yesterday, just from a fan standpoint of, man, which injury is going to be the one that throws this thing off the track? And right now, there hasn't been one.
Yeah, to this point, though, all of the injuries haven't been season-ending injuries.
That's very fair.
But without the last 2 games, without Kittle and without Brock, and they win both those games.
Yeah.
So, now, those are not season-ending injuries, and if they were, we'd be singing an entirely different tune. The good injury news for the Niners, if we can even live in that world for a second, the good Niner injury news is that up until the Bosa injury, they hadn't had anybody that was out for the whole year. At least anyone of any real importance, right?
Yeah, and I'm thinking about what you brought up last segment. Guys keep dropping like flies, so every time you're like, you know what, Grandy's ready, here comes Goo, the band's back to get, oh, no, Goo's hurt, it never happens or manifests. But this week, the receiving core will get DeMarcus Robinson.
Yeah. And Juwan, you would probably expect to be back.
Here you go. Now the question is, who's throwing the ball to him? And I know it's only Tuesday, Grandy, but do you have any feel on if it'll be Brock or Mac?
I'm leaning Brock.
And the fact that Mac had that Achilles injury, flare back up or whatever was going on, PCL in his knee, I'm just like, man, if I'm Brock and I'm 92%, does that mean I'm 100?
If he's 92%, he's playing. Yeah.
So I'd be curious to see how the game is called.
I mean, I think there's a good chance. One, we know for sure DeMarcus Robinson's back. He served his 3-game suspension. He will be back, and he will play unless something happens in practice.
Knock on wood.
Yes, exactly. Juwan is day-to-day.
I couldn't believe he didn't play, but it happened.
I was kind of surprised that too. I think he'll probably play this week as well. And then Brock is also basically day-to-day, essentially, at this point.
Speaking of which.
I think all 3 of those guys are going to play, and then the offense is going to feel a lot different.
And then Kittle's coming back, when he does get
At least missing 2 more games.
So Flea said something about Brock, and we can't ignore, Mac is taller than Brock in the pocket. But this is a couple weeks old, but I hadn't seen you. I had, in the Seattle game, the opener, do you remember when Brock jumped up to throw the ball? It was something out of, I don't know, Mario Kart, but I have never seen an NFL
laughed watching that live. That was incredible.
But I get it. You're not Drew Bledsoe or Brady, but Grandy, what made him jump up and attempt to throw? That's when I was like, if I'm a defensive lineman and I can't get to him, I'm retreating back, putting both hands up and trying to do the Matumbo to block it down like Warner did on the big play this past Sunday.
Maybe
Grandy, I can't unforget
we
that.
might be able to track this sound down later in the show. We've got Ross Tucker coming up in a minute, but I forget what podcast or show Brock was on at some point this offseason, but he essentially said at some point this offseason, when you're a quarterback, even if you're tall, and I'm not, but I'm pretending I'm Brock right now, even if you're a tall quarterback, even if you are, you still are kind of guessing half the time. 60% of the time you're seeing the stuff, but the other 40% of the time you don't see it, and you just have to trust that the guy's there, and you got to throw it there. That's essentially what he said.
Yeah, I just picture one of his interceptions. Now I'll be like, yeah, he did say that was the 40%.
He didn't even see it. But, I mean, so much of quarterbacking, I guess, is trust in your receivers, where you're throwing, and anticipation. And there are times where there's miscommunication and it looks terrible.
Right.
There was one route on Sunday, I think it was, I don't remember what quarter it was, but it was a McCaffrey kind of a route down to the left side of the formation. I think it was an option route. He could have cut inside or cut outside. And Mac is essentially reading what McCaffrey's reading and throws it at the moment that McCaffrey breaks. And what happened was McCaffrey broke inside and Mac threw it outside.
Miscommunication.
So much of the quarterbacking mistakes, like the terrible interceptions, the really bad throws, probably are just as simple as them two reading the situation differently.
And that's why you try to, as a defender, Grandy, disrupt that timing and that trust.
Yeah, absolutely. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Ross Tucker joining us here in just a second on Steiny and Goo. It's Goo and Grandy with you here on 95.7 The Game until 2 o'clock on this Tuesday. Niners are 3-0, but they're without Nick Bosa. I mean, we can agree on this. Nick Bosa out for the year is a bigger deal because he's out for the whole season than, say, Kittle for 4 or 5 games, Purdy for 2 or 3 games. Right? Like, this is the biggest loss they're going to have to work through probably all season long, unless something else disastrous happens.
No doubt about it, and I like what you're putting down, and the bottom line is those are facts. And you kind of hit me with that, like, those other injuries were temporary. Guys were coming back and due to come back. But this one is done data, finito. So we'll see how these young guys step up. And, man, I'm just telling you, this now has the ramifications, Grandy, that if they don't get home and replace that pressure, now the secondary's affected.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see what Ross Tucker has to say about this. On the line is Odyssey NFL insider Ross Tucker. Insider calls are brought to you by Nationwide for your insurance and financial needs. Nationwide is on your side, and we go out now to the River Islands guest line here on 95.7 The Game. Ross Tucker with us. Ross, it's Goo and Grandy. I'm in for Steiny today. First of all, thanks for your time. Let's get right to it. Nick Bosa, torn ACL, out for the year. Your first thoughts on that, and how do the Niners make up for Nick Bosa's loss?
Yeah, I mean, it's over. You might as well cancel the season.
Oh, no.
Is the interview over now? I mean, that's kind of all you needed,
you can go home, Ross. Thanks.
What else is there to talk about? I mean, no, in all sincerity, the Niners, I'm really bummed about this. I don't know if you guys know this, but in my predictions before the season on the Ross Tucker Football Podcast, I had the Niners going back to the Super Bowl.
Wow.
I was really believing in a big bounce back year, and I feel pretty good about that, by the way, with them at 3-0, even with no Ayuk and Kittle gets hurt and no Purdy. I mean, I'm feeling pretty good about that pick, but there was kind of two schools of thought, I felt like, coming into this year for the Niners. There were the people that believed that they would have a bounce back year and the guys would stay healthy and all that, like me, I guess. And then there were others that thought, they just get injured all the time. They've gotten older, and it's kind of past the window for the Trent Williams and McCaffreys and some of these guys. It seems like it's kind of in the middle, right, where they're playing well enough to win, and I think they're going to be in the mix until the end. But there's only, I don't know, guys, maybe 4 or 5 players on a team that I feel like really, truly make the difference in the outcome of games and really, truly are, I don't think irreplaceable is the right word, but I would just say increases the degree of difficulty to the point where it's unlikely you can overcome that, right? So typically starting quarterback is one of them, and then if you've got a star receiver skill guy like a McCaffrey, and then I would say, a star defensive lineman. It's just really, really hard to overcome that. I mean, I bet they're feeling great right now that they made the trade for Bryce Huff and that they drafted Mykel Williams in the first round. So they at least have some guys, but, those guys aren't Nick Bosa. He's a top 5 edge rusher in the league. He's a fantastic, fantastic player. And so they're going to have to try to figure out a different way. If those guys can't get home consistently, Saleh is going to have to pressure more. That's not really his MO, not really what he likes to do. So it's going to be interesting, that's for sure.
No doubt, Ross. Awesome to talk to you. I missed you a couple weeks ago, so I'm excited to talk ball with you. My question is, this offseason, Ross, Mac Jones was acquired by the Niners, and there wasn't a lot of talk about it, but I thought to myself, Kyle is like, to hell with all the noise about the, draft day years ago or the draft night and my possible infatuation with him. But he brought him in, and I'm telling my partner, Grandy, through 2 games, Ross, he has 80 pass attempts. And my question to you, a former NFL player, what does that signal to you? Is that trust, or is that odd, or does that even show up on your radar that a backup quarterback would throw it around the yard that much through 2 games?
It's a good question. I think one thing that we lose sight of a lot is that the defense has a say in this. The defense has a big, big say in this, typically every week. And so depending on how they're defending a team or what their game plan is, And I think these teams have said, let's make Mac Jones beat us. Let's not let, McCaffrey in the ground game get going. But I also do think there's a certain level of trust there with Kyle Shanahan and Mac Jones, and that's a great thing. Those are two valuable wins. When a quarterback scrambles for a first down on 3rd and long, I always say that not all first down conversions are created equal. That's like a bonus first down when a quarterback scrambles and gets it on 3rd and long, because that's not one that should have happened within the context of the play call. I feel like backup quarterback wins are like bonus wins. You're not really expecting to win the majority of those. So every one you can stack is just such a huge, huge boost for the team. So credit to Mac and really the whole team for still taking care of business these last 2 weeks.
Odyssey NFL insider Ross Tucker with us here on Steiny and Goo, and Insider Calls are brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. Ross, you're talking about the run game a little bit there, and the defense obviously has a say, and maybe part of the reason why the Niners are throwing so much with Mac Jones is because the run game hasn't been as reliable as I think Shanahan would like it to be. What do you see as a former offensive lineman for the Niners run game? Because to me, obviously not as trained of an eye as you, nowhere near, to me it just doesn't seem like the holes are there for Christian McCaffrey. What do you see in the Niners run game?
I would agree. I think there's a lot that goes into that. I think part of it is not having Kittle out there. He's a difference-making blocker at the tight end position. And also because of what he is as a receiving threat, he forces teams to play it a little bit differently. As would teams be playing differently if Jawan and, Ayuk were out there, right? But also, I'm not sure all these guys are playing to the point we needed them to play, right? Or that the Niners need them to play. I'm not sure Trent is what we've always come to know and love from him, which would make sense. I don't know if Puny's playing as well as he did last year as a rookie. So there's a lot of factors. Obviously, they got a new left guard in there. So there's a lot that goes into it.
Ross, you talked about, now I'm still shook about your Super Bowl pick. I mean, that's ultra confidence in this Niner team, but we saw a play. The Niners are down 15-13 after giving up a safety, 3rd down, 3rd and 9, and Zay Jones breaks up a pass, and it was, Upton Stout breaks up a pass to Zay Jones, who had the ball, Ross, but Upton Stout just stayed with it. It's incomplete. They got a punt. The Niners win the game. And I just say to you, after Wilkes and Sorensen, the former defensive coordinators, the back-to-back season for the Niners, it was bad. Just how great of a job is Saleh doing through 3 weeks? And, do you expect this to keep up? Because right now I'm just looking like, these young guys. But, man, Robert's got him in the right place. I mean, what are you seeing from the job he's doing?
Well, no question he's doing a good job. But I do think it needs to be said, last year, didn't they almost all get hurt? I mean, Fred was out there playing with a broken leg. Greenlaw was out. Hargrave got hurt. Hufunga I lost track. And I know that a lot of those guys aren't there this year. But at least it feels like they have more of the guys out there, obviously before this Bosa injury, but more of the guys out there that they were expecting to have out there, whereas last year, that's a big learning curve for a first-year D coordinator in Sorensen when, you got your best interior lineman, your best linebacker and a half, let's call it, your best. That was a tough one. And then obviously it was compounded by the injuries they had on the offensive side of the ball. And I know nobody driving around listening wants to hear about injuries. Oh, injuries are no excuse. Hey, guess what? I'm not saying it's an excuse. I'm just giving you the reason. I'm just telling you the reason. So we're going to learn a lot, Guru, about Saleh without Bosa. It's like when you're a broadcaster and the game's a blowout and it's 40-10 in the fourth quarter, you find out a lot about yourself as a broadcaster. Well, we're going to find out a lot about Saleh as a D coordinator without Bosa for the rest of this year.
Ross Tucker with us here on 95.7 The Game. I'm curious then, Ross, what do you think the adjustment should be? And I'm sure it's game to game and maybe even series to series and play to play. But without Nick Bosa, I mean, the numbers showed it. The pressure rate for the Niners on Sunday with Nick Bosa on the field versus without, apparent, like a very, very big difference. So is the adjustment with a young secondary? We talked about Upton Stout and Renardo Green and Marquis Siegel. Those are 2 rookies and a second-year guy. Is the adjustment to blitz more and try to affect the quarterback, not put it on your young defensive backs? If you are Robert Saleh trying to adjust to life without Nick Bosa, what do you think is adjustment number 1?
Yeah, and not that they never blitzed when Bosa was out there, but I think Saleh felt pretty comfortable that they could at least disrupt the quarterback with a 4-man rush as long as he had Bosa out there. Now, without Bosa, I'd be curious to see hear what his level of confidence is in the 4-man rush. Not always a sack, not always even a pressure, right? But just, bother the quarterback, annoy the quarterback. So I would expect them to bring more pressure. That doesn't mean it's all the time, but enough of a changeup so that the quarterback is very aware of it. He certainly does not want to put, all these young guys in positions to be man-to-man and having to cover all day, but you also don't want to have them in a position where they're totally isolated either. So, like I said, this is when it becomes, I think Saleh was a good coordinator in here's what I do, here's what we do, and we do it really, really well, almost like the Buffalo Bills. Now I think he's going to have to change it up a little bit and not be able to just do what he does, if that makes sense.
No, it does, Ross. And I told Grandy before we have you on, and when we have you on every other week, man, you do it all. You were out in the trenches, and I was listening to you do the Colts-Titans game, and I have to ask this because the Colts are 3-0, Niners are 3-0, Philly, Buffalo, that doesn't surprise me. They're 3-0, but Tampa Bay and the Chargers along with the Niners. But, Ross, are the Colts real? Have they impressed you? I know it's 3 weeks, but have they shocked you with what they've done through 3 weeks as well?
I'm not going to say shocked because I kind of thought, and people that listen to my show, the Ross Tucker podcast, know this. As soon as they signed him back in March, I thought it was going to work. I'm to the point now, Guru, and I just saw this last year with the Eagles and Saquon Barkley. The Giants right now is like where skill guys go to die. I mean, Saquon leaves the Giants, and he has more rushing yards than any running back in the history of the sport. And then you've got, obviously Daniel Jones leaves, and now he's playing this. I mean, Daniel Jones is probably the offensive player of the year right now. So are they going to have back-to-back Giants cast-offs or guys that the Giants let go be offensive player of the year in the league? That's how well Daniel Jones is playing right now. The Titans are not a good team, but they had a lead late in the third quarter against both the Rams as well as the Broncos. The Colts destroyed them at home in Nashville. They are super impressive right now.
They are. Hell of a beginning for Danny Dimes and the Colts. Ross, we appreciate your time, and we'll catch up with you again in a couple weeks.
Sounds great. See you guys. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Ross. That was Odyssey NFL insider Ross Tucker. Insider calls are brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. That question you just asked, Goo, it has my mind thinking about, you mentioned a bunch of the 3-0 starts. Yeah. So the Colts are one of them, the Chargers are one of them, the Niners, and then the more obvious ones like the Bills and the Eagles.
Tampa Bay's in there too.
Tampa Bay, good call. If we forget about preseason hype or expectations, right? Forget about power rankings.
Gotcha.
Power rankings are all
we get it
fake anyway because it's what you think that team is going to be as opposed to what they've proven or done. So if we just forget about everything other than these 3 weeks of football that we've watched, just these 3 weeks of football, I mean, where does the Niners 3-0 start rank among most impressive first 3 weeks of the season in the NFL? It's got to be up there, considering the injuries.
No doubt. And here's what I'm answering your question.
Colts got to be up there.
But I'm going to put the Chargers.
They're up there too.
Yeah, of the guy that's running it. I'm a big fan of his, Jimmy. Yeah, no doubt. And the Niners right beneath it, only because the Niners could have lost those games. They didn't, Grandy. They won them. But I can't ignore what they've been without. So I got to be honest. I'm floored on what Ross said about what I was saying about we all were Saleh about now. That's the like. Boy,
he also kind of
he
didn't really give Saleh a ton of credit. Right. He was like, yeah, Saleh's good and all, but like they're healthy.
It, but like now. Go to battle without Kobe or Jordan or Steph and then come back and tell me how good of a job. That's how I processed it, but we'll see. But you asked me a question. I'm going to put the Niners right underneath the Chargers and then Tampa third and Philly and Buffalo, I expect.
Where's Indiana or Indianapolis?
The Colts.
They got to be up there, right? I mean, they beat the Broncos, who maybe the Broncos aren't as good as we thought.
Okay, so let's do this right. I can hear that. All right, so I got the Chargers first, Niners. I'll go Colts because that is shocking. Tampa, Buffalo, Philly. So I'm giving you the outcast, but for him to say he had the Niners.
I mean, Philly's got to win over the Chiefs and the Rams.
Yeah, but I expect that.
Yeah,
I expect that.
And the Cowboys.
And then Buffalo.
And Buffalo's got to win over the Ravens.
Yeah, the dude who can throw a football in a tornado. You know what I mean?
Josh Allen.
Yeah, he is, man. And his wife's beautiful. Yeah. But those are my three.
The point is that you can, if you want, you can discredit the Niners' wins because of who they played.
See, I don't want to do that.
I don't want to do it either. There are people out there.
More credit because of what you've been without, Grandy.
Absolutely. And because of that point, I think it's comparable. At the very least, it's comparable to all the other 3-0 starts because those other teams have more impressive wins?
Exactly.
Yes. But those other teams are nowhere near as banged up as the Niners are already.
And now
although Tampa's getting close.
Yeah, well, you are right. And Evan's about to miss 3 to 4 weeks.
Yeah, they're playing without like 3 offensive linemen.
But it's funny, just going back to what Ross said and you brought up here, Kyle's already, if I call the offense his unit, he's already shown us, Grandy, hey, I can do it without my starting tight end. Arguably, Kelsey's fell off. The best tight end in football, I believe, is Kittle. He's done it without him twice. He's done it without his starting quarterback twice. Now, can Saleh, after Ross has me thinking, the Guru computer, okay, can you do what basically Kyle's done without arguably his best players? Can you do it without Bosa? Because, man, I didn't see that answer coming from him. But now that you sit back and think about it, it's like, okay.
Makes sense.
No doubt.
Like, I mean, I still think Saleh does a ton. We were talking about it earlier in terms of the mindset and the belief.
Yes.
Yeah, babysitting. And obviously the players deserve a ton of credit for going out there and executing. But I think Robert Saleh's impact is, and I mean, we think of defensive coordinators, and you think of, all right, call the right play in the right moment. Saleh rarely blitzes. Pick the right time to blitz, and you're doing your job. But I think what Saleh does, because we've seen now for 2 years with Steve Wilkes and with Nick Sorensen, and it was worse with Sorensen. It was just lifeless. You could tell that the belief wasn't really there.
I'm getting mad now. Wilkes got him to the Super Bowl, and they played their ass off at the Super Bowl.
They did.
But go ahead.
But it wasn't great for a ton of that year.
You.
That's why
bring your ass down to
specifically
the sideline.
Sorensen. It was bad. By the way, did you see what happened in Atlanta already?
No.
They're bringing Zach Robinson, their offensive coordinator, down to the sideline.
That's just the death signal, right? It's just
they fired passing game coordinator and wide receivers coach. Dude, Atlanta's already firing people.
Penix looked horrible. I know
that's what happens. You lose 30-0.
My neighbor had some chicken on it. He was awful.
Your neighbor.
Like, what are you looking at, dude? It was bad. I'm just saying,
it
Atlanta.
Was terrible.
Yeah, they were watch out for Atlanta. I don't know now.
But I think to Saleh's, maybe where
what you gonna do without Bosa?
Maybe where Ross is missing a little bit is obviously injuries are part of it, and maybe it's chicken or the egg. Do they not believe because of the DC, or do they not believe because of the injuries?
Right.
But there is a different vibe and energy and enthusiasm and belief in that group. And I think a lot of that has to do with Saleh.
Yes, and our guy Flea that called. He didn't play in the NFL. We love you, Flea, but he was the exact on the opposite street of what Ross said about Saleh and this defense. And Flea had some points. Who's out? What's my guy for the Vegas Raiders that's out there every down? Defensive lineman.
Oh, Max Crosby.
Oh my gosh, I feel like he plays more snaps than Bosa. That's just me. But Bosa's not. He wasn't out there every down, but he's a factor. And now we'll see how difficult it is to. Hey, I don't know what you think, Randy. Real quick, Jacksonville ain't no punk. The NFL is not a punk.
No, they're not
It's
a bad
hard.
team.
They're not a bad team. So
they should have beat
it
the
ain't gonna be
Bengals
a
in
walk the
Cincinnati.
park.
They should be 3-0.
Yeah, look at you.
They should be 3-0.
But they're not. Niners are.
Niners are 3-0.
Think they get to the playoffs?
The Niners?
Yeah. Right now, if I just gun to your head.
Yeah. Yeah.
Why am I thinking violence, gun to your head? Just if you had to go to the table and make a I'm watching
Just
too
a
much
figure of
TV.
speech,
Yeah.
Goo.
But yeah, you feel like they could get
I think
there,
they make
huh?
the playoffs.
All right.
Yeah. I think
I was hearing Willard and Dibs, and they were doing the schedule. You already got 3.
it's still hard for me to pick out like 6 losses or 7 losses on the schedule.
Yeah. I got you.
I kind of hate that my mind immediately goes to the reason why I feel that way is because of the schedule and not because of the team themselves.
That
But
is
like,
funny. It's what we do now.
You run through the schedule and you're like, well, I don't see them losing to so-and-so. Like, all right, that's a W. All right, that's a W. That's a W. I have a hard time finding like 8 losses.
Yeah.
And if you get to
That's
10,
a beautiful thing.
And if you're 10-7, Goo, like you're at least going to have a good shot to make the playoffs. If you're 11, you're in almost no matter what.
And I remember, and correct me if I'm wrong, I think it was 3-13. The Niners win, or 4-12. Then they bounced back 19, went to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And that was incredible. Like the Warriors in 2022 to me. Like you had mentioned earlier, came out of nowhere. But I'm going to plant my flag on. If it's 3 weeks, I know this. But if this continues and this version of the Niners were to qualify for the playoffs before kickoff, if that's a wild card or divisional round game, this would be Kyle's best work along with Saleh. With these youngsters, what you just were a year ago, 6 wins, and you were to come back and duct tape it without, all your guys, pulling their weight, all 17 games. Like, this has the ingredients, Grandy, of being a special coaching job.
It does. Yeah, absolutely.
And he's showing us now.
They have had some other seasons where they were injured and they still, like, the year they went to the NFC Championship game and lost to the Rams.
And should have been Tark catches that ball, they win. Yeah.
That was also an amazing coaching job because you had so much craziness that year, too.
No, you're right. And I think
this one will be up there.
Yeah,
right.
I got you.
Yeah. 888-957-9570. Let's go out to Chris in San Jose who wants to talk about this Niner team. And if you want to weigh in, give us a call. Again, 888-957-9570. Can the Niners win without Nick Bosa? Up next is Chris. Chris, what's up? How you doing?
Good morning, gentlemen. Guru, are you okay?
Yes, sir.
I'm just checking on you, brother. Make sure you're standing tall.
Okay, yeah, I'm good, baby. Thanks for checking.
I heard you got beat up yesterday. Kind of rough, huh?
Yeah, hey, we just had a show. You know how it is.
All right, don't let them do that to you. The offensive line, and it's obvious that Shanahan's system wrecks our physicality. We are constantly hurt. And, the running backs are taking a lot of punishment. There's sieves and holes in the offensive line. And we know Brock Purdy, his game is usually on roller skates. And that creates disaster and chaos. Your second-string quarterback is wearing a knee brace. And if we didn't secure the offensive line, the guys wouldn't have to take so much punishment. So don't make the fans think that we're going somewhere, because we're not. You beat cupcake teams, second-string quarterbacks. The mechanics on these quarterbacks are horrible. Bosa got the strip because the quarterback dropped the ball down to his waist before he threw the pass. If he keeps that ball above his shoulder, behind his ear, Bosa's nowhere around. So don't get hung up on Superman, Mr. Muscles. You're only so much, Bosa. You're human. You stop trying to be a hero because you're hurting yourself, hence you're hurting the team.
But,
so let's be honest.
All right. Let's be honest. I just want to say this to you because you're being pessimistic, and it's your right to. All I'm telling you is this team is 3-0. Woulda, coulda, shoulda. That's what you described. And you could call back in 3 weeks if they lost every game until then, and they would still be 500. My point is you can't be mad for any human or Niner fan right now wanting to jump in the pool. And you are right. Not oversighting, Grandy, that they've been close, but they've won games that they would have lost last year.
Thanks, Chris.
Yeah, Chris, I get where Chris was going, but until we get there, you can't be right, Chris. He was the neighbor knocking on the door right there. Chris, turn the music down because there's a party going on. And, hey, it might be over in 5 minutes, Chris, But until then, you can't make that call.
Yeah, you got to take advantage. Celebrate while you can.
No doubt. And Steve Benazzi in the chat is saying, Goo, slow down. They got the easiest schedule. I'm not telling you anything other than they're 3-0, Grandy, with this litany of injuries.
Yeah, I also think I'm not sure exactly what Chris was saying in terms of Nick Bosa being Superman. That's
saying
why
that you shouldn't celebrate or be excited. It sounded to me, I'm paraphrasing, being 3-0 because the only reason he got the fumble on Darnold was he threw the, woulda, coulda, shoulda, but it happened, Chris.
Maybe I'm misinterpreting. I thought Chris was saying the only reason Nick Bosa got hurt was because he was going too crazy, trying too hard.
He could. I didn't get that.
Maybe I misinterpreted it, but the only reason that there was a strip sack was because Sam Darnold is so bad and because Spencer Rattler is so bad. Like, you got to the quarterback, you beat your offensive lineman. Come on.
I don't like that.
Yeah.
They're 3-0. Regardless, now, if we have a conversation real quick, Randy, on staying power, that's a different conversation. But you and I don't control that, Chris, either. The players control that.
And now it becomes more difficult because you're without Nick Bosa. And let's hear from Dr. Pandya because he joined the guys in the morning today to talk about Nick Bosa's ACL tear. What does it mean for Nick? We can get into that. Plus, there's a whole lot more to dive into. That's what's coming up on The Game, brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. And that segment, Ross Tucker and all, was brought to you by the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans. It's Goo and Grandy on Steiny and Goo. Back with more next on 95.7 The Game.
There are children, friends, and families walking, riding, on paths and roads every day. Remember, they're real people with loved ones who need them to get home safely. Protect our cyclists and pedestrians, because they're people too. Go safely, California. From the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans.
Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center, under the medical direction of UCSF-affiliated physician Dr. Darby Clayson and Administrator Dan Daly, would like to congratulate Lynn Hamakawa as 2024's Caring for a Lifetime recipient. Lawton, located in San Francisco's Sunset District, is a 5-star facility and is also a U.S. News and World Report, as well as a Newsweek's top-rated nursing facility. If you or a loved one are in need of physical or occupational therapy, don't hesitate to call Dan Daly at 415-566-1200.
Coming to Freedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill, September 26th through the 28th for their fall clearance sales event. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. Save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their fall clearance sales event September 26th through the 28th for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
Hey, it's Joe Shasky here for Ceremony Ford, and let me keep it real with you. If you've been thinking about making the switch to an electric ride, now is the time to pull the trigger because Ceremony Ford in Colma is ending the summer with some heat. So check this out. Slide into a brand new 2025 Mustang Mach-E for just $225 a month on a lease. That's right, $225 a month for 36 months. Or if you're ready to buy, lock in 0% APR financing for 72 months and grab a $2,000 rebate. Who else is giving you that? Only Ford. But here's the kicker. The federal EV tax credits on Mach-E and the F-150 Lightning are about to expire September 30th. You wait, you lose. Don't let Uncle Sam keep your money. Ceremony Ford has one of the biggest inventories in Northern California, and they're ready to hook you up. Find them right off at 280 in Colma or online 24/7 at ceremonyford.com. That's Ceremony Ford, the Bay Area's Mach-E superstore. Tell them Butcher sent you.
When you own your own business, you need to keep things moving. Need to book a last-minute flight? Earn a $300 travel credit to cover that. Need to take a meeting before takeoff? Do it from the comfort of the Chase Sapphire Lounge by the club. Need to catch your breath before you board? Done. With $2,500 in annual value, the new Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business is the card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/sports. openphone.com/SPORTS.
Want to interact with the hosts but can't call? Text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line at 888-957-9570. Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
The Oakland Roots return to the Coliseum Tuesday, October 7th to take on Hartford Athletic. Be part of the movement. Get your tickets now at OaklandRootsSC.com. You can also catch all the action live on ESPN Plus and KTVU Plus. That's OaklandRootsSC.com.
This is McGruff the Crime Dog, and I need you to help me take a bite out of crime. Another teenager, victim to fake pills bought from social media. This doesn't seem like a drug deal, but it definitely is. Should buying prescription pills be that easy? Many fake pills contain fentanyl, and an amount small enough to fit on the tip of a pencil can be lethal. So listen, before buying pills from social media, think again. Learn more at McGruffPSA.org and go for real. Brought to you by USPTO and the National Crime Prevention Council.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, Joy. Oh, you are glowing.
Oh, hey. More like Mirajoyed. That Miralax helped me go. I was so backed up. Tried mega coffees, prune juice, everything. Then Miralax. And hello, gentle relief without the harsh side effects.
Ooh, how does it work?
It works naturally with the water in your body for constipation relief. Find Miralax today at your local retailer.
Use as directed for occasional constipation.
Introducing the new Dell AI PC powered by the Intel Core Ultra processor. It helps do your busy work for you, so you can fast forward through editing images, designing presentations, generating code, debugging code, summarizing meeting notes, finding files, managing a schedule, and responding to Jim's long emails. Leaving all the time in the world for the things you actually want to do. No offense, Jim. Get a new Dell AI PC at Dell.com/AI-PC. How those ahead stay ahead.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. No Steiny today. It's Goo and Grandy with you here on Steiny and Goo on 95.7 The Game. Goo, you heading down to Levi's on Sunday?
No.
Are you busy? You're busy.
I like watching in the lab.
Me too.
Seriously, I do, man. Especially football. I need to be right there like I'm on the 50-yard line.
Well, if you are going down to Levi's,
talk to me.
You should join 95.7 The Game at Laughing Monk Brewing in Sunnyvale for the kickoff show. Great food, great drinks, and great games in the parking lot. The show starts, that's the kickoff show, at 10 a.m. with Evan Giddings and Lo Neal, and all the early games will be on for you to watch. And get this, if you're going to the game, a free shuttle to and from the stadium. That's right, park at Laughing Monk for free, join the party, and then take the shuttle back and forth to the game. All you have to do to sign up sign up and reserve a spot. Do it now because space is limited. Go to 957thegame.com, click on the kickoff show graphic, and then click on the Eventbrite link and sign up, and we will see you there. I think this is a great way to take in a Niner game, Goo, because what you're talking about, you want to watch it in the lab so I can also watch all of the games.
And
when you go to a football game in person, you kind of are just blind to the rest of the NFL day. But you show up at 10 to Laughing Monk.
Yes.
You hang out with our guys, E and Lo.
Two of my favorites.
You watch the early slate of games.
Look at him.
You take a free shuttle to Levi's, and then you watch the Niner game. If you're going to do it, that's the way to do it.
Dude, I love it, and that's why I had them on last week, Lo and Evan, and they were great. But, Grandy, I'm about to put you on the spot. And to Chris, I didn't get my ass kicked yesterday. Anyway, I got to say this to you. I need to know where your loyalty lies.
Okay.
And just give me your honest answer.
Okay.
So
I'm nervous.
I'm in the lab. eat my Jimmy Dean sausage sundae, hash browns, put a little cheese on it.
Sounds delicious.
Oh, hot sauce. And after I went to the gym early morning, shout out 24 Hour Fitness, and I get a text from the boss in the station's account on Twitter, Low Neal's getting ready, talking smack about, a race Low and I are going to have.
I know where you're going.
49er Frankie told me I was looking a little slimmer yesterday. I did a video on TikTok, and I was like, I'm in the lab a little bit. Grandy, I understand, and Steiny and everybody, I understand Low was a fullback years ago. But if we race right now, do you think it would just be a blowout? It's okay. We'll finish.
I mean, I don't know about blowout. I think low wins, and it's probably not super close.
But you understand, I'm taller than my legs are longer than his. I'm not rerun. I don't have a piano back.
I hear you, Goo.
I could just the easiest thing to do in life is run.
I know you're an athlete, Goo. You're an athlete. But we're talking about a professional athlete, and I know that Low's playing days are long gone. but I mean, he's still a physical specimen.
All right.
When was the last time you saw him in person, Goo? He's still a big
last
dude.
Time I did 50 push-ups in here.
Guru. I know what you think, but I just don't know if you're ready for this smoke.
I mean,
One day it's gonna
that was
happen.
last year, right?
Yeah, that was
or at least
last year.
maybe early 2025.
And I saw him in the studio. He told me to do 50 push-ups. I went over there on air.
Yeah, I remember that. It was great content. That was amazing.
But yeah, something about outstanding balance. But anyway, you got Low. All right, I just asked you. I
love you, Goo. And you're going to be mad that I said it this way. For dudes your age, you are still like, I would imagine, near the top in terms of your athletic ability.
Okay, and Grandy, if I'm playing
But we're
with
talking about a pro athlete.
full court basketball nerds, you still got to be able to move to play. So my knees are moving.
I'm not saying you can't move. Low can move real fast is all I'm saying.
I got you.
888-957-9570. Paul and Tracy wants to weigh in. It's Goo and Grandy with you here on Steiny and Goo. What's up, Paul?
Hey, guys. How you doing? Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, for sure. What do you got?
Yeah, so I want to talk about the O-line and how good they have been the last two games. They have given only 2 or 3 sacks, and Mac is just standing there, throwing 80 times and getting the wide open receivers. And regarding Purdy, do you think he bails out left or right way too much because he can't see over the linemen? Because last 2 games, they have been just fine. Mac is just standing there and throwing wherever he wants to throw. What do you guys think?
Thanks for the call, Paul. What do you think, Goo?
And I'm going to throw it back to you. I think they have their franchise quarterback. They took that all into account, the height, the weight, the width, however you want to draw it up, whatever ruler you want to use in regard to measurements, and decided Brock Purdy has gotten us to a Super Bowl. Nobody asked for me to run this down, but I'm going to because this is my answer. He's got you to 2 NFC championship games. So in Brock, they believe. But I'm being honest to that point. When I watch Mac throw and drop back, I just feel like, there are some things. Do I dare say, because arm strength, shout out Film on Mike. I don't want to get into that. I'm giving to Mac Jones, but that's not the one trait that makes a quarterback. But Grandy, when I watch him throw some of these out routes and outside the hashes, I'm saying, I don't know if Brock could do that or do it over and over. So there is a little speck of difference that I see from Mac Jones, but I'm not ready, and I don't think the caller's asking me to say he's a better quarterback than Brock. But I am amazed at 80 pass attempts in 2 games. Kyle's telling us something.
It's a big number.
But what if you're right? And I think our guest, Ross Tucker, alluded to it. Maybe it's a byproduct because they can't have the success that they want running the ball.
Defense has a say, and I would imagine, maybe it's a little different because Mac is like the upper echelon of backup quarterbacks. Like it's different with Jake Browning, right? Like what did the Vikings do?
Beat their crap out of them. But
the Vikings stuffed the box and said, Chase Brown, you're not running.
Right. Wow.
And as a Chase Brown fantasy owner, I'm upset.
Ouch.
But they said, all right, Jake Browning, you're going to have to beat us through the air if you're going to beat us. And that's already a really good Minnesota defense. It becomes 10 times more difficult to throw the ball. I would imagine what the Saints and what the Cardinals' game plan was especially when you factor in no Kittle and against the Cardinals, no Juwan. Hey, Mac, if you're going to beat us, you're going to have to beat us through the air. And Niners try to establish the run game early. It does not work. They can't get first downs. The only way they can move the chains is by throwing the ball, even on early downs. Yeah. And the Niners just say, you know what? We're moving the ball decently here through the air. Why would we go back to the run at that point? Yeah. And I think the defense is just having a big say in it.
No doubt. And I'll give Arizona, I'm crazy. I'm sharing with you, Grandy. You didn't ask. I got to tell you, that bird on the side of their helmet start getting evil at times. Like, before the play, I'm like, man, they were pecking. And that pocket was collapsing a little bit. Like, Mac Jones wasn't comfortable all day against Arizona. Like, there was some...
I mean, the Niners scored 16 points. They had 355 yards of total offense, but 16 points. It was not easy.
They were moving that pocket at times, and it was, he had to get rid of the ball. So
I mean, Niners had 5.7 yards per play.
Yeah.
But 16 points.
Have you asked yourself, Grandy, are you ready for the game? And it might be this week at home against Jacksonville when Brock does come back to just assess or the compare-contrast of how Kyle calls the game or how it's going to look? Or do you think, you know what, Goo, you're asking me a loaded question, but it'll probably look the same. I'm curious to see if the variance, if it looks different.
I'm going to give you something that Ross Tucker gave you. That's a good question.
He did.
You got that.
I hope
you got that from
Not
Ross.
like Willard Dibs, but I got it.
That's a good question. I'm ready for the discourse to get frustrating is what I'm ready for. Because I think we're going to see more success in the run game, less passing. But the reason we're going to see less passing is because the run game works better, and everyone's going to take that as Shanahan doesn't trust Brock as much as he trusts Mac. But that's the way I see this going.
And that's what this job is. Come on, man. That's how they think. Fan is short for fanatic.
Yeah.
But if you are correct, Grandy, real quick, and we see the success on the ground, I don't think it'll be that. I think it'll be obvious. But what if that run is nothing? Seattle,
it's going to be up
there.
to Brock. Okay. It's going to be up to Brock. We can get into that on the other side. That segment was brought to you by Safeway. Plus, we will let you hear what Dr. Pandya had to say about Nick Bosa's ACL. You're not going to want to miss it. He was on with the Joes on the Morning Roast earlier today. We'll get to that and a whole lot more. Again, that segment brought to you by Safeway. It's Goo and Grandy on Steiny and Goo. More next on 95.7 The Game.
Head to Safeway this week for this amazing deal and more for members. USDA Choice Beef New York Strip Steak Bone-In Mega Packs, just $9.99 per pound. Visit Safeway.com for more details. See you in the aisles.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Grab the keys to a new Toyota. Fall's calling. Time to own every mile, every trail, every turn. Take on California's wildest outdoor adventures with Toyota's proven reliability backing you all the way. Get a low-cost lease on the dynamic 2025 RAV4 or shop the industry's best lineup of fuel-efficient hybrid SUVs like the 36 MPG Grand Highlander Hybrid and the 38 MPG Toyota Crown Signia. Toyota, let's go places. Offer available through TFS to buyers with premium-rated credit ends 9/30/25.
When your reputation's on the line, you don't leave anything to chance, especially your primer. Painters trust Kills primers for a smooth start, strong adhesion, and serious stain-blocking power. And now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results, faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
This is Chris Dolan.
And I'm Vanessa Deniston, senior attorney from the Dolan Law Firm. Chris, what's with all these out-of-town personal injury firms coming into the Bay Area with these catchy jingles and funny names?
Unlike the Dolan Law Firm, most of these firms are from out of state or in L.A.
The Dolan Law Firm is headquartered right here in San Francisco, going on 30 years.
We live here, we work here, we win here. The Dolan Law Firm, we're the best lawyers we hope you'll never need. DolanLawFirm.com.
Is your house more trouble than it's worth? Dealing with endless repairs or difficult tenants? Inherited a house and unsure what to do next? At John Buys Bay Area Houses, we make selling your house simple. Sell as is without any fees, commissions, or hassles. Start fresh. Don't let your house hold you back. Call 510-800-JOHN or search online for John Buys Bay Area Houses to get a fair cash offer today.
Start fresh with John Buys Bay Area Houses.
Brought to you by Stevens Creek Subaru. Custom order your next Subaru at StevensCreekSubaru.com.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
From carriage house to glass aluminum doors, R&S Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly.
At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro on them. It's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
The 24 monthly bill credits on experience beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits ended, balance due if you pay off earlier. Cancel. Finance agreement iPhone 17 Pro, 256 gigs, $1,099.99 and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1/2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
85 degrees today in San Francisco under sunny skies.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. Happy Tuesday. No Steiny today. It's Goo and Grandy with you on Steiny and Goo on 95.7 The Game. I'm feeling good. I mean, we're talking about Nick Bosa, and it's kind of a downer, but I'm feeling good, Goo. Niners are 3-0.
Yeah, and you should be, because if you watch, and I always pat myself on the back for coming up with stuff that I don't think other people do. Teams are starving for wins on Thursday, Monday night, and Sunday in the NFL. And the fact that the Niners have pulled out 3 of them, Grandy, so now it's just about, can you get to 10 or can you get to 11? And if you want to play the schedule game, go ahead and do that. But, man, Kittle will be back. But I'll say this, proceed with caution. Have you seen the meme of the 49ers helmet? Instead of SF, it's got the wheelchair.
Yes.
Whoever comes up with that stuff, I'm sorry. It's like that applies
here. Or the
here.
49 IRs instead of 49ers.
Gotta be delicate with those calves.
Hey, I hadn't seen that one. That's pretty damn good. But the bottom line is, I guess I got to be careful on, when the band will get back together, that they won't lose anybody.
The whole band ain't getting back together.
There you go, man.
The whole offensive band could get back together.
Yeah.
And that might happen, 3 weeks from now if Kittle only misses 4 games.
But as excited as I am on this draft choice and how pretty Ricky looks, that's what I'm calling him. He looks smooth, dope. I mean, man, I am shocked. But they got to put up more points. That's just on the docket for this team with this Bosa injury. And we hadn't even got to what it means, the macro part of it, going forward. Is the deal good or whatnot? The bottom line is they're undefeated. But, man, Evan, Grandy, I got to really, really ask the offense. You guys got to take it up a notch, too. This is just not on the defense and Saleh. You got to score more. And I just don't know why they're not.
So what do you think that'll look like? Who do you need more from? Is it the offensive line? I mean, because so many people are, up in arms about McCaffrey's touches. And what does he have through 3 games?
Because he had 27
Game
Sunday.
1, he had 31 touches.
Woo,
then he
man.
had 19. So through 2, that's 50.
All right.
And then 27. So
77.
77
So that's
through
on
3
pace
games.
of what if you did it over 17?
I'll figure that out
you
for
went
you
to college
really
later
quick.
than I did.
Well, I'm bringing out my calculator.
Okay, look, my man.
That's 25 and 2/3 touches per game. And then 17 games, that's 436 touches.
No, I mean, but he's done it in his career. And I guess at this point, I know it's going to sound crazy, Randy, do you just ride him till the wheels fall off and just look at Kyle Shanahan like, hey, dudes, I'm showing you guys I can win with the next man up. I can win with the Garoppolo. I can win with Mr. Irrelevant because he's obviously, as a Niner fan, I want my star to touch the ball that many times. And then when he gets hurt, I'm the same fan that's saying, Grandy, why did you use him like that when you knew he was hurt? So it is what it is, but I think Kyle's sending the message, he don't care.
I think he cares. But there's to a degree, and you can let us know, 888-957-9570. I think we can all agree that without Nick Bosa, everyone needs to do more. Okay. That's not just the defense. That's the offense has to score more points.
Because Ross Tuckers of the world are looking at you to see, do you think Ross was being too unfair to expect Robert Saleh to do something, to pull a rabbit out of his hat without Bosa and his services, or because I was gloating or giving Robert Saleh his praise, guys like that and gals will be like, yeah, come see me now. Let's see what he can do without Bosa.
I think you guys are both right. Saleh's done a really good job, but now also, it gets tougher. And now prove to us that you're the best DC in football. Yeah. But, the Niners offense has scored 17 points, 26 points, and 16 points in the 3 games. They're not setting the world on fire. We could talk about Mac Jones throwing the ball on average 40 times in his 2 starts. It's not like that's turning into 30-plus point performances. 26 points against the Saints.
Now, DeMarcus Robinson will be back.
True, and 16 points versus Arizona. I bring up the Christian McCaffrey touches because generally for this Niner offense to score more, you feel like you're going to need more from Christian McCaffrey. Maybe not on a per touch or on a touch total basis, but more explosive and get into the end zone more.
They don't have a rushing touchdown.
The only team in the NFL without a rushing touchdown.
That's crazy.
The 49ers.
And they were down there trying to get a touchdown, and McCaffrey tried to stretch it out wide. No, I just wow.
And then decided to throw it on 4th and goal with a hobbled Mac Jones.
Kyle went NWA.
Okay.
That's Ice Cube's old rap group. He went gangster.
Oh, I know NWA.
Yeah,
who do you think I am?
Granted, I had to, my bad. I owe you one.
I don't know NWA?
Like you had no hip-hop authors. I don't know, Bob. It's almost hoop time too, Grandy. But yeah, that pass to McCaffrey on 4th and goal, that blew me away.
You're talking about how great the coaching job has been, and I'm not disagreeing with you. Right, they're 3-0.
Right.
But can I for a sec just it's not a gripe, but just a couple points of frustration with Kyle.
Yeah.
With Kyle. So Mac Jones hobbled. Okay? 3rd and goal. Where was that from? The 1 or the 2? I think it was the 1. 3rd and goal from the 1, and they had just tried to get McCaffrey in the end zone. It didn't work. And clearly Mac is hobbled. We've seen him limping around for a couple of plays at least. And they call a stretch play to McCaffrey to the right side. And on the stretch, the quarterback actually has to kind of pretty quickly get out there to hand the ball off. McCaffrey's going to the right, so Mac takes the snap and then quickly turns over his right shoulder and sprints out to the right side to meet McCaffrey in his angle. Tried to. And he's so hobbled, he has to dive to get the ball to McCaffrey on time. And he just barely got it to him, barely. And McCaffrey did a great job, honestly, of getting back to the line of scrimmage because he was like, there were 3 dudes in the backfield, and he managed to like slip through them and get back to the line of scrimmage. So now it's 4th and goal. The backdrop is your quarterback can't move. And what do you call? You call a drop back to pass where Mac is like bootlegging to the left, and it's like, what? Mac can barely move. Kyle, what are you doing?
And the pass didn't even go in the end zone. It was short, even if he catches it.
And there was a missed assignment. There's a pass rusher right in Mac's face. But honestly, that is like, that's secondary to me. I don't get that play call, first of all, because you have a hobbled quarterback that can't move. Okay, that's one issue. And then later on when the Cardinals punted away, and like a freaking idiot, Sky Moore calls for a fair catch at the 5-yard line. They get the ball. They're backed up. Mac is still limping. You're at the 6, and you're still having you still have a limping quarterback. First 2 plays, drop back passes.
The result
and then it results in a safety. What are we doing?
9 out of 10 times, Grandy, you're on fire.
Ball.
Those are ball game. And the line would have been around the corner coming at Kyle. But I guess in a crazy world, he's doing, what's the guy that rode the skateboard? Tony Hawk type stuff. Lick bomb, no hands. Like, you can't defy the odds the way that you're doing. And now I got to see how old you are. Fred Sanford, he was gimpy. He walked with a limp. That's how Mac Jones looked on that handoff. After we're like, dude, not call the timeout. He's hurt. What are you doing? He got away with it. But Grandy, also, too, I don't need a doctor. I know I suffer from be quietitis. Like, it was so hard as you talked and illustrated what those plays were for me not to jump in.
Jump in.
I know I suffer from be quietitis.
It's your show, Goo. Jump in.
But what about the 4th and 2? And it worked. I'm just saying there could have been a different play to allow Mac to go up top. It worked. Great pass.
It did work.
And a great catch by Pearsall.
Gutsy.
But Kyle is operating from there's no fear. He's just letting them hang, man.
Hey, I love that he's going for it on 4th down more often.
Maybe that's why they're 3-0. The Seattle game, they went for it a couple times. One to time, just like,
that might have
Kyle,
been
Kyle unplug right now.
That might have been purely Jake Moody. Now it's just Kyle being aggressive.
No
but
doubt.
You're right. I mean,
man,
I for quite a while have felt that Kyle Shanahan's biggest oversight has been his conservative decision-making on 4th downs.
Yeah, but that play, as they went to get the field goal, Arizona wasn't, I call it a screen to McCaffrey, the dump off, and that was ball game.
Oh, yeah.
But I do think of B. Robinson. Like, they gave him a toss, it went for like 11 yards, and I looked at it.
It went for like 19 yards.
But give me more of that.
Yeah,
Where did
19 yards.
19.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, he didn't found something. Arizona's tired. It's hot out here.
He didn't have a carry until the 4th quarter.
And again, they got the win, but those are things I'm like, Kyle, you didn't thunder and lightning. Robinson's a big boy to me. He's not an easy tackle, and he just didn't do that, went away from him, but you said it for 19 yards.
Yeah. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. It's Goo and Grandy here today on a Tuesday on Steiny and Goo on 95.7 The Game, talking about Nick Bosa's ACL tear, talking about how the Niners can try to win football games without him. I'm going to go to the phones in a sec, but what do you got?
Have you thought about just this impact on Bosa in his career, or have we seen the best of Bosa? To you, Grandy, do you think that's fair or not? Goo, you're asking a question with science now. I don't know. Where are you at just when you hear that this is the, second season-ending devastating injury he suffered to his lower extremity?
I love you, Goo. I honestly really hate you asked me that question because
I think I know your answer.
That thought has crossed my mind the last 24 hours, and honestly, every time it pops in, I'm just like, I don't want to think about it.
All right. So
it's a fair question to ask.
I got you.
But it's just
we won't know the answer either.
But it's also just emotionally, I'm not ready to even consider the fact that Nick, not that his career is over by any stretch, but that he might not ever be what he was.
Wow.
I mean, so the last time he came off of an ACL tear,
give that to me.
So he tore his ACL week 2, 2020.
Okay.
The next year, he played 17 games and had 15 and a half sacks.
Let's go.
Wasn't a DPOY, but then the next year,
he got it.
2022, 16 games played out of 17, 18 and a half sacks, led the NFL, and was an all-pro first-teamer and defensive player of the year. But that's also age 25.
I got you.
The age 24 and 25 seasons.
And again, I
And
heard
next
the
year
guys
will be
in
age 29 season.
Yeah, I heard the guys in the morning with Bonte, Shaskins, Badoni talking about this, and I had the thought, and we kind of talked about it yesterday a bit, but Grandy, there's no doubt in my mind, his contract situation, he was going to hold out next year to get some new money. And now I think that's totally the last thing he's probably thinking about now, but that's totally off the table now because you lost all leverage getting hurt here.
Yeah. I mean,
and he'll be fine from the money, but you
torn
know what
ACL,
I mean.
played 2 games in 2020, torn ACL, plays 3 games in 2025. Beyond that, he's been healthy.
Yeah, no doubt.
16 games as a rookie, 17 in 2021, 16 in 22, 17 in 23, 14 last year.
Now, what I don't like is the 19 and a half combined sacks the last 2 years.
Yeah.
That's, because he almost equaled that in the year he got DPOY.
18 and a half. Yeah.
But now it's get the quarterback by committee, and Ross Tucker, he kind of set the bar for me. And, I sound like I'm in love, but I do love the job that Saul has done with the youngsters and everybody. That defense now is going to really, really get tested.
Let's go back out to the phones, 888-957-9570. Fabian's in Maryland and wants to weigh in. What's up, Fabian?
Hey, what's up, guys? I got some Niner comments, but Goo, I got a question for you. You could answer this.
Okay, I'm right here, baby.
Do you want, or do you think the Cowboys should give Micah Parsons a video tribute?
I wouldn't give him. I'm being serious here. Hell no. No video tribute. And you got 1 playoff sack in 4 games and dipped up out of there? Hell no. If they I'll turn it all in if they give him a tribute. Hell no. And Jerry said as much. He said ain't no tribute coming. We still hurt and losing. Well, go ahead.
Yeah, he did say no tribute.
No tribute.
Wow, okay. No, just with the Niners, I was going to say, I think we're in a good spot. We're winning games that we would have lost last year. I think luck is on our side. We got a kicker who seems like he can deliver. I mean, the Bosa thing is, a gut punch, but, we're winning road games and division games and conference games. Easy schedule. I think there's more positive to look at than there are reasons to be nervous. Plus, I think there is a big trade coming for us down the road. So, I think we'll be fine. We're going to miss Bosa, but I think we're good to go. And that's it.
Appreciate the call, Fabian. It's interesting because as we got that call, we got a text that came in, Goo, on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line from the 925. The 925
Walnut
writes,
Creek.
The irony is that he, being Bosa, was never what y'all thought he was. The guy makes about $2 million per sack. His only year of Defensive Player of the Year and All-Pro was a year that T.J. Watt was out. I mean, between Fabian and between the 925, couple of Niner fans, at least people that watch Niner games that are feeling like Nick Bosa not that valuable.
And I'm going to keep it all the way 100 with you, Grandy. And I've said on these same airwaves, these same microphones, I've saw Bosa go through a playoff run a couple years ago and didn't record a sack. That's that's it. So I've always been asking for more, and I'm not going to sit here and act like that didn't happen. But I'm also not going to sit up here in front and say he wasn't off to a good start, and he was an anchor along with Fred Warner and a leader to these youngsters, because that's the bottom line. But I do get the sentiment that's out there that he might have been overpaid, outside of the DPOY. And it's the whole Janet Jackson thing, right? What have you done for me lately? But this year, he was in on 2 game-winning plays where the defense saved the game. New Orleans and Seattle. And
Absolutely.
So, I mean, this is a loss, no matter what you feel or think of him.
I know you've been trumpeting this, and you're right to do it. Nick Bosa played basically 1 quarter on Sunday. The game was 0-0. And he goes out, Niners beat the Cardinals 16-15.
That happened, Grandy.
But let me read this stat to you. And I referenced this to Ross Tucker. I didn't have the numbers in front of me in the moment. Bad hosting by me, but I have them now. The Niners' pressure rate with Nick Bosa on the field on Sunday. So when Nick Bosa is on the field, how often on dropbacks are they pressuring Kyler Murray? 45.5% of the time. So nearly 50% of Kyler Murray's dropbacks when Bosa was on the field, Niners in some way, shape, or form pressured Kyler Murray. When Bosa's off the field, how often were they pressuring Kyler Murray? 28% of the time.
That's a dip.
45% to 28%.
And now that will be tested when Trevor Lawrence is in town if that trend were to continue. But now you got me, granted, I'm like Dibs. I love to watch the games again. It's just fun. It's just what I do.
You be in the lab.
Yeah, there you go. But now that's going to be tested because I'm thinking about Kyler Murray and him just knowing 97 wasn't coming for him. You know, how comfortable was he? You couldn't tell by their production. I know they scored after the Niners took the lead and, breakdown coverages. But this is opportunity number one to see Jacksonville come in here. And there's nothing worse, Grandy, and I think we saw it last year too, when pressure's not getting home and the quarterback can shave, make a bologna sandwich back there, do whatever, even on an incompletion, but just know I can let these routes develop. I got all the time in the world to throw as opposed to, oh, my God, I got to run for my life.
Well, and the other half of this is Kyler Murray's average time to throw was half a second longer with Bosa without Bosa on the field. So Bosa off the field, Kyler Murray on average took an extra half a second to throw. And in the NFL world, in the defensive back world where you're trying to cover these amazing athletes, a half second is a big deal.
Everything.
And when you're the Niners and you've got, I'm not saying that these are bad players, and I think we had a caller who might have confused what I was saying with what you were saying, because I think he credited something that I said to you, and he was upset.
I'll take it.
He was upset that one of us said it. I'm not saying Ronaldo Green's a bad player, or Marquise Siegel's a bad player, or
I get it.
Or Upton Stout's a bad player. I'm not saying that at all, but those are young guys. And when you're going up against some great receivers, and by the way, this division has amazing receivers. Like the division, the leaders in terms of yards across the NFL, it's Jackson Smith and Jigba, it's Puka Nacua, and it's Ricky Pearsall.
Puka Doncic.
And those are all in this division.
I got you. And I'm
like
not
you got good receivers that this team is going up against. And if you, on average, give the opposing quarterback an extra beat to throw a ball, you're asking your young corners and safeties to cover for an extra half a second. That's the difference, maybe, in giving up a 20-yard gain or getting an incompletion.
No doubt. And I'll say this to that, Grandy, you are spot on, and I'm not putting young Chris Olave in that category at all.
He's not bad.
But Ronaldo Green fell down and Olave dropped a touchdown.
Yep.
You just think, woulda, coulda, shoulda. You know, our first call we took of the day, but if that doesn't happen, you know, and they're learning. They're all learning. Green. So, I mean, man, I just believe this injury to me, when it's all said and done, Grandy, from a defensive standpoint and maybe a team standpoint, because now it's not cute, and it hasn't been, our offense almost got in. Now it's imperative that you get as many points or take advantage of field position, times in the red zone. But the margin of error collectively for this team,
absolutely.
I think now is minute as opposed to what it was with Bosa.
Yeah. We're talking out every angle of this Nick Bosa injury for the Niners on 95.7 The Game, presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. And then it goes back to something we were talking about earlier, Goo, because the onus is on the defense and Robert Saleh to make up for Nick Bosa, but it's also on the offense to score like 24 or more points per game. Brock may be back this Sunday against Jacksonville. We will see. But, I mean, this is a hot topic, and it's going to be a hot topic, I think, all season long, Christian McCaffrey's touches, because naturally you think, all right, you need to score more points. That means you're going to need more from Christian McCaffrey, but I don't think anybody feels comfortable putting more on McCaffrey's plate at this point, do you?
Well, 27 touches and, 2 weeks removed from touching it 31 times. So, I mean, my goodness, he's getting the calls, He's not, I guess, what I'm telling you, Grandy, and I thought, in New Orleans, when that number, the total number had went down, I believe it was 19 or something, 17, I was like, okay, maybe he's on a pitch count. He's not. So,
17 touches.
But the way this team's been hit with the injury bug.
Pardon me, 19 touches.
Okay, now he's got to, you got to think of every player that doesn't even have injury history. That Fred Warner, that something might, something bad might happen. But, man, Grandy, I honestly don't believe the Austin and San Jose's and the others that are saying he's slowed down. I don't know if I see that. I judge that as when he gets loose like a deer in the woods and it's just him in the end zone and the carpet. that's when I can say, okay, Grant, he still got that burst, but when you got stuff in front of you, this 3.4 yards, per carry that he's averaging, I think that's him, and also mostly the offensive line.
Well, I'm curious. I'm going to look this up as we go. So week 1 in Seattle, Niners had the ball for 38 minutes.
Oh, man.
And McCaffrey had 31 touches as a result. So they controlled time of possession, right, and McCaffrey has a bunch of touches as a result. Week 2 versus the Saints, Niners controlled the ball for about 31 minutes. So it was basically split, and McCaffrey had 19 touches. So
a lot in the air, about this, almost the same.
Yeah, it was... he had six catches in New Orleans, 13 carries, 19 touches, but the time of possession was basically even. And then this past week versus the Cardinals, time of possession was...
They won that.
Yeah, they won that. 25 minutes for the 49ers, but still, we're talking about 27 touches for McCaffrey. So in terms of touch per possession or per time of possession, this was by far the largest.
Yeah.
This was the most that McCaffrey was asked to do in terms of how many plays are you even running in the first place?
Man, and I just think of that sequence that we keep talking about that, resulted in turnover and downs, the 4th and 2 where he's throwing to McCaffrey and he got popped. They couldn't just line up mano-a-mano and we're just going to run it up the gut and get in the end zone. That didn't happen.
Yeah. I got a thought on the McCaffrey touches, though, and we can get to that because his importance only gets amplified when what you're talking about, you need more from the offense. We'll get to that when we come back. That's what's coming up on The Game, brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. And that segment was brought to you by Moderna. It's Goo and Grandy with you. I'm in for Steiny on Steiny and Goo. More coming up next on 95.7 The Game.
mNEXSpike COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna has arrived. To learn more and find it near you, visit mnexspike.com. That's mnexspike.com.
Come into Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill, September 26th through the 28th for their fall clearance sales event. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. Save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their fall clearance sales event September 26th through the 28th for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
When you own your own business, you own every decision.
Catch the red eye or take the 6 a.m.
Make a new hire or promote internally.
Celebrate a win with the toast at the gate or unwind at the lounge. Big props to this team.
Some decisions are a win-win, like earning 8 times points on Chase Travel. Introducing Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business. With $2,500 in annual value, it's the business card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Open Phone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Open Phone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Open Phone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Open Phone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Open Phone. Open Phone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Open Phone for free at openphone.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/sports. openphone.com/SPORTS.
Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. I know finding a dream engagement ring can be overwhelming, but don't worry, we got you. As director of diamond sourcing, it's my job to make sure every single diamond at Shane Company is truly the best of the best. Our team travels the world to see diamonds up close, in person. We handpick each one for its unique fire, brilliance, and scintillation. Diamond buying is an art. Of course, we look at cut, color, clarity, and carat, known as the 4 C's. But that's not all. We also look at how each diamond looks on a hand, where it will be worn, how it makes you feel, and if it's worthy of a Shane Company customer. That type of expertise only comes from working for a company that's been a family business since 1929. We also think about your budget. We only pick the best in each grade in all shapes and sizes. Your diamond is guaranteed to be the most beautiful because a friend wants you to pick from only the best. Drop by your store or shaneco.com and see for yourself. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by your workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help you get back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Tulsa is my home now.
Academy Award nominee Sylvester Stallone stars in the Paramount Plus original series, Tulsa King.
This distillery is a very interesting business. And we gotta know the enemy.
From Taylor Sheridan, co-creator of Landman.
What are you saying? I'm a rat! If you think you're gonna take me on, it's gonna be really difficult.
Tulsa King. New season now streaming exclusively on Paramount Plus.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
At Straight Talk, we get it. You say no a lot.
Mom, can I get a tarantula?
No.
Coffee?
No. So we're giving you more reasons to say yes, like a free 5G phone with real unlimited data with select plan activation.
Can I use the free phone?
Yes. See? Doesn't it feel good to say yes to more?
Absolutely. Face tattoo?
Absolutely not. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Taxes and fees apply. In-store activation of Gold Unlimited plan or higher required. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
What is it that makes the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid an incredible SUV? Is it the spacious interior that's comfy for the whole crew? Or the capability to go off-road? Maybe it's up to 600-plus miles of range. What if it's all of that and more? What is it then? The all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. So much more than just another SUV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
It's the Guru, Steiny Guru, Steiny Guru, Steiny Show. Let's go.
Yeah, Grandy, I owe you an apology.
You do?
The NWA, that hurt me to think you didn't know who they were. And I wasn't profiling. That just, I don't know why. I just thought you were too young. But I do have a quick question for you.
Yeah?
As a hashtag random part of the show. Evan Giddings, just like you are trying to be play-by-play guys for any team, I have to ask you, because before you answer, Troy Aikman and Buck are my favorite combo to watch. If I was my last game I had to watch. You were in heaven
last night,
no doubt. Those are my guys. Who are yours, real quick?
Really quick about that team.
For football,
now that it's Monday Night Football and they're on ESPN, and you go from Joe Buck and Troy Aikman to the postgame show with Scott Van Pelt, that's like pretty elite.
And Bad Beats is the best thing.
Bad Beats is great. I think my favorite football play-by-play guy, obviously.
You better know, not think.
It's different on TV and on radio. Like those are two entirely different things. I really like Ian Eagle on CBS.
Ian
Eagle might be my favorite
and
NFL.
He does hoop too.
He does do hoop. Yeah. He's amazing. He's amazing. I mean, he created everything.
But no Harlan? He's Superman.
Harlan's good too. I think I like Harlan on basketball more than football.
Yeah, Harlan's incredible too, though.
I mean, Willard does a great Harlan impression.
I hadn't heard it.
You hadn't? Okay, we'll do it. We'll ask him to do it in the crossover. He'll do the
That's not easy.
He'll do the right between the eyes, like a big three right in front of the defender.
Dude, that's great.
Yeah. And it sounds just like Kevin Harlan.
All right.
Willard does a great Kevin Harlan. So you have to have him do it for us. But yeah, I think Ian Eagle for me, my favorite play-by-play guy.
What's easier for you play-by-play? Because I know you and Evan.
In terms of sport?
Yeah, the sport.
Easiest. I don't know. They're all different because, like football, you need to have a good analyst.
Yeah.
Because it's such a intricate game, right? And if you're doing it by yourself or you got a bad analyst, like I think it becomes so much more difficult. Basketball is tough because it's so fast paced.
Talk to me.
And if you like get behind or you struggle, like you'll be behind quick and it's hard to catch up and hard to get into a rhythm. But if you're in a rhythm, it's really fun. Baseball is challenging not because it's so hard to like follow it, but it's slow and there's so much downtime. So there's so much other things that you have to fill the downtime with. So like the prep for baseball and football is so much more tough because you have to have like stories and you have to have like
Ross
background
Tucker
on all these guys.
and that's what I was going to ask you. Like, where do you know is too much or not enough if the game is just out of hand? I didn't think about that.
And then blowouts are tough because no one cares about what the left guard did when it's 40-17.
But like Krupp and Kipe, I can listen to
they're the best at that.
They're like, tell me about your mailman. Yeah. I just love it.
But yeah.
When it's done.
It's different. It's different for every sport. There's no doubt. And on Sunday, we got Niners football in action again. And on Sunday, we're going back to Laughing Monk Brewing in Sunnyvale for the kickoff show. Great food, great drinks, and great games in the parking lot. The show, that's the kickoff show, starts at 10 a.m. with Evan Giddings and Lo Neal, and all the early games will be on for you to watch. And get this is the best part, Goo. If you're going to the game, a free shuttle to and from the stadium. That's right, park at Laughing Monk for free, join the party, and then take the shuttle back and forth to the game. All you have to do is sign up and reserve a spot. Do it now because space is limited. Go to 957thegame.com, click on the kickoff show graphic, and then click on the Eventbrite link and sign up. We will see you there at Laughing Monk Brewing in Sunnyvale for the kickoff show beginning at 10 a.m. on Sunday, and a free shuttle, again, to and from the stadium if you are there in attendance at Laughing Monk in Sunnyvale. Okay.
That's big. Free.
Huge.
Yeah.
Huge. You can save some chicken there.
There you go.
And maybe you have a little more chicken to play with, Goo.
I like it.
We were talking about Bosa's injury, obviously, and if you want to weigh in, 888-957-9570. More is going to now fall on the offense to score more points. You talked about red zone issues and all that. You got to be more efficient. You got to run the ball more. I think naturally you would then think you're going to need more from Christian McCaffrey. McCaffrey's touched the ball a ton. Do you have a problem? Are you concerned that this is going to result in McCaffrey maybe getting hurt and maybe you're not going to have him in the back half of the year?
I love the question, but the bravado coming off of this take is if the coach doesn't care, because this is his baby, right? This is his offense. He knows what life was like without McCaffrey last year. I've thought about this. How can I be more, and I tell my kids this, how can I be more concerned than the head coach? So if he's telling us.
Maybe he's got a blind spot. I mean
even after, or
a lot of people say what he did in 2023 is why McCaffrey was unavailable last year.
But see, I do think then that's not fair. Can you really live your life like that? But you might, all that drinking years ago, that's why I'm sick now.
And the other
there
half
might
of
be
it,
something to it.
The other half of it is what you did in 2023 got you to the freaking Super Bowl.
And that's what I'm saying. But wouldn't the players say, Coach, you need to, I can't do it this much. I can't handle this load.
McCaffrey's just a dude who's never going to say that.
So with that combination, and that said, Grandy, I got to believe, and right now, let me ask you this. McCaffrey through 3 games is available for week 4, correct?
Yep.
So I got to believe he can handle it.
25 touches per game through 3 games.
But what I won't, and you're the young gun, what I won't argue with, youngster, and I called you that, is the fact that if he does get hurt, naturally, that Kyle would be, if this keeps up, the nature of what we do, hey, could you have could you have lessened the load? But I just love Kyle, even his fourth play calls and his gangster stuff that it seems like he's on. Like, he's not apologizing for anything. He's blowing past stop signs, and it's kind of crazy and cool to watch, but he would not risk the biscuit if he thought McCaffrey wasn't up to it. That's all. You say what then?
Well, it depends, I think, what he thinks he's risking. Is he risking McCaffrey for this year? Is he risking McCaffrey for next year? Is he risking McCaffrey for 2 years down the road?
I don't think he's thinking about anything but this year.
Exactly. So Shanahan's doing whatever he thinks he needs to win on any given day.
Gotcha.
And where I think my biggest issue with Shanahan in terms of McCaffrey's usage, and it really goes for any running back. You're number one running back at the time, and it's heightened because McCaffrey is so much better than anybody else you have on your roster. Like it wasn't exactly the same when your lead back was Elijah Mitchell, right?
Yeah.
Or whatever it was. Like that's different because
he cooked a little
Elijah
bit.
was good, but the backup was closer to Elijah than Brian Robinson is to Christian. Doubt. So it's heightened now because the difference in the backup is much wider. But my issue with Shanahan in the past was, like, say 2023, Niners win a game by 25 points, and McCaffrey still gets 25 touches in that game.
The Steeler game, I think that was week 1. They played Pittsburgh, yeah.
Like, if you don't need him to win, if this carry is not going to be the difference in a win or a loss, then don't give it to him. Like, we're at that stage in McCaffrey's football life, in my opinion. But I can't have those gripes through 3 weeks. Is it a lot of touches? Yeah, 31 touches week 1, 27 on Sunday. That's a ton of touches for Christian McCaffrey. But guess what? They needed every single one of those to win those games.
Yeah.
If you took off 5 touches from McCaffrey in Seattle week 1 and 5 touches from McCaffrey on Sunday against the Cardinals, Niners probably lose both those games and are 1-2. Like, I need Kyle to treat this on a game-by-game basis and a drive-by-drive and touch-by-touch basis. Do I need McCaffrey to touch the ball here in order for us to win this game? If the answer is yes, then give him the ball. And if that means he's touching the ball 35 times in a game, that's how you get a win, then do it.
No, and I love it, and that's why I'm done. I've taken the training wheels off of my thoughts of put him in some bubble wrap. You know what I mean? Yeah. He's doing exactly, Kyle is doing exactly what you just said. And at the end of the day, if something were to happen, I feel like Kyle's already brushed his teeth or washed his face and looked at himself in the morning like, you know, if he is destined to get hurt, he's going to get hurt if I put him in bubble wrap or not, Grandy.
Yeah.
And I got to respect it. But I will say, not the 11 yards, that 19-yard toss to B. Robinson, who went to the Olivia Newton-John of school, rest in peace, Queen. Physical. Like, he's just not an easy tackle.
I know all your music references, dude.
Let's get this. And I'm like, why wouldn't you just tap into that to give the defense another headache of – because this is what I felt watching that game. It's exciting. I felt like the Cardinal dudes are like, oh, hell no. We got to go tackle dude. Now, it could have just been a great play call at the time because it got you 19 yards. But it was a different body.
Yeah.
And I think sometimes that matters, Grandy.
Well, I'm trying to find – so the fourth down the Niners didn't get on the goal line.
Man.
Where was this?
He was an afterthought. There was part –
Because that was his first carry leading up to that one.
And they got him. They stuffed
Where
him.
was this? Hold on. Give me a sec to find it.
No, take your time.
But
let's get –
yeah, so it was late third quarter, 1st and goal from the 6. And that was Brian Robinson's first carry.
And they knew it was coming.
First carry.
I got you. But
3 yards to the 3, and then they go
got 3.
McCaffrey to the 1, McCaffrey no gain, and then the 4th and goal from the 1 failure when they dropped the gimpy Mac Jones back to pass. But that was his first carry of the game, late third quarter, runs up the middle when everybody knows it's coming, gets 3 yards, and then his next carry.
Could that have been 3-3-3 though? 3-3-3, 4th and 1. And then you give it to the monster who's fresh.
What do you mean?
3 yards. He got 3 yards on the first one. Another 3, another 3. I'm assuming the 4th and 1. But then had they not got it, again, we would be taking calls. Why didn't you give it to McCaffrey?
Yeah. But
I don't know.
His only 2 carries was that carry from the 6 where he got to the 3, and then that pitch that you're talking about to the right 19. Where he got 19 yards, and those were his 2 carries. I largely think the reason why it was not a lot of Brian Robinson was because the Niners only ran the ball to running backs 19 times. And instead of phasing, like, the Niners aren't doing this, like, percentage of the touches. They're not doing, like, McCaffrey gets 85% of the touches, Brian Robinson gets the other 15. They're just doing it like, we need McCaffrey to get X amount of touches on the ground. And if we are simply going to run the ball less, as they did on Sunday, 19 carries to running backs, we're not going to take away McCaffrey's touches on the ground because we think he can break them for any minute. Just the fewer overall touches means Robinson isn't getting his because there's not enough to warrant Robinson. That's the way that I read this situation.
And I'm not mad at it. And it's been a while. Let's put it right on the table. Brought to you by Echo Pest Control. Now, the more I'm playing these games, the 3 games this year for the Niners over and over.
Yeah.
And you got me thinking about the McCaffrey question. Do you feel like, because every time he gets it, I feel like he can go. Carl Lewis, just
I'm
take
waiting
it to the house.
for it.
But has your mind told you that you've seen some slowness? Because Evan, and have fun on vacation in Diego, but Evan's talked about it, and he says it's not just apparent to the naked eye, but he feels like there's just been a tad speck of a slowdown per se. But I can honestly say there's not just been that clean, smooth hole to where I can judge McCaffrey and say, oh, now I see it, because there's just been so many objects in his way.
I haven't seen it either. I haven't seen him feel like slower than usual.
I just feel like there's traffic in there.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I agree. And that's
because this offense is not good enough the way that it's played, even with Kittle and IU coming back, and maybe those dudes just out on the field with Demarcus Robinson. You spread them out, and now you have more lanes to run. But I'm just telling you, Grandy, through 12 quarters, I know for a Texas fact that this offense is not good enough to get them to the playoffs if they keep playing this style of offense.
Which is just can't run the ball.
Or the point production.
Oh, yeah.
Outside of New Orleans.
So what's the solution? What's the fix?
Well, guys are going to get healthy. You got to block better. So it's a collective. And you're getting your starting quarterback back. Is that exciting you that Purdy's coming back?
Yeah.
Okay, it should.
He's definitely a better quarterback than Mac Jones.
And I'm willing to say the same thing.
I think most people with their head on straight would agree. It's not a gigantic drop-off.
Okay.
Like the drop-off.
And that's worst case scenario in case something happened to Brock.
Yeah.
Absolutely. It's not just over.
Like the drop-off from Brock to Mac is nowhere near as wide as the drop-off from Joe Burrow to Jake Browning.
Or McCaffrey to Robinson. As much as I like B-Rob, you ain't McCaffrey.
Yeah.
All right.
And some of that is McCaffrey's a better running back than Brock is quarterback, but it's also that Mac is as good of a backup as there is in the NFL.
What part of your DNA, and does any, because I asked Steiny this yesterday, step back and say, are the Niners doing something wrong? Or does Kyle and John have time to say, whoa, it's me? Or is this just football, Grandy? It's a violent sport, and as Steiny pointed out yesterday, look what happened to Connor. That happened. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, where are you saying, like, who can do a case study to say, hey, you're doing too many push-ups? You know what I mean? You're lifting too many weights. Like, when does it end, though? Because this sends it over the top for me. Like, well, God.
I have no idea. It has to be at this point something beyond just, as you said, buzzard luck. Like, it has to be something more than that. Like, it's unbelievable the injuries that they've dealt with year after year after year. But also,
they still win.
They still win, but they're making it harder on themselves with these injuries. Not that they're doing it on purpose, of course. I mean, this is a billion-dollar organization, a multi-billion-dollar organization. And the fact that we think maybe it's possible that there's just malpractice running rampant and that they're the reason their guys are getting hurt, I find that, like, incredibly hard to believe. Like, at a certain point, like, this is Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch's livelihood. Like, health of their players helps them win games, which therefore helps them keep their jobs. I'm sure that they've had these conversations and they've had these thoughts, and I'm sure they have had thorough examinations of their medical team and staff. Like, why is this happening? Are we doing something wrong? Let's talk to our buddies in the Houston organization, in the Miami whatever, and see what they're doing. Are we doing something terribly wrong? Like, those conversations, I guarantee you, have happened. Like, it would be absolute malpractice for the Niners to not think and try to figure out what is going wrong.
I would just love, I hear you, I would love to see what that formula looked like, how you go to the whiteboard and even start to, because with the Warriors, what do we hear a lot of times? I know it's a different sport. They have some mechanism, Grandy, that they can attach you to and see where your body's at.
Oh, they have that with the Niners, yeah.
But then you don't know if your Achilles is going. It don't say done, done.
It's funny you brought up the Warriors because I remember when Jimmy Butler was acquired and he he essentially said what makes the Warriors so special, at least maybe compared to the Heat.
Right,
the Heat have crazy Heat culture, and you gotta keep your body weight, body fat under whatever percent or whatever. Shout out Kyle Lowry, who definitely did not. But
gotcha.
he said basically like the Warriors have this general plan where you can take a day, like they give you days off, or you can, it's just like a do whatever you want day, like get what you need day.
So they're telling you need it.
Or no, they're saying like if you need it, then come in and we'll give you whatever you need. But if you don't need anything, then just like kind of take care of your own business, do your own thing, take the day off, spend time with your family, your kids or whatever. But like just know that we're here and for whatever you need, we got you.
That's
I don't
amazing.
know. I don't know how the Niners do it. I'm sure that if there is like and they have days off, like today is a day off, like players are welcome to come into the facility and do whatever they want. But I don't know. You just bringing up the Warriors made me think of those Jimmy Butler comments, because he made it seem like it's rare what the Warriors do across the entire NBA.
Yeah, no doubt. And I thought of Pearsall, just a young pup, right? And he is balling his ass off. But even reporting to OTAs, and I said it to Steiny, and I said it to anybody that would listen, I thought it was odd that young guys that are in the offseason doing whatever you're doing, because it's operation, even if you're maxing and relaxing, to take care of your body, but he showed up with a hamstring, a soft tissue, I won't say injury, but it was something keeping him off the practice field from going 100%. So at that point, you know, it felt like there were a lot of guys with the Niners showing up to the lab to get started with stuff going on. So right then and there, my formula, Grandy, is, well, that ain't on the Niners, because that's on you guys doing whatever you're doing in your king mattress or whatever. But I do wonder if Kyle pulls over to the local 7-Eleven or liquor store, gets a bottle of Jack Daniels, turns on some Lil Wayne, and when he gets home and saying, why are these injuries happening? I don't see that, and all you can do is next man up. But it is weird, and it is odd, and what's scary, Grandy, is a game of attrition. This we know. Nobody wants to hear this, but this is me. Who's to say it's over? You know, you got 14. You got 14 more to go. I mean, but every team's dealing with them,
again,
right?
We opened this show with your optimism, which I love, and how I tend how I tend to lean to the opposite side. I think just a little bit. I do tend to lean that way, and I think an example of that is I read off to you the injuries, the starters the Niners have. Bosa out for the year. Ayuk expected back midseason. Malik Mustafa expected back midseason. Kittle going to miss at least 2 more games. Has already missed 2. Ben Barch going to miss at least 3 more games. Has already missed 1. Brock Purdy's missed 2. We'll see if that's it. Juwan Jennings has missed 1. We'll see if that's it. And where my mind immediately goes, again, the pessimistic side of me may be taken over because we've lived through this time and time and time again for the Niners. Wow, that's almost every single key player. Is McCaffrey going to be next?
Wow.
Like, that's where my mind goes.
You said
to
it earlier, and I kind of fought you off, but now I get what you like. How can you not default to that?
Like, what's next? Trent Williams?
I mean, and those are like the fall off there is, and we saw that last year with the personal stuff he was dealing with, and you know his physically there is no.
And he got a little banged up week 1 too. Immediately.
So man, the 3-0 is to me. Is the saving grace, Grandy, and I'm being ultra negative with this one. But when you go 3-0, you have afforded yourself a luxury to where, let's just say the bottom fell out for 3 weeks and you lose 3 in a row. You're still 3-3 with survive. 2 division wins.
Do you remember 2 years ago when the Niners started 5-0 and then Jake Moody missed the game-winning field goal in Cleveland? Christian McCaffrey fumbled in Minnesota.
Look at you.
And then I forget what the third loss. Oh, the third loss was at home to Joe Burrow and the Bengals when Joe Burrow went off.
Clinic. Yeah.
And then they went from 5-0 on top of the world, best team in the world.
Amazing.
Everyone thought they were going to win the Super Bowl, running away with it, and they lost 3 straight games. And then they were 5-3, and you're like, oh my God, is this team in trouble? And then they came back after the bye, and I think they reeled off 10 straight wins again.
Good call.
Now that's a different team than this team, obviously, and that was. I don't remember all the specifics of injuries then. I don't think they were fully healthy, but not as banged up as they were now, and they had Bosa that whole year.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, you're right. Starting 3-0 does give you the ability to not freak out if you lose a couple of games.
And that is worst case scenario. What if you go, 2-1, you're 5-1. But, man, Grandy, it will be curious to see where this thing goes And right now, all you can say is thank the football gods that you've earned everything that you've gotten. You've been without most of your stars, and I think a lot of teams in a lot of other places would not be off to a 3-0 campaign. So can you just continue that? But to get the news yesterday, and I was thinking, you can share with me as quick as you can, Grant, I know we're up against it. When Bosa was putting his thumb down to his parents, why did I think that was just, I'll be good. You know, I might not come back today, but I'm going to be good for the future. Why did I think that? Maybe because he was walking.
I was on an emotional roller coaster because at first, watching the game on Fox, and I saw the thumbs down, my mind immediately goes to, he thinks it's bad. Like, he thinks it's really bad. He thinks it, torn ACL, season over. And then I'm sitting here doing overtime on post-game show.
I was listening.
And I play what Shanahan said about it, and Shanahan basically said, we can't rule anything out yet, but initial tests, makes it think that it's not a full tear or whatever his wording initially was. And then my mind goes to, okay, maybe they avoided disaster. Maybe it's only going to be a month. Maybe he goes on IR, misses 4 or 5 games.
Even 4 games, that's a win.
Compared to what it is now, it's definitely a win. So I was thinking first terrible, then I was thinking, maybe they avoided disaster, and then we got the news yesterday, and now I'm back down in the dumps again.
A clean tear.
Well, okay. We got to hit a break.
Okay.
But we do, I'll play some of the sound that Doc Pandia said earlier today with the Joes on the morning roast. I know it teased it earlier, but Goo and I have been rolling. So we'll get to that when we come back. Doc Pandia talking about, first of all, what a clean tear means. Also the fact that this is not the first, but the second procedure that Nick Bosa will have on this ACL. He had an issue with this same knee in high school.
Yeah.
And then he suffered the full tear of the ACL on his other knee in 2020. Goes back to the same knee that he hurt in high school here the other day. We'll hear about Pandia on that. Also talking about Niner injuries in general, about the Niners' bad luck on injuries. We'll hear from Doc Pandia on that as well. It's Goo and Grandy on Steiny and Goo. We're back with more here on 95.7 The Game in just a sec. And that segment was brought to you by the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans.
My mom, my papa, my daddy. Where's the Caltrans? On the freeway, right next to speeding cars.
Please be careful.
Be alert. Be work zone alert. Brought to you by the kids of Caltrans.
Okay, Bay Area, I've got a bigger team for you to join. The team that donates blood. Hot Yoga Republic in Mill Valley is teaming up with Vitalent for a blood drive September 25th and 26th. Roll up your sleeves, give blood, save a life. Every 2 seconds, somebody needs it. Accident victims, kids in chemo, real people who need you. Let's do this, Bay Area. Find your spot at hotyogarepublic.com. That's hotyogarepublic.com. And a big thanks to Habas Law for backing this. Habas Law, always fighting to make it right.
Ain't nothing gonna break my stride. Nobody gonna slow me down.
Don't let pneumococcal pneumonia break your stride. If you're 50 or older, you're at increased risk. So be proactive with Capvaxive pneumococcal 21-valent conjugate vaccine to help protect against invasive pneumococcal disease and pneumonia caused by certain types of pneumococcal bacteria. Capvaxive helps protect against the strains of bacteria that cause about 30% more IPD cases than any other pneumococcal conjugate vaccine in adults over 50, according to national-level CDC stats. Regional variations may exist. Don't get Capvaxive if you're allergic to the vaccine or its ingredients. Tell your doctor if you have a weakened immune system. Common side effects include injection site reactions, feeling tired, headache, muscle aches, and fever. Capvaxive does not protect against all strains. For more information, call 1-800-927-8888 or visit capvaxive.com. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Capvaxive. Need help paying for your Merck vaccine? Visit merckhelps.com. Sponsored by Merck.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at Xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164.
There's a party at your house, but some are uninvited. Yeah, it's bugs. You've got ants, spiders, maybe a mouse or two. It's a full-blown shindig. But don't let these party crashers ruin your good time. Visit atgopestcontrol.com and let them show those pests the door permanently. Because when the only guests you want are your friends, leave the pests to them. Visit their website today, atcopestcontrol.com, before your house becomes a full-blown infestation. Call 888-900-9697 now for 10% off your initial service.
Oakland, it's time to pack the Coliseum. The Oakland Roots are back home Tuesday, October 7th, taking on Hartford Athletic. Experience the energy, the community, and the beautiful game right here in the town. Get your tickets now at oaklandrootssc.com. Can't make it to the Coliseum? Watch live on ESPN Plus or catch the action on KTVU Plus. That's oaklandrootssc.com. Don't miss Oakland's team, Oakland's moment.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Join Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings at Laughing Monk Brewing in Sunnyvale every red and gold home game this season for our special live pregame broadcast. Plus, we'll have tailgate games, prizes, great food, and drink specials. For more information, visit 957thegame.com.
Hey, it's Joe Shasky, and football season is here right now, and that means Brian Baldinger every single Tuesday, 7:30 all season long. Baldy! Now back to Steiny and Goo, and you know my boy from the Union is about to spit that liquid hot magma. Get him, Goo.
Oh, why does that put me in a good mood?
Get him.
It's not like he's rapping. Shasky good? Man, there's no
liquid
doubt.
hot magma.
Yeah. Oh, man, Grandy, I'm mad at you.
Why?
Ken doesn't know this. I'm about to tell you why.
Uh-oh.
So during the break, I'm the older guy of the show. I go get a Reese's cup and a 7-Up, trying to be a diabetic. And you come in here with orange slices. Like, you can't.
Oh, it's an apple.
An apple. Same thing. Healthy, man. Why couldn't I have done that?
Fuji apple.
There we go. My man.
Throw it off to YouTube.
There you go. Anyway.
Apple a day, Goo.
I like that. Green apple or red apple?
Red.
All right.
I'm a Fuji guy.
Yeah. Not a Celtic fan.
No.
Green apple.
Not a Celtic fan.
Yeah, I'm reaching now.
I do love me a good Reese's peanut butter cup, though.
Now, I did a video and pasta risotto helped me yesterday. My man, I put it on TikTok.
He was telling me about this.
And it was -4 Detroit. He was a loser. I'm not Dibs who's on fire. But I have my Valkyrie shirt on, and remember, this is a true story, and I brought it up during the break. You did a show filling in for Dibs at Splash right before the Valkyrie season.
Yeah.
And I was in the caddy, quarter tank of gas. And you said you thought the Valkyries, before they played one game, would be the next Bay Area team to win a chip.
Yeah. Not this year, but the
in
next Bay Area team to win
how's
a
that
championship.
looking? I'm just saying.
It looks better now than it did then.
Because you caught heat.
I caught heat.
Yeah.
Everyone was yelling at me for that.
Look at how
Everyone's
at that
thinking,
season.
so you think the Giants aren't going to win, the Niners aren't going to win, and the Warriors aren't going to win? Yeah, generally your teams don't win every year. That was my thought.
I know we're going to play Doc.
And guess what? The Giants aren't going to win this year, so there's one
And that's where I
down.
wanted to park the car real quick, and we're going to get back to the Niners. But I'm so disappointed in the Giants. They got hot, then got cold again, and you're 2-8 in your last 10.
It's
we
over.
saw the offense, but somebody's got. I'm just telling you, Granty, you didn't ask. I just would like to see Buster bring in a new manager.
You're done with Bob.
I'm done with Bob. They're 2-8. The Reds are in the last spot right now. That should have been the Giants.
The Diamondbacks are there.
And one back. Like Ken's like, oh, they got hot. I don't care. Why didn't they stay hot? That doesn't constitute you going 2-8 in the last 10. So you got hot. We could taste it, and then you fell off again. Why?
I don't know.
So do you have a problem? That's the theme of this year's Giants. I don't know.
That's a very
But seriously, like, I'm passionate about this. You are okay with Melvin coming back? I'm just asking.
If I was the one making decisions, I would not bring Bob Melvin back.
Oh, well, that's big. Then.
But
okay.
I think they're going to.
Okay.
I think they're going to. I think that decision has basically already been made.
Caught the Mets.
The Giants caught the Mets for a minute.
Right. Saturday to get the Dodgers last
and then Logan Webb put together
got 4 runs. It was 4-1 after the first. The Giants are
and you're
up.
thinking, oh my God, they're going to be in a playoff spot at the end of the night. And then Logan Webb puts together the worst outing of his season. Unfortunate timing.
It's disheartening, man.
Did you watch the game last night?
Yeah, it was a funeral. I turned it on. Cardinal score.
You're a bigger man than me. I did not watch a second of it.
I just turned it on. Like, okay,
What, they lose 6-5?
Yes, I'm just like,
That's the Cardinals also not playing for anything.
Good Lord.
But they got the win.
Yeah.
Well, we're going to have some amazing baseball this week. Just not going to be happening here in San Francisco.
Estimated eye saying goo is disgusting.
It is disgusting.
It is. Great word.
It is. Okay, Dr. Pandya was on with the Joes this morning on the Morning Roast, talking about Nick Bosa's ACL tear, which will end his 2025 season. First of all, it was reported, and Shanahan confirmed it, a clean tear of the ACL for Nick Bosa. What exactly does that mean? Here's Doc Pandya.
They use that term a lot. The Rappaports and the Schefters use that term, but it's something we don't really use that much, when we see patients. But what they're typically trying to say is that an ACL is just an isolated injury. And then there's no meniscus tear, there's no ligament tear, there's no other damage that they're seeing in there. So I think a lot of this has to do with the fact that it is simply just a clean ACL tear and no other secondary damage there.
Okay, so simple, straightforward, still not a good thing, of course, but no other damage. It's just the ACL that has been damaged. Everything else is intact and good. I guess to a certain degree, that is good news. But here's Doc Pandya on the difficulty of recovering from a second ACL operation on that same knee, because remember, Nick Bosa hurt that same knee in high school. It was not a complete tear of that ACL back then, but he did have to undergo ACL surgery. So second time that that ACL is going to be reconstructed. Here's Doc Pandya on the difficulty of doing that a second time.
Yeah, this is a very difficult injury for anyone to go through, particularly a professional athlete. And I think the hard thing when you go through a second ACL surgery is that knee's already been operated on. There's going to be a lot of wear and tear in there. There potentially could be some degeneration over time. And we think of a first-time ACL, it's usually 9 months. Second time can sometimes be up to a year, just getting your strength and mobility back. The one thing that's working in Bosa's favor is just a phenomenal athlete. And I think what limits a lot of people when they get that second ACL surgery is that, that motivation to work out, get that muscle strength back. It's that much harder to build back. But Bosa's already starting so high and has experience with it. So I think that's what's working in his favor. But his age and the fact that he's had multiple injuries is a little bit concerning. But if there's anyone who may potentially have a positive outcome, it could be him.
So, Doc's telling you, generally speaking, it becomes more difficult to come back from this a second time, but he's also Nick Bosa and one of the best athletes on the planet.
Yeah, and I'm going off the farm on this take, but I told you, I think during every break, damn, Grandy, if I had a magic wand and you just think of injuries like video games, you could turn injuries off.
God,
what
imagine.
would the world and how many careers would Bill Waltons of the world, just Grant Hill, Penny Hardaway, just
my mind goes to Brandon Roy.
I was going there. That one playoff game he had against the Dallas Mavericks. That's incredible.
He's amazing.
But it's just like Bosa doesn't. I have body envy. You see that dude? You don't have 1 ounce of body fat.
Yeah,
but yet
in terms of a dude doing the most to protect himself from that, and he still can't escape it.
And that's what sucks about sports, Grandy. You never know. And I know we're talking football, but it's truly why the Warriors did not go far in the playoffs. If you didn't have to play Game 6 and 7 against Houston, and Curry's thing, like who saw that coming, Grandy? And as soon as he pulled up, like Bosa,
season over.
Yeah,
kaput.
It just stinks,
Done.
man.
Doc Pandia on the risk. You asked me this earlier, and I told you I didn't even want to think about it. Doc Pandia was thinking about it. He was asked this morning by the guys on the morning roast, the risk of Bosa after another ACL injury, maybe not returning to form. Here's Doc Pandia.
No, I think that definitely is a worry. I mean, I think the big thing we look at, number one, is you don't know how the knee is going to respond, right? And you could go through the rehab, everything could go great with surgery, but the big unpredictable part is how does that knee respond to contact? How does it respond to when you're playing? And it could be one of those things where the knee's swelling up, here's a couple of weeks off, et cetera. So that's an unknown factor. And number two, it's usually the second season back. We saw that with Clay. We saw that with other athletes where their statistics get more normalized. Luckily when Bosa had that injury in 2020, his first season back was actually pretty good. But once again, you just don't know what that level of performance will be. So could he come back? Absolutely. Could he come back at a high level? Yes. But I think the fan base is going to have a little more patience with someone who's had 3 ACL tears and how they're going to come back and how they're going to respond. But if there's anyone who can do it, I think it can be him.
So kind of the same answer as the last one when dealing with the second specific tear in that same knee and the third overall, and now he's approaching 30 years old. He's not there yet. He's 28 right now. He'll be 29 in October. So he's
got some good money coming from the Niners.
A lot of good money coming from the Niners. He'll be 29 in less than a month. In fact, exactly a month. October 23rd, he turns 29. No, pardon me. He turns 28 in October. They're just calling it already his age 28 year. That makes sense. So he's 27 now. He will be 28 coming up in a month. But it seems like if you're a normal person, like if it was you and I, Goo, that had suffered multiple ACL tears and 3 overall, it's done. We're never getting back. And our athletic peak, of course, was nowhere near. I'll speak for myself. Nowhere near Nick Bosa. Because I know you think highly of yourself athletically, Goo. My athletic peak, nowhere near Nick Bosa. And if I had gone through what he's going through, there's no chance I ever come close to what I've ever been. But maybe Nick Bosa is just such a supreme athlete that he's able to fight through it. But I have a hard time believing that doing this again, coming back for his age 29 season and being as good as he's ever been when he's already been the best defensive player in the league.
The bar is set high.
That seems like a very, very high bar to clear.
Yeah, and if we want to keep it real and put another rat on the table, brought to you by Echo Pest Control, Grandy, I believe Bosa was chasing the ghost of what he was the year that you had mentioned he won DPOY.
2022.
That's how great and demonstrative he is and a game wrecker on the field. The body stayed the same. I just felt like I wanted to see a more meaner Bosa, and I feel like we were in the process of seeing that. So now you just think about the impact he's had on Mykel Williams, Alfred Collins, all the rest of the gang up front, and, seeing him prepare and get ready for a game. I'm being real. This is just not, radio talk. So, he'll have his surgery and hopefully be around the team. That's going to come. But Grandy, if he's made an imprint on these youngsters, first-year players that are now going to try to fill his shoes, hopefully, there's been an impact. But I'm looking at you right now and Ken and Risotto asking you, who is their best edge rusher now? Who is their best down defensive lineman in the 3? I'm like, this is a big deal.
It's a huge deal. I mean, their best pass rusher is Bryce Huff by a mile.
Coming off the edge with that help.
You don't feel great about him playing every down.
And it wasn't in Philly last year. You know what I mean?
No.
The different defense.
And even with Robert Saleh in the Jets, when he was at his best, he still then was not an every down guy. And he might have to. Like if you notice when Bosa went down, Bryce Huff played some first and second downs because they didn't really have anybody else to turn to. But it's going to be Huff who becomes the guy that has to get home on big downs now. And then you're going to have to hope that Yetur Gross-Matos is all right. Yeah. You're going to have to hope that Michael Williams continues this upward trajectory. And I know
he's been on the inside, but now you're going to be on the.
Well, often he's been on the outside. Yeah. So basically, he's on the outside, and then when Huff is in, he moves to the inside.
I had seen that, and I was like, that's Robert Saleh.
Now he might just be on the outside, maybe exclusively. I don't know.
Baldy had talked about some of that too, him being on the outside.
Let's see. I'll find
if he
it.
Can do it. Yeah.
Before I do that, I want to remind everybody that you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Here it is. Baldy, who was also on the morning show today with Spadoni and Shasky, how the Niners defense changes schematically without Nick Bosa. Here's Baldy.
Well, you saw Bryce Huff played a lot more snaps than he probably needs to play, and he played really well. But he's not an every down player. Like, he'll wear down, they'll run at him, and it'll be a problem. So you got to keep him in his role. Michael's got to play more snaps than he's probably ready to play. He played really well. He can play inside or outside, but now he's probably going to be your starting end right now. It's a trickle-down effect, but it's a big jump from Nick to everybody else. And so I don't know, protection-wise, I mean, teams are going to get 5 guys out now, probably a lot more regularly than they're used to, which is going to make it more difficult to defend on the perimeter and running backs and things like that right now.
I think Baldy's spot on. It just means, Goo, one of a couple of things. Players that you shouldn't be relying on to play every snap or a lot of snaps are going to have to play every snap or a lot of snaps. And the young guys that maybe, one, haven't earned the right, and two, aren't consistent enough to be every down players are going to have to play all the time. And, and if they're not good, you're going to have a hard time being a good defensive front.
And that impact is huge, and it's huge because Bosa was so huge to this defense. Now the question is, Grandy, are these guys ready for it? Because it's been, I won't say cute because it's football, and they've been balling, and there have been some ups and downs, more ups than downs. But now, to hear Baldy talk about Bryce Huff, and they want to run at you, and you talk about his time with the Jets and Philly, man, like that, it's real in the field for the Niners now defensively losing Bosa. Is it going to cost him games? We don't know, and I'll be the first one here Monday telling you all if somehow they stifle Jacksonville, I'm going to come in here, and this would be another version or a story or a Monday after a victory Sunday saying, damn, the Niners won another game without such and such. And this time, that being Bosa.
Yeah. 888-957-9570. We're talking about Nick Bosa's ACL tear and some of the specifics of it being his third ACL issue, second on this specific knee. And we got an interesting call from that guy in the city who apparently, Goo, is also going through another ACL issue on the same knee.
Talk to us, man.
Talk to us. That guy, you're on with Goo and Grandy. What's up?
Grandy and Goo, what's up, my guys?
Hey.
Hey, a couple of things, brother. And Goo, I got something for you, big dog, at the end. But a few things. I was talking to your producer there. And, yeah, I'm going through the same thing right now with a second ACL on the same knee. And, and it was put in around the same time that Bosa had his put in high school. So I was talking to my doctor, shout out Shadlands in Walnut Creek, where I saw you guys know Maurice Jones-Drew. He was getting treated there a while back.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. So I was hollering at him. But the doctor told me about that same time they were putting in ACL cadavers that weren't not as strong as they could be, but basically they would wear out. So my doctor's getting a lot of clients coming back in the same knee that I couldn't even describe what happened. I was just on a mountain bike. It felt a little sore, and I went in to get checked out, and she's like, son, you got no ACL. Again, in the same knee. Yeah. So there was no significant injury. Like even with Bosa, I don't think there was much. But, yeah, so she's saying they just kind of wear out. And like Pandia was saying, you don't know what's going on in that knee. You could have arthritis. You could have swelling of meniscus. There's a lot of things that they don't know until they open it up and see what's happening. So I'm getting mine right before Halloween, and it's very similar, eerie to what Bosa's going through. And then I got another thing as far as the Niners. I was telling my guys the other night, they're all down in the dumps. Bosa's gone. I said, look, 3-0. Who thought that? Maybe 4-0 next week. which means all you got to do is go 8-5 the rest of the way, and you're sitting on a 12-5 season, and only the top seed gets the bye. So if you get the division win and you get second seed, you're good. But would you, if I told you it's September 21st and you're 3-0, maybe 4-0, and you got Saleh, who's also, the difference about Saleh this year, he's almost like he's a head coach. He looks at things differently, not only just as defensive coordinator, but he's got 3.5 months to get this team right. He's got trade deadlines coming up. If I told you were 13-3 and then Bosa goes down, the playoffs are 2 weeks, then you're like, what are we going to do? But you got Saleh, you got this young defense with these new legs coming up. You got 3.5 months ready to get ready and at least go a minimum of 8-5 and get the division title. So Niner fans out there, put your head up. We got a long way to go. September football, just like in baseball, September football is a lot different than December football. So I got one more for you, dude. You're gonna like this one.
Okay.
Ready?
Yep.
Here we go. You know the name. He's Mac Jones. Back then, teams didn't want him. Now he's hot. They all own him. I'm out, fellas. Have a great day.
Wow. Okay.
Thanks, that guy.
Oh, wow.
Hope your ACL recovery goes smoothly.
What I don't like about that real quick is he didn't have any trauma. So you could tear your ACL and have no trauma? I thought
there's a lot of people walking around that probably have a torn ACL and don't know it. It happens.
Now, I don't want to make the show about me.
If you're just a normal person, you don't really need your ACL to just walk around and do stuff. Like, you need your ACL to, like, cut and go back and forth and aggressively move around. If you're just walking, hell, even jogging, like, you don't really need an ACL.
Dude, I'm still hooping and got in a fight with Kaiser. Yeah, I was saying, give me an MRI. I had to go John Q to get an MRI, and they're like, sir, you got arthritis. I'm like, yeah, what's wrong with the knee? They're like, you got arthritis. I'm like, that's not, what's wrong with the knee? I didn't tore something. They're like, sir, you're old. You got arthritis. Hey, I was sitting there.
I didn't say it.
No, I was sitting there hurt like that's not what ails me. But he said arthritis. I could have easily had a torn ACL. Didn't have one. Dude, no doubt, Priest. But man, oh man, let's just wish the best for Bosa. And the bottom line is, I will say he had a point there. This didn't happen 2 weeks going into the playoff game or a week before.
Yeah.
So Robert Saleh now has to. The question is, can you handle it? Do you have the guys to handle what you know you're missing? And you found out what you're missing kind of ahead of the game. You got your 3 up in the win column, 0 down in the loss column. Can you manipulate pressure? Can you trick it up? But we haven't really, and it's not time, Grandy. Do you think John Lynch they're going to wait to see, hey, if we're 6-3, 7-2, whenever the deadline is, to really get active that way?
Yeah, I don't think they're close to making a trade.
There's no, and who would you trade now?
They might be calling. They might be calling people up and gauging interest and just saying, yeah, you traded away your pass rusher already.
Yeah.
And by the way, coming back to town, that's in Dallas, right?
Yeah, Sunday night.
Coming back to town on Sunday night, Packers versus Cowboys, which should be a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Maybe for everybody but Cowboys fans, it should be fun.
You got to wait to see how you are as a team.
Yeah. Because I mean, there is a world where. One or two things could happen. It could be somewhere in the middle, obviously, but the extremes are you are terrible without Nick and you desperately need help and you have to make a trade. You don't know that yet, though. And the other world is Mykel Williams in a bigger role turns out to be awesome.
You're right. I got you.
And Alfred Collins and CJ West hold down the middle and D. Winters continues to ascend and Marquise Siegel looks good and you get Malik Mustafa back and like the defense is better than serviceable. Like there's a world where that happens and the offense gets healthier and say 5 weeks from now, you're
8-1. That's 8. That's too many weeks. But yeah, 7-1.
9 games, 8 games from now. Yeah, 7-1 or even 6-2. And you're like, okay, well, unless something changes, we don't need to make a move.
Now, Granny, it's funny you say that because
so I think it's too early to think about that.
I call myself a sports romantic, and I feel like the passionate speeches, they do take place, and they mean halftime, the coach is talking to everybody. But I find out sometimes from former athletes it's not like that. But I heard Bonte Shasky and Spadoni this morning just talk about what do the Niners front office owe guys like Warner, Guys that have been here. Trent Williams trying to get a ring before he gets out of here. And I thought to myself, if they keep winning and they're 6-2 or in that realm, I do wonder if that's enough motivation for Lynch and Shanahan. And maybe they don't even need that. They were going to be motivated anyway. But if you got a record like that and you're a play, like who scares you? It's 3 weeks in, Grandy, but we talked about Green Bay. They just lost to Cleveland. 2 weeks ago, you were in the Super Bowl. Tampa Bay, I'm just like, those are good teams, but they're not dominant teams.
You brought up something else that is a pet peeve of mine. And that guy, I hope your ACL recovery goes well. One, he said, at least it's not, Bosa tearing his ACL second to last week of the season. At least it happens now. So you know what you have.
Okay.
And I get it. But that guy's talking as if it's no question they're getting to the playoffs. Like, question that you got to get there first.
Yeah, that call was positive. He was optimistic.
It was absolutely optimistic.
The glass runneth over.
Yes, not just half full. It is overflowing, no doubt. But, you got to get there first. And without Bosa, that becomes 10 times more challenging. Like, Bosa is...
But you're closer... 5 teams undefeated?
You're 3-0. It's a good start. But let's not pretend like it's a given that they're going to make the playoffs.
Because you hit me with that 5-0 start, and they lost those 3 games.
And then the sky was falling. We were thinking, oh, my God, what's going to go wrong? You got to get there. And this brings up something that happened to the Packers. I don't know if you saw this, but their left tackle, Rasheed Walker, said after their Week 2 win, who'd they play Week 2? Oh, the Commanders.
Yeah, Thursday night.
He said, quote, I think we can go undefeated. Pound for pound, I look at these teams and I don't really see who is better than us, honestly. And then the Packers followed it up and lose to the Browns in Cleveland. And Matt LaFleur, the Packers head coach, says after the game, and he's clearly referencing what Rasheed Walker said about going undefeated. He says, quote, the goal, and he's clearly frustrated, says the goal, and I've said it 1,000,000 times to you guys, obviously not enough to our team. The goal is to go 1-0 every week. It pisses me off when we start thinking about things outside of the next game, things that are way down the road.
Wow.
And
they lose to Cleveland.
I'm not coming down your road, that guy. All I'm saying is it's not a given you're going to make the playoffs, and that guy was throwing out 12-5. They could be 12-5. Yeah. That would be amazing. It's possible, but I'm not counting on it, is all I'm saying.
And it's the fun of being a fan, but I hear you. But, boy, that didn't age well for your boy in Green Bay.
It did not age well for Rasheed Walker.
Joe Flacco.
Packers left tackle.
That's stupid. Don't say that again.
What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, and we'll continue to dive into that. Plus, I want to ask you something about this Nick Bosa injury and maybe compare it to some others. We'll get to that when we come back. That segment was brought to you by Moderna. More Goo and Grandy on Steiny and Goo next on 95.7 The Game.
mNEXSpike, COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna, is now available and easy to find near you. To learn more, visit mnexspike.com. That's mnexspike.com.
Coming to Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill, September 26th through the 28th for their fall clearance sales event. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. Save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their fall clearance sales event September 26th through the 28th for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
Dan Daly, the administrator of Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center, thanks his staff for earning Newsweek's top Bay Area facility recognition. Lawton, in San Francisco's Sunset District, provides top-tier therapies and partners with UCSF Medical Center. With a 5-star rating and Dr. Darby Clayson as medical director, it's also listed among the best by U.S. News. For skilled nursing, call Dan Daly at 415-566-1200. That's 415-566-1200.
This hour is brought to you by the new Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business. Introducing the business card that gives back all you put in.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/sports. openphone.com/SPORTS.
Find seafood savings at Whole Foods Market. Get 20% off sustainable wild-caught fresh swordfish steaks with Prime through September 23rd. Just add lemon butter and herbs for a delectable dinner protein. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
Sponsored by Cars for Kids, the easy way to donate your car. Donate today, and your car can be picked up tomorrow. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS today, or donate online at carsforkids.com. Remember, that's cars with a K.
When your name's on the paint job, your primer better hold up. Painters trust Kills primers for serious adhesion, stain blocking, and a finish that lasts. Now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same day or next day delivery, or order online and pick it up in store. Kills primers, pro results, faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
If Old Spice Deep Sea Super Hydration Body Wash were music, what would it sound like? Start with the deep sounds of Old Spice's ocean waves and kelp. Layer on the smooth, renewing moisture. You wouldn't hear any parabens or phthalates because Old Spice Deep Sea hasn't got any. But you would hear that vitamin B3 for healthier looking skin. So while your regular body wash sounds like this, Old Spice sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every moment counts. You may be entitled to medical care and financial compensation, but time matters. The attorneys at Boxer & Gerson are here to protect your rights and fight for the treatment and support you need. Boxer & Gerson have helped thousands of people across Northern California who were hurt on the job. Don't wait, don't guess. Get answers. Call Boxer & Gerson today at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight. Toyota, the MVP of MPG. With class-leading MPG and more hybrid models than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places.
This is McGruff the Crime Dog, and I need you to help me take a bite out of crime. Another teenager, victim to fake pills bought from social media. This doesn't seem like a drug deal, but it definitely is. Should buying prescription pills be that easy? Many fake pills contain fentanyl, and an amount small enough to fit on the tip of a pencil can be lethal. So listen, before buying pills from social media, think again. Learn more at mcgruffpsa.org and go for real. Brought to you by USPTO and the National Crime Prevention Council.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Hey, it's Willard from Willard and Dibs coming up at 2 o'clock, but now back to Steiny and Goo. Goo, you're my guy. Steiny,
I love Willard, but he's got like 8. Where Dibs must have not cut one for us. I'm gonna get on him today.
Did you cut him for Willard and Dibs?
It sounded like you hadn't got it.
I hadn't gotten it.
Oh no, I did one for Butch and Spadoni.
So you didn't do them for Willard and Dibs?
But why wouldn't they have me do all of them?
I don't know. Who did it with you? Matt?
Carter.
Wow.
And we did it in the hallway.
Who the hell knows why Carter does what Carter
hands
does?
on me in fantasy.
You did it in the hallway?
Yeah.
We have studios
I
here.
know, but he had some device and I just, it felt good coming off the tongue.
Some device? You mean his phone?
Yeah, so it was some device. But
this
when you
is a
say
radio
device,
station, Carter.
it sounds better.
Unacceptable.
Exactly.
I'm jealous of Dibs right now.
Why?
We used to have a podcast, Liquidate All Assets,
Yeah.
and it was gambling. Wagertainment.
I remember that.
Okay.
Back in the day, I
Yeah.
produced a couple of those episodes.
So what I've been doing on
Back
TikTok.
before you knew who I was.
You're my guy, Oregon's finest. I'll give you some winners on my TikTok, Guru's Lock of the Day.
Give
And I
him a
guess
follow.
the station retweeted Dibs yesterday. He's been doing Thursday, Monday, and Sunday night games.
Yeah, all the primetime
And
games.
Ken, he's 12-2, and I don't know. I'm about 3-7, but I'm bothered that he's 12-2 and is getting run like. So now when he comes in, I'm gonna challenge him to a bet off.
Oh,
and then
I am looking forward to
He
this.
don't know, but I don't like him getting the 12-2 shine. And then when I told him, he's like, "Oh, it's just Sunday night, Thursday night."
You got to be a team player, Guru. Celebrate your teammates' success.
I'm the handicapper, not him.
Well, I mean, he's 12-2, Guru.
Apparently not. Yeah.
Yesterday was his most impressive pick of all, maybe, because
I took the Ravens. He took Detroit.
what we do on the show, I mean, the segment had been called Fade the Dibbers.
What's it now?
I mean, I don't know, Ride the Dibbers.
No doubt about it.
He's
hot.
He's hot. He's been hot all year. But
see, I hate that.
Yesterday was yesterday was one of the first picks where Willard, Lucas, and I all disagreed with him. Because he's made a lot of picks, and
so you were on the Ravens too.
And we oftentimes be like, yeah, I think that's the right pick. Maybe we bet it, maybe we don't. But we're like, yeah, I see where you're coming from, Dibs. Yesterday was the first day that I can remember in quite a long time where all the other three of us were like, oh, yeah, we're picking against you, Dibs.
So that one was
then
super sweet. Yeah.
Lions didn't just cover, but they won.
2 90+ yard drives.
Yeah.
I don't know what to make of
95+ yard
I don't know
drives.
what to make of Baltimore.
They're 1-2, and now
they're
they
about to be losing Kansas City.
Well, so the craziness
Lamar's
is
1-5 against Mahomes.
Chiefs and Ravens, they play each other. One of them will be 1-3.
Yeah, it happens.
1-3.
Not in the Bay, though.
I mean, the Ravens were 1-2 last year, too, right?
Yeah, I
think they were.
I'm going to say this. No, black on black crime. Lamar will never win one. I'm just saying that. That's just I'm just telling you because, dude, they come for me. I just don't believe when they prep for him, he don't got a curveball or anything off speed. I truly believe that.
He was not very good yesterday.
What was that?
How many times did he ran into
sacks?
sacks?
No, that was like, they didn't figure something out.
How many times did the Lions sack him? Like 7 or 8 times?
Seven. And they did that to Mike Vick at the end where they kind of took his security blanket away, and he would just kind of roll into that. Like, now
Who
we
was his
take
security
Mike
blanket?
Vick. Being able to roll to the outside and get outside the
Oh,
pocket
they didn't
and
let him
take
do
off.
that anymore?
Yeah, when you bottle him in. They did that to Randall Cunningham, too.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah, interesting. AFC is a weird place right now.
You buying the Chargers?
Yeah, I'm buying the Chargers.
They're good.
Chargers are really good.
So once you get a real coach, that's all it takes?
Half of it is my belief in Herbert, and half of it is Harbaugh. Harbaugh's awesome.
Oh, man. And they got a defense.
And Harbaugh's the kind of team who's better in the playoffs than they are in the regular season, too.
What about Pittsburgh?
No.
Their defense was good. They got lucky to be New England.
Everyone's going to watch what
fumbles.
Pittsburgh did against the Patriots and be like, oh, my God, that defense is amazing.
Please,
TJ Watt
they lost that game.
No, the Patriots turned the ball over.
There you go.
The Steelers did not force turnovers.
Fumbled in the end zone. I know
we'll see what's up with Pittsburgh. You say my neighbor.
Oh, yeah. He was happy.
My neighbor bet on the Patriots, and that was the worst possible game to ever watch. According to my neighbor, when that
last one
that on the line
is when you have Philly -2, the Rams are going to beat them, and then they block the kick and run it back and cover.
They don't have to return it to win the game, but they return it and they win and they cover. Crazy.
Ooh, man.
888-957-9570. We've got the crossover coming up in a little bit with Willard and Dibs. You got to make a bet off with Dibs. We also have to ask Willard to do his Kevin Harlan impression for you.
Man, I already had forgotten.
We'll have to remember that. Until then, we got time for your calls and your texts. Again, at 888-957-9570. Let me ask you this, Goo, because we're talking about the Nick Bosa ACL tear, and he's out for the year.
Man.
Pretend the Niners are fully healthy.
All right.
And I tell you, all right, this team is going to get a season-ending injury to one of their key players. What's the worst spot that could happen to? Worst position, worst player that could happen
close.
to?
And
What's
I'm
the
sorry,
rank?
McCaffrey.
And where does Bosa fall in that ranking?
It's number 54. I believe if Fred Warner were to go down right now.
He's the number one.
Oh, there's
you can't
no
survive
doubt.
Fred.
You can't. You now, in my estimation, and this no shade at Brock, you got the bag, but there's no doubt this Mac Jones can handle it. Okay, I'm just going to say that. When I say handle it, you don't fall all the way off. McCaffrey, I feel like B-Rob, if this is what the running game is going to look like, it is 3.1 a pop or 3.4, okay, slide him in there. Then obviously, you'll take a step back. But right now, if this defense, this young defense, after losing Bosa, were to lose Fred W., who I think, and I'm going to give you the thing before we get out of here, the categories for MVP. For 54 is gone. I think that's the one that has these youngsters feeling like Gilligan. Oh, I'm on an island all by myself. I think Fred's in. Just watch him. And I got to go find that video of him saying I almost got it out or I feel like the fumble was coming. But that's mine. I would go Fred Warner, McCaffrey.
So the other option, so we got Fred, you got McCaffrey, obviously Bosa, Kittle, Trent.
And I'm going Trent third. I'm going
Purdy.
I'm going Trent third.
So where does Bosa land for you?
Oh, I thought he was off the board.
Oh, no, include Bosa.
Okay, so
where does he land in that ranking of guys we absolutely can't lose for the season?
I said it earlier. I got him too.
So he slides in ahead of McCaffrey, but after Fred.
No. Who did I say first? See,
you said Fred.
But I only said Fred because I thought
Bosa
was off the board.
No. Bosa's available.
So here we go. They're fully healthy.
Fully
James
healthy.
Logan. Okay. So I'm going.
It's hard.
Yeah, but damn, I'm going Fred Warner first.
Still.
Yeah, I'm still. No shade. I'm calling it real. Fred Warner first. I believe that. This is okay. This dude, Ray
take
Lewis.
me until you get to Bosa.
I'll go Bosa second. Okay. That's how vital
so
they are.
you think Fred and Bosa both more valuable than the quarterback, than the tight end, than left tackle, and then the running back?
Yeah. Well, because I was going to put Trent third. So McCaffrey's not on there for me. So
neither is Purdy. Yeah. That's crazy. I mean, is it because of Mac
Jones? No doubt.
Yeah. So keep in mind who the backup is and who you have if those guys go out. Like, so with Fred Warner, you got Nick Martin, a rookie. You got Tatum Bethune. You got Luke Gifford.
Now you're asking too much of Saleh. Like, even if he was on his A, I don't think you could replace that type of leadership and production with Fred Warner.
Okay, so at left tackle, you got Spencer Burford.
Yeah, but
is your backup?
That's
Austin
a nightmare.
Pleasance.
Nah, we're talking about Trent. And it ain't been pretty with Trent. So imagine him not being there. Would that go to 2.1?
So your backup to Kittle is Tonjes and Farrell?
Now, quietly, Kittle's the best tight end in the game. But quietly,
they've done a good job.
No doubt.
Expectations are low as pass catchers, but they've done a good job. Yeah. I mean, they have – each of them have a touchdown catch, and one of them was a game-winning touchdown catch.
But man, oh man.
Let's see. Those are the guys behind Kittle. Behind McCaffrey, it's Brian Robinson, and then you got some other guys. You got Garendo and Jordan James behind him.
What happened to Garendo? Let's just talk about him for a minute. I
don't want Garendo returning kicks anymore.
I thought when Jordan Mason left, he was the guy. He's been relegated to kickoffs.
I do not want him returning kicks either.
Oh, so you're done with him doing that?
I mean,
damn, Grandy.
He'll take the ball out of the end zone when if you just call for a fair catch, you get it at the 35.
Well, he wants some action,
He'll
Grandy.
trip up at the 20, cost you 15 yards, and two, he doesn't. You like
the youngster wants
you
some
like
action.
the ha-ha, right? He's just a straight line runner. And hey, he's fast when he's running straight. But you got to juke. You got to get a little shifty when you're on kick return.
That's pretty
good. And he can't. He'll run right into a tackle.
I'm asking you this because, why do you think they got him doing that job then? They got to know that too.
I don't know. I don't want him doing it anymore.
That's funny.
I don't really trust Sky Moore either, but I think I'd rather have Sky Moore do it. He has a better chance to break something. Mm-hmm. But, okay, so those
are your three. Who are your three? I know that was a ball of confusion.
I mean,
Number one.
It's hard for me to not say Purdy, but because Mac is there, that does, I think, mean he's not as we've seen it through 2 weeks. They've won both games with their backup quarterback, which is a big deal. I think I might, because of what the offensive line is, I might say Trent, number one.
Okay.
I might say,
don't tell me Fred's the best player if he's not even in this three.
McCaffrey?
I mean, they won 6 games without him.
I don't know. I'm having a really hard time ranking him because, well, the Fred part is interesting to me too because I think,
man, oh man, he's their best player, man.
He's amazing, and he's the best player at his position. I mean, him and Kittle are, I think, the only two that have like relatively easy claims as the best at their position in the NFL on the Niners, right? Like there are others that have debates. Yeah. Like maybe you think Trent is still the best left tackle. That's debatable at this point. Purdy is not the best quarterback in the NFL. Nick Bosa is not the best pass rusher, but he's up there, right? But Fred and Kittle are, and specifically Fred, like best at their position in the league.
Come on, man.
Specifically for Fred by a mile, in my opinion.
Fred should be number one.
But I think what a pass rusher does, especially when you don't really have any other proven guys, what a pass rusher does to help everyone on defense, especially when you have a young secondary.
But was Bosa doing that?
Yeah, even if he wasn't getting the sacks, I think he was.
Well, I gave him that. No,
he
got off to a good start.
We look at the sack category as if it's the end-all, be-all, and you're getting paid a bunch of money. Yeah, that maybe it is fair to talk about Bosa and the lack of sacks the last couple of years.
And then the Super
but he's
Bowls
impacting
where you come
the game.
In crashing down on Mahomes. I'm sorry, I had to bring that, but those are
you're
real.
Right. I don't know. I'm just saying if I were to rank, I might rank Nick ahead of Fred in terms of guys we can't afford to lose, simply because of the fact that I think with a young secondary, having an elite pass rusher is paramount.
No doubt.
And I don't think they have an elite pass rusher without Nick Bosa.
No, I'm with you. And
they might have an elite third down guy.
And you might have one or two in the making, but we'll find out. And now that's why your boy has to get creative. Real quick, you brought up Brock, and I was just thinking what you said. You think it's a byproduct of, hey, Ross Tucker, who we had on at 11 o'clock today.
Yeah.
Grandy, I was talking about the 40 pass attempts, but I'm looking at Brock in Seattle, 35. So this, you might be right, Grandy. This was Kyle seeing what they can do in the run game, and this is a byproduct of it. So it ain't like it was 25 or 18. It's 35 is damn near 40. So now I'm thinking, okay, when Brock does come back, if it's that week, if we see those many pass attempts. But on top of that, the offense still with Brock Purdy, Grandy, only mustered up 17 points. And again, I know it was New Orleans, you got 26, but moving forward, man, it is going to be imperative that they just, for whatever reason, you got to muster up some points. And it's been beautiful. You've been getting lucky, and the defense has been there. But now your defensive anchor is one of them is gone. So they gotta up that, man, ASAP.
They have to, and I mean, it's going to be as much on Kyle Shanahan too as anybody else. I know that you think he's doing a hell of a job through 3 weeks, and he is. He's going to have to do an even better job now because the offense has to score more points.
But he's being more gangster. I love what he's doing, with the second teamers or whatnot, but I love the play calling. Like, I didn't see that 4th and 2 for 34 to Pearsall. I just have a problem. There could have been more safer plays.
What's going through your mind on 4th and 2 when that ball's in the air? And it's a deep shot.
Why are you rolling the dice like this? But it's 2 yards, not 12.
Did you like them going forward on 4th and goal from the 1?
No, I did.
You wanted the field goal? Because at that point,
because I thought you had
it was a tie game, late third.
What are you doing? And then I feel like momentum, Uncle Mo is a real thing until it's not, until somebody makes the next big play. But I couldn't believe. I said he's got job security, that we know.
Yeah.
And maybe he's just at a point in his coaching career, Grandy, where I don't care what the peanut gallery says. I'm doing it Frank Sinatra, my way.
My way.
And he did it.
He did. We got the crossover in a little less than 10 minutes.
I got to get this. Yeah, I got it.
Do you want to do the NFL awards?
If I was a real pro, I'd already have it.
The updated odds?
Yeah, but
you're trying to quiz me.
Yeah, here we go.
So what do we got? We got MVP.
Okay, right now we got him through 3 weeks.
Yeah.
Can Mark Grandy guess the top 3 MVP candidates?
What's up?
This can't be right.
What do you mean?
Oh, my. Okay, this is MVP, but all right, yeah, can you guess them?
Top 3 MVP.
Well, you know what? There's 4 for each category, so there's 4. 4. Who do you got?
Well, number 1 for MVP right now, the Vegas odds got to be Josh Allen. Is that right?
You got it.
Number 1?
Yeah. And we'll do 2 because there's one more person. Who's behind Josh Allen? So Josh is the favorite. This one is 100 to 1.
I'm just going to bring up NFL standings so I can look at all the
I'll give you a hint. Ross Tucker brought him up. Yeah, you like that, Kitty.
Ross Tucker brought him up?
Yeah, brought this second in MVP voting guy up in our interview at 11 o'clock hour.
Did I black out during the interview? I can't remember him mentioning any other quarterback.
I asked about somebody.
Oh, wait. Daniel Jones?
Daniel Jones is 100. Yeah.
Wait,
he went from 100 to 1 to 50 to 1.
Wait, so he's second on the odds?
Yeah, I got it right here.
What?
Yep.
Okay, Herbert's got to be up there.
Yeah, Herbert's third.
So I'm just missing the 4th place guy?
Yeah. You know what? We're going to do the quarterbacks because what this dude did is he just updated certain individuals so it's not in sequence.
Oh, I see.
Now I'll ask you Defensive Player of the Year. We'll just do one. Who do you think's in number 1? There's 2 of them. You can guess 2. Who's number 1 right now through 3 weeks, would you say?
I think storylines matter, so Micah Parsons.
There you go. And then who would be number 2?
Number 2.
Defensive Player of the Year.
I'm going to stick in the realm of the Packers because they just played this team, Myles Garrett. No?
This guy pays toll at the Bay Bridge, Fred Warner.
Okay, Fred.
I think Fred's got a great chance at that. 3 games, Grandy. You got to stay
These
healthy.
days, it's hard for a linebacker to win it, but
all right, here we go.
He deserves it.
2 for Coach of the Year.
Coach of the Year. Oh, it's got to be Steichen with the Colts right now, right?
How did you get that one?
Well, who's the biggest surprise so far? I mean, is Harbaugh up there too?
No, look at my man.
Jim, not John.
Now, how about Offensive Player of the Year? Offensive Rookie of the Year.
Offensive Rookie of the Year.
Yikes, man.
I mean, there's been
the Windy City he resides.
Offensive Rookie of the Year in Chicago?
Yeah. Boy, I'm going to have problems pronouncing this one.
In Chicago? Rookie? Who?
I'll tell you who's second.
Okay.
Tyler Warren.
Okay. I would guess that Emeka Ibuka would be up there.
Yeah, and that's who it is.
He's in Tampa.
Yeah, I had him in Chicago. Yeah. But you didn't guess him first, though.
Well, because you told me he's in Chicago.
I did. And then let's do Defensive Rookie of the Year.
Defensive Rookie of the Year.
And I don't even think this dude deserves it, but I'm not saying he's playing bad.
Oh, God. I mean,
he's in the state state where Jay-Z is from.
New York?
Yep.
So, not a Jet.
And the Oregon Ducks are playing his alma mater.
Oh, Abdul Carter.
Yeah. Look at
Edge rusher. Okay.
All right, and then the second one is Carson Schweissinger. Yeah.
From the Browns.
Okay.
Linebacker.
Look at you. And then we'll do through 3 weeks, Comeback Player of the Year.
Oh, God. Who came back from something last year? Oh, McCaffrey.
Yeah, he's up there, number 1. Who's number 2? We kind of talked about him already. I don't know if he can be in 2 categories.
Oh, Daniel Jones.
Yeah.
Because he didn't really play last year.
Can you go? And then Carson Wentz third.
Carson Wentz.
What's up with him?
Okay.
He's got an opportunity, though.
That's interesting because you and I and Ken were talking about this in the green room before the show. I think the Vikings are making way for Carson Wentz to be their starting quarterback.
Now, I'm supposed to have the conspiracies. You did that, but...
So, okay, J.J. McCarthy.
Yeah.
Hell of a win, week 1 in Chicago.
But it was an ugly game up until the 4th. But
he was
won.
great in the 4th, but ugly for the majority of the game. And then week 2, who'd they have week 2? The Falcons. At home. And J.J. McCarthy was miserable.
No, it was bad.
Terrible.
Okay,
he looked like the worst quarterback in the league.
Yeah.
Like Spencer Rattler looked miles better than him. And he plays the whole game. And he's moving around. And legitimately, I think like the last throw that he made in that game, he was like rolling out to the right and was moving perfectly fine. Looked 100% healthy. And then right when the game ends, they say he's out for next week. He's already out for next week. Carson Wentz is going to be our starter. And then before Carson Wentz even starts week 3, they say, yeah, JJ's going to be out for at least a couple more weeks. I'm telling you, I think they're faking this injury.
But why?
And they're
You want to see the
they don't think he's good.
You want to see the prom king
because they think they can
fall.
win with Carson Wentz.
No, just think about what you're saying. He's failed, Carson Wentz, that is, guys, so much that's too big of a reach for the investment they got in McCarthy to let Darnold go for one and then pull the plug this fast. For Carson Wentz, who, he's got an opportunity to do something here, but I just think it's too soon for them to give up on JJ. Has he looked bad? Yes, but he won one game.
I'm just telling you, there's something fishy with that injury. He looked fine.
When you brought that up, I wasn't mad at you.
He looked fine health-wise through 2 weeks, and then they're very quickly ruling him out, not just for 1 week, but for multiple weeks. I don't know. I know full well this is a conspiracy theory that I have.
You for having it, though.
But there's something fishy. There's something going on there. I'm telling you. Dude.
Not for Wentz, though. If you were telling me even Cousins or something more, and Carson might shock the world. This is his last chance. You better try to do something. But
he started a game for 6 different teams over the last 6 years.
Yeah. Remember that was Steiny. I blew it. I missed one team. I said, can you guess the teams?
Oh, God, I don't think I could do it.
And I wouldn't remember right now either. I know Philly for one.
The Colts were one.
Okay, look at you.
Were the Commanders one?
That's 3.
Obviously now the Vikings.
That's 4. You only missing 2. Carson Wentz.
Was he the backup for the Chiefs?
I got to go. I would have to go through
there's one more?
One more. Carson Wentz.
I don't remember the last one.
And You got it?
Let me do this real quick, and then you guys can let me know. This Sunday, we're going back to Laughing Mug Brewing in Sunnyvale for the kickoff show. Great food, great drinks, and great games in the parking lot. The show starts at 10 with Evan Giddings and Loneal, and all the early games will be on for you to watch. And get this, if you're going to the game, a free shuttle to and from the stadium. That's right, park at Laughing Mug for free, join the party, and then take the shuttle back and forth to the game. All you have to do is sign up and reserve a spot. Do it now because space is limited. Go to 957thegame.com, click on the kickoff show graphic, and then click on the Eventbrite link and sign up, and we will see you there. What's the last team I'm missing?
I want to throw the ball at you because I'm old. I know that ain't my stuff. Google is my friend.
Uh-huh.
Where he started at.
Oh.
The Rams.
Wait, where?
Rams.
He didn't start there. He started in Philly.
Yeah, but the Rams.
Okay, I forgot about the Rams.
Oh, boy.
He has bounced around like crazy.
He got hurt against the Rams.
He did.
Yeah.
And he was going to win the MVP that year.
No doubt.
And he got hurt. And then Nick Foles won the Super Bowl.
And they were playing in the Coliseum.
Crazy. That segment was brought to you by the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans. Willard and Dibs in the crossover coming up next on 95.7 The Game.
My mom, my papa, my daddy works for Caltrans on the freeway, right next to speeding cars.
Please be careful.
Be alert. Be work zone alert. Brought to you by the kids of Caltrans.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and RNS Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rnsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Anthony from San Leandro. Lupe and Daniel were the greatest. They tested my fire door. Everything is working great. I'll refer them to anybody. Thanks, RNS.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with RNS Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
What time is it? Game time. What time is it? You know what time it is. It's football season, and it's the big fella, Lorenzo Neal. Join me and Evan Giddings every home game for the kickoff show, live at the Laughing Mock Gastropub, Sunnyvale, right around the corner from the stadium. We're talking Niner football and hosting the best game day tailgate in the Bay. Laughing Mock Game Day is the faithful's first stop with games, prizes, free parking, and a shuttle straight to the stadium. righteously brewed in San Francisco and faithfully brewed for the family.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
This year, the Valley of Hearts Delight fundraiser shines brighter than ever with our theme, Legacies Under the Lights. Step into History Park, glowing with restored historic neon signs from the History San Jose collection, and enjoy an unforgettable night of dining, live music, and celebration. All proceeds support preserving the stories and landmarks that make our valley unique. Tickets are now on sale at historysanjose.org. Join us for Legacies Under the Lights October 9th and help keep history shining for generations to come.
Okay, Bay Area, I've got a bigger team for you to join. The team that donates blood. Hot Yoga Republic in Mill Valley is teaming up with Vitalant for a blood drive September 25th and 26th. Roll up your sleeves, give blood, save a life. Every 2 seconds, somebody needs it. Accident victims, kids in chemo, real people who need you. Let's do this, Bay Area. Find your spot at hotyogarepublic.com. That's hotyogarepublic.com. And a big thanks to Habas Law for backing this. Habas Law, always fighting to make it right.
A lot of Bay Area banking customers are faced with a choice. Which financial institution best fits what they're looking for? It might make sense to consider a bank's history. Take Fremont Bank. For 60 years, we've provided stability and consistency with an emphasis on relationships. We've grown one customer at a time, not through mergers or acquisitions, because that's how you can do business when you're independently owned and community focused. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
With great deals coming this Prime Big Deal Days, October 7th and 8th, greatness is a deal away. So if you love baking, you can get a deal on a new mixer, transforming you into the Lord of the Loaves.
Hear ye, hear ye! Make way for the baron of brioche, the sultan of sourdough, the Lord of the Loaves, Prime Member Dave!
Yeah, hi?
Get up to 40% off with Prime Big Deal Days, October 7th and 8th.
Your cold is coming! Your cold is coming! When you feel a cold coming, shorten it with Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand.
Oh no, not before my big trip.
The big trip you've been planning is coming up, and so is your cold. But Zicam can shorten your cold and get you back to planning sooner.
Thanks, Revere.
We really should keep Zicam in the house.
Shorten your cold with Zicam.
Take it from America's most revered messenger. Shorten your cold at the first sign with cold shortening products from Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand. Available in stores or see where to buy at Zicam.com.
What we do on the show, I mean, the segment had been called Fade the Dibbers.
What's it now?
I mean, it's Ride the Dibbers.
No doubt about it. He's hot.
He's hot. He's been hot all year. But
see, I hate that.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
It's the crossover.
Wow.
Willard Dibs.
You had to hear that.
Wow. Well, I'm sorry, Granny.
You're good.
You actually texted me that yesterday. You're like, I hate that you're 12-2.
I'm the handicapper here. Why does that bother me?
I do not hate
he's
that he's
12-2.
I only hate that he's 12-2 when I make a big deal about thinking he's about to be wrong, like I did last night.
We all did.
Randy told me.
I've more than 50% of the time I've been with him, which is actually the part that I hate. I don't like it when I'm like, ooh, I'm ready. I got this one. And then he's like, damn it, he agrees with me.
Yeah.
And then I'm like, well, that's no fun.
Yeah, good.
But dude, 12-2. I was like, what was that cat that went on the crazy run and got a movie made about it?
Come on.
No. There was, what was the name of the
Sports gambling?
Yes.
A movie.
There was a movie about it. And he did a big radio tour. We had him on the air all the time.
What's his name?
I'll look it up.
Yeah.
I'll look it up. Ken, can you, like everybody?
Randy, now I feel like Dibs might be on the man.
Hang on.
You keep going.
But we could probably
Was
get
it
him.
2 for the money?
Yes.
Yeah. Matthew McConaughey.
No, but who's the
AI, man. I'm 12-2, but AI is undefeated.
2 for the money. But who was the guy? It was based on a real. It was based on
Al
a real
Pacino's
person.
also in it.
No, it's not based on Al Pacino.
Okay.
There was
Brandon Lang.
Yeah, Brandon Lang.
Former college football star, after sustaining a career-ending injury, takes a job handicapping football games.
And he went on a diabolical run.
I'm in already.
And I was like, we should. And Dibs, you know what? I'm gonna make this a pet project.
Okay.
I'm gonna see if we can get him on tomorrow.
Okay.
Oh,
because
man, that is incredible.
I wanted was his run 14 games? Was it 114
but
games?
to get a movie, I gotta believe.
And a sports gambler who goes on a heater, you already can bet how it ends.
Yeah.
But anyway.
With addiction and bankruptcy. The ABCs of gambling.
Naked in an alley somewhere.
That's pretty good.
He went on a crazy run.
Oh, man.
And so he should, I would love to hear him coach you up on what to do and what not to do when you get hot.
Well, and it's one thing.
I'm jealous.
It's one thing to win, but some of the wins have been ridiculous, like taking the Cardinals in 2 points and they lose by 1.
Buffalo week 1 against the Ravens.
Buffalo week 1.
So you're winning like the Niners.
And it's funny you say that because we're going to get into that.
Very much
They have a plus 10-point differential and they're 3-0.
Wow.
And they're 26th in the red zone efficiency and they're 3-0. And they've had 6 or 7 guys get hurt and they're 3-0. There's so many reasons why they should be 1-2, maybe 2-1 with a break. They're 3-0.
Can I take that to why I've been trying to convey to Grandy and the listeners? I know this Bosa thing's going to hurt, but I'd be a fool if I said I'm blown away through 3 weeks about the coaching job on both sides of the ball. Why would this be any different? I know he's a heavyweight, but they've won without their tight end. But I guess he's out, and I've heard it all season.
Yeah.
Okay, but still.
No, but why should it change the way they look this weekend? Probably wouldn't.
And they beat Arizona without him, technically.
I love that you guys brought that up because, like anybody's memory, it's kind of like you go into the game, you watch the game, you experience the game, you come out, and you have your processing of it. I forgot that nobody had even scored when he went out. I knew he went out. I didn't realize he went out that early. And they kind of played this one without him. And they won.
They did.
So why can't they beat Jacksonville without him?
Yeah.
What about the Rams?
Yeah, harder.
What about Tampa?
That's harder.
Yeah.
Harder. But again, the reason I was striking that chord yesterday of like, let's just stay in the moment is, like, I don't think Trey Hendrickson's going to be on the Niners next week.
Right, I got you.
He might be in 3.
Yeah, right.
Or somebody might be.
No, I got you.
I mean, shout out to Tim K for writing the article today. We were discussing this
I didn't
yesterday.
see it.
Oh, go read it. This'll put some actual, like, rational thought process to the idea. And it's a great target. Now, today's not the day because the Bengals are 2-1. And so they get to also play the whole, like, maybe we're going to be good this year.
No, I got you.
But
for at least a couple more weeks.
We all believe that is the biggest, I think it's the biggest house of cards in the league right now, that the Bengals are ahead of the Ravens in the division.
Wow.
And so let that fall apart for a few more weeks, which I think it will. And then let's see. Yeah. I mean, the one thing that was revealing about it is Kawakami said the Niners like him. They've liked him for a long time.
And I'll just real quick say this, too, what I've been saying to Granny for almost 4 hours. I heard Bonte, Butch, and Spadoni have a great conversation in regard to, and I'm a sports romantic, here I go, Dibs, what does Kyle and John owe Trent and maybe Fred Warner, the OGs, if they got a great record, to go get an ad to kind of help them, get over that loss of Bosa if they're 6-2 or 7. And I thought to myself, I'm into I think the speeches occur and they don't. But I'm like, not but you kind of like, we're close here. So reinforcements.
I think it works that way. I absolutely think it works that way. Look, the Giants this year, Matt Chapman said it at the deadline.
Oh, gosh.
Like, we took away the team's ability to go add. And then the vice versa is true. I don't okay, it looks funky, it feels circumstantial, you got some breaks. Dude, you're 3-0.
Wins are wins.
Okay.
You
but
are
also
3-0, and you owe it to your players and your fans and all of that stuff that when an opportunity presents itself to go for it, you go for it.
3 wins isn't enough to prove that, though.
No,
you have to keep it up.
No, not at all.
At least be, 5-4 come week 9 or something.
Yeah, but that's the thing.
Yeah.
You now, in order to be 6-3 at the deadline, you only need to go 500 over the next 6 weeks.
Wow.
That's it.
And the schedule isn't.
Yeah.
Schedule is the schedule. So.
And it doesn't always have to be that you have a great record to make the move. And I was thinking about McCaffrey when they traded for him. Huh? They were 3-3. They had just come off that game in Atlanta where the Falcons went down the field over and over and over. They were running it down your throat, and you thought you were better than that. And so with a 3-3 club, they went out and got McCaffrey. And they won 10 of the next 11 and, went on a deep run. And that's when they went to the Eagles when Brock Purdy's arm fell off.
Yep.
But they were 3-3, and they made a bold move. So I think it's less about what you owe to certain guys, and it's more about what can you do to keep this train on the tracks chugga-chugga? Because you've got a soft enough schedule and a good enough team to where, you could add a piece and you could stay in this mix.
Yeah.
The trade deadline, by the way, is November 4th after the Week 9 games.
Yeah.
So you'll be 9 games in.
Yeah, we had Ross Tucker on in the 11 o'clock hour, and my thing was, or one of my questions, talk to me about the 80 pass attempts. And Grandy was like, I think it might be a byproduct of, them not running the ball. But it was 1 week in Seattle. Brock had 35, which is almost 40. And I'm like, there is nothing to see here. I think now this might have been why Kyle was dialing up 35 times in Seattle. But it's got to improve because they got to put up more. I know you guys had fun, or we did it yesterday, 24 or 30. But the numbers got to go up when Brock gets back to offset what the defense is trying to do in regard to their new identity.
I think this is the head scratcher of the whole team so far.
The run game?
Yeah.
But they're stacking the box too.
Right.
Cardinals bird looked evil to me. I was like, they're stopping that run. Yeah. The bird looked evil.
We're still kind of early on getting the analytics or the data out of all of that, right? So
just 3 weeks.
Well, the Seahawks are a really good defense. So in theory, if you've got your quarterback and he's going to be gaining weapons almost weekly now, the rest of the way. So in theory, if you're stacking the box, you ought to be able to make them pay.
And that, wow.
Which they haven't been able to do yet because there's just not a lot of action downfield. You're meeting receivers in the huddle. Hi, my name's Mac.
Hi, Mac.
Hi, my name's Marquez Valdez.
Right, yeah. I couldn't believe it.
Okay, you go over there and
Sky Moore, what are you doing here?
Right.
I thought you were a returner.
I wonder if holes don't open up for the run game as weaponry starts coming back.
And also George Kittle, and I heard Ross mention it to you guys. Great interview today that he's an elite run blocker as a tight end. So you don't have him. Trent maybe at 37 is slowing down a little bit. Dominic Pooney has been feast or famine at times, and so I don't think you've had the group really able to establish any sort of a run game. I did a deep dive on every McCaffrey carry so far this year, so we'll break down some of the numbers, but the big headline is the red zone. 13 carries, 7 yards for McCaffrey in the red area, inside the 20.
Didn't they only have 5 at halftime?
5 rush attempts for McCaffrey.
Man.
Yeah, at half. Yeah.
Well, I remember that last year, the red zone struggles, it was all like, well, there's no McCaffrey. And,
that's right.
And now there's McCaffrey.
Okay. Yeah, wow.
Now there's no Kittle.
Yeah.
One of the times they converted
even going into the red zone.
One of the times they converted in the red zone was the Kittle touchdown in week 1, and then he got hurt and hasn't played since.
Right.
And they have a youth check red zone touchdown. They have a Tonjes. They've got
Farrell red zone touchdown.
Red zone touchdown.
McCaffrey through the air red zone touchdown.
Count it.
Yeah.
Count that.
Yep.
Wow.
Those are, your red zone weapons are guys that we've never heard of.
And you were
you're
down
3-0.
there.
Yeah.
You were down there against Arizona on the 4th and 2 incomplete. Like, that you should have been able to punch that in.
0 rushing touchdowns, 0 red zone touchdowns to receivers.
Ooh.
3-0.
Yeah.
Wow.
Talk to me.
Feel like 5-0.
Talk to me.
Your only touchdown.
How was that happening?
Your only touchdown to a receiver is the long one to Juwan, right?
Yeah.
That's
it.
incredible.
Yeah. Crazy.
Yeah, Ricky Pearsall, no touchdowns yet.
Yeah. 1 for 4 in the red zone against Arizona, and you got the W. 1 for 4 against New Orleans in the red zone.
Damn, man.
You got the W. 2 for 5 against Seattle and 2 block kicks, and you got the W.
And one of them was Jake Tonjes jumping in front of a defender.
Right.
Yeah.
And so
you should really be thankful about this 3-0.
Absolutely. And I try to not use the word luck because ultimately you've got professional athletes who, in a 50-50 situation, one of them makes the play, the other one doesn't, like Upton Stout. He fights his way all the way through that, and he makes the play. Zay Jones, could he have held on? Sure. But Upton's arm was in there.
That's it.
And Upton won. And the Tonjes touchdown was a ball up for grabs, and he grabbed it. Up for grabs, and he grabbed it. So you get credit, in my opinion. Is it lucky? Maybe. For me, luck is when, like the Ayuk play from a couple years ago where it bounced off the guy's helmet and it went right to him.
Ayuk.
Right. That to me is more under the category of luck. This is just, you need a play made, and these guys make a play. You had Nick Bosa with the shrug sack to seal a game. Upton Stout makes a play. Jake Tonjes makes a play.
Is
go ahead.
the Marvin Harrison drop, is that luck?
Okay.
That's incredible.
That, I think, is more, yeah.
I just watched a slow-mo replay of that play.
Marvin Harrison?
Where was it? I think he could
For
have
those
scored.
of you who are not watching, my face is all, like my eyes are bugging out. It's one of the worst plays I've ever seen in the history of watching the NFL. First of all, the dude has the half of his field to himself.
Dude. Yep.
It's not a long play.
And he ain't a slow dude.
It's a touchdown.
It's not the all-22 because he's the only guy on the stream.
The all-one. We got a video of the all-one. And Kyler just does, he kind of hucks it up because somebody's about to hit him, and so he sees him running open, so he's just like, just throw it over to that side of the field. He's by himself. And Marvin is waiting for the ball. It's almost like the end of those movies where it's like some little dork turns into a great athlete and has this moment and closes his eyes. Lucas.
Shout out Lucas.
Thank you.
The slow-mo ball flying through the air.
And the ball's getting close to him, and he's just looking at it like, I'm going to catch you. And then he puts his hands up and doesn't touch the ball.
It's his
it
chest.
goes right through all 10 of his fingers.
You got to do it like Kevin Harlan. Right between the fingers.
We were talking about you got a great
his
one.
Harlan is so good.
I've never
stepped on
seen
it.
It's got to be. It's one of the biggest gaffes I've ever seen.
Your
a wide
guys are going to
receiver
laugh. He's so delicate upstairs, I believe, in what's going on with Kyler. I do wonder if he can just Mariah Carey Dibs and shake it off. Like, is that going to follow
Taylor
him?
Swift.
I don't know.
Dude, that was, I can't believe it.
I don't know. And then obviously, look, I know it was a much tougher play, but a good wide receiver in the NFL makes that play in the end zone.
Yeah. Oh, man.
Because he was not.
Oh, that hurt.
He did not have a defender draped on him. Like, he had to jump, but the ball was
You
right
had it.
in between his hands.
Something's going on.
Dude. Woof.
You're
sorry.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. That drop that you're talking about in the end zone where he had to jump and land on his back for it. Malik Neighbors, his fellow first-round draft pick last year, makes that catch. Ricky Pearsall probably makes that catch.
Oh, hell yes.
Yeah.
I've never seen Ricky drop anything.
My boy Reg B text me like, Pops is not happy. Yeah, it was a flag, but you should have had that one. My gosh.
Especially after what had already happened earlier. I mean,
there you go.
That's as bad of a game as I've seen a receiver have since Kadarius Toney on opening night. Chiefs Lions
lining up off sides
3 years ago.
Man.
Where, he almost
one.
single-handedly lost them that football game.
No, he lost him that one. Man.
Was the Ravens tight end? Is that Mark Edwards?
Mark Andrews.
Mark Andrews, thank you.
Yeah.
Last year in the playoffs.
That was rough.
Yeah.
And even the Lions, when they were here for the playoffs and taking on the Niners, and you had couple of those fourth down drops.
Totally.
But Williams, I think, was the guy.
Khalif Raymond, or was it?
It was Jameson Williams, I thought.
No, it wasn't Jameson.
No, it was the other guy.
It was who's the other dude?
He ain't as good
He's
as
not on the
Jameson.
team anymore. Are they?
Imagine that.
Shoot. Anyway, no, but those are like one drop. This to me was like, because there was also the play where he and Kyler were on different pages, and he just ran.
And now I believe Kyler was right.
Josh Reynolds.
Josh Reynolds.
Yeah.
Well done, Grandy.
When you get 3 or 4 or 5 plays in a game as a receiver where you're just like, good Lord, dude, he lost him the game. He lost him the game.
And so you might put that under luck, but again, you just might have better players. Like you were saying, Grandy, I can't recall a lot of Pearsall drops, if any, and the Niners this year, they have, McCaffrey had 2 on Sunday, very uncharacteristic. Yeah. And beyond that, they might only have one other drop.
I'm with you.
Not a lot of drops. And so even if you're more talented, you got to make the play. And that's why I think about that play from Upton Stout, where that's the ball game. Either you break that pass up or they put the pillow over your face and you lose. That's it.
Again.
That's it.
Yeah.
So
one of the things we were talking about today, and we asked Ross Tucker this, and Ross generally seemed to take some of the credit away from Robert Saleh for what's happened so far, and just crediting the players and their health. He talked about last year and Fred Warner playing on the bum ankle all season and all the other injuries that they had. Not saying that Robert Saleh hasn't been doing a good job. He said he's doing a good job, but not giving as much credit to Robert Saleh as we all have been so far.
Right.
But now he said this is the time where Robert Saleh gets to flex his muscles without Nick Bosa.
I thought that was like, come on, that's a little like.
I feel like I've already seen Robert Saleh turn this defense, do a full 180.
It's not Tom Cruise Mission Impossible, but the fact that you're saying it, call me when he does it without Bosa, I thought that was like, man.
Y'all ever break up with someone?
Oh, man.
Okay, so the first 2 weeks of that next person, how's that always feel?
Amazing.
The honeymoon.
Okay, so what Ross is not understanding is that we are thinking about Robert Saleh and running it through the prism of Nick Sorensen.
Yeah. And Wilkes.
And Wilkes, which was, I don't think Wilkes is a
not
bad
as bad
coach.
at all.
Just a bad experience.
Yeah.
The whole thing has been 2 years of a really, really bad experience. So that's the comparison right now, and that's why Saleh, I think, you're not gonna get us off of Robert Saleh right now. That it feels so good.
No doubt about it.
And plus you're back with the ex that you had the best times with.
And
you had the best of times.
You thought was the one that you were going to give a ring to.
And if you love somebody, you set them free, and then sometimes they come flying home. Just one quick note on the Saleh and the Bosa part of it.
Yeah.
Niners are 29th in pressure rate this year as a defense, and that includes 2 games and 2 drives with Nick Bosa.
Yeah.
So even with Nick Bosa, you haven't been pressuring quarterbacks. 15%. Only the Ravens, Jets, and Panthers are worse than you are.
Grandy gave us, how long did Murray have in the pocket with Bosa to
extra half a second when Bosa was on the sideline.
Man.
And let's see, I have it here. Where did it go? Pressure rate with Nick Bosa on the field on Sunday, 45%. Pressure rate with Nick Bosa off the field Sunday, 28%. That's a small sample, but
they're gonna
change.
They're gonna have to replace him.
Yeah,
but not yet.
Yeah,
that's what I think. They're gonna have to replace him.
But right now it's by committee.
Yeah, it's just not.
It takes a village.
It's too early.
Yeah, I got you.
Like right now,
Cincinnati's 2-1. You said it.
And if you want to go get someone now, you're going to be forced into a wild overpay because you're desperate. That's like walking to the car lot and trying to buy a car.
I can't remember what they did last time he did this to the other knee in 20.
They had so many other injuries that year. It was just a done year.
Yeah, they lost their quarterback in the same game, right?
And others.
Wow, man.
Well, they had those back-to-back games at MetLife versus the Giants and the Jets, and they had 8 ACL injuries those 2 weeks alone.
Yeah.
Can I throw a curveball at you guys before I get out of here? Because I mean this. I have a date with baseball. The Mariners, the Mets, the Cubs, this thing, the Astros, this thing is crazy how close this is with a week. And the fact that the Reds run down the Mets and the Giants are 2-8 in their last 10, I mean this. I'm speaking on behalf of Giants. That makes it worse that you had that Saturday in the slot and then you just poo-poo. And now you're not. The Reds should be the Giants. The Reds are the Giants to me, and it's just It is really, truly disheartening. And my theme of this is not just Melvin, but this makes it worse, doubly worse for me, that they got there and then Trent, they went back to bad baseball, 2-8, when they could be doing what the Reds are doing. That's a hard pill to swallow, man. Yeah. Oh, I didn't know. I thought something else was
He has, was it Bob Seger turned the page? He's already turned the page.
This is not okay.
No, of course it's not. But it wasn't already. Like, I wasn't. Okay.
I talked to him.
Fun run.
Because it was
to get back into it.
Yeah.
And I'll never not remember Friday night against the Dodgers.
You were there.
But the fact that then they knew they had 6 more games against the Dodgers the rest of the week, and they won one of them. And
but your ace got the ball. You're up 4-1 after the first.
Yeah. But like, you're surprised? Like,
I am at 2-8.
The whole thing was fun, but I never bought it. Did you ever feel like?
Can I ask you real quick why you didn't buy it? Because I was over here like, oh my gosh.
Because they're putting people in out of the bullpen that their own fans have never heard of. They gave up on their season. They sold.
But then their play told us something else.
Well, they played so well to just get back into it, but you're not going to be able to sustain what they win 13 out of 16 or 14 out of 17. I had the notes on it, and I actually threw those notes away because it's no longer appropriate.
And they were raking. I mean,
incredible.
And now they can't get a hit.
Yeah.
See?
Yeah.
So you just run it back, huh? Nothing to see here? Or
no, you don't run it back.
I think it's salt in the wound that you fell off again.
I don't know. They weren't good enough before. They're not good enough now. But what does run it back mean to you? If you're solely talking about Bob Melvin, I've been steadfast with this all year. Yes, I do believe they're going to, quote, run it back. I absolutely think Bob is going to be back.
Randy said that too.
I think that's what the organization is thinking, and I'm not even really against it because I don't think that Bob is the top of the list of their issues. Now, what changes can they make out in the field? That's the issue for me. It's limited. I'd be real interested to know kind of like when they come back, Jesus Rodriguez is up, right? Or is he? Yeah, he's up.
All right.
I like this announcement earlier today that now you've got basically review on balls and strikes within the game.
Yeah.
That lessens the importance of Patrick Bailey.
Oh, wow.
Like, his whole thing is framing. And now...
And throwing, right?
Yeah. No, he's a very good defensive catcher, but is he so good...
No, he's not.
...that you can just stomach...
Yeah.
Like, he only hits the ball if it's the bottom of the ninth and there are people on base and you can win. That's the only time he hits the ball. So, there's limited spots where they can make a move, but Bryce Eldridge should be on the team next year.
But do you have before you go, Dibs and Grandy, do you have a problem for any Giant fan or me saying, you know what, I'd like to see some new blood at the manager position? Like, does that just throw you off, or do you I get it, I don't agree with you?
How about like, elaborate your take?
When they were nobody had a clue.
Who?
The Giants and Bob Melvin collectively, the players, said we don't know.
Who?
And I think we don't know went on too damn long.
Who is it and what will it do?
Now the Rangers are going the other way. They didn't lost 8 in a row, 7 in a row. What if Bochy were available?
Why is his losing streak not damaging to what he's doing right now?
But he won a World Series too.
Of course he did.
So now I come over here.
But you see, I'm devil's advocate here. Like, what do you actually think sticking a new retired age human being in funny pants in the dugout is actually going to do for your OPS?
When I see Willard running the bases like a chicken with his head cut off, or I see Grandy just making bad plays in the field, or Dibs getting picked off on third in Chicago, and I'm making stuff up. Maybe my stuff behind the scenes can get Dibs to get out of that funk or whatever collectively, more than just, you know what, I'm gonna let Dibs work it out himself. And the amount of times I read, I don't know, and that was acceptable. I'm just saying maybe a new skipper gets to find out, why I don't know. Like, that doesn't last and linger as much.
Yeah, it doesn't.
I'm grasping, but I think that stuff matters.
It does matter, but if you think about the organizational philosophy, it's Buster Posey now calling the shots, and he's going to lean on stability. He's a catcher. Bob's a catcher. He got an extension. I don't think you extend a guy in, April or May and then fire him in October. That's not the way a stable organization goes about it. If next year is a carbon copy of this year, you're going to get that change. I think that Bob Melvin, with his gravitas and his experience, has earned the right to give it one more shot and have them not wind up next year at 80 and 82.
And I shut my ass up when they start winning and they were not going to. I left Bob alone. So, Grandy, I just want to, I'm a real one. I left Bob. I'm like, what? But then why did that just go away? It evaporated.
Well, but what is it that he wasn't doing when they were losing, that he is doing when they're winning, that he's now not doing again?
Then what does a coach do?
And that's where that was just...
I mean, the manager position in baseball has been diminished. There's no two ways about it. It's been diminished. It's why their pay scale has gone way down. So that's always a little bit of...
So you think it ain't hit it used to hit?
What the average fan, outside of a pitching change, what do you think the manager does?
I want to lay into somebody.
He does.
Like Melvin. Melvin did get to Ramos on the base running blunders.
He gets into them all the time. They've been doing this for 6 months. He gets into them all the time. But
that's just an example of something they do.
Yeah. But okay, he does that. And Ramos is still, he's still jogging to first base and then running hard when he shouldn't. He runs slow when he shouldn't. He runs hard when he shouldn't. He's not an intuitive baseball player.
I just hate the Reds are there.
They got that.
Yeah. I didn't think another team would catch the Mets, and Arizona's a game back.
Yep.
Even the Cardinals have caught the Giants now.
Wow.
77 and 80. Cardinals and Giants.
I love that you admit, Willard, I was done, but they brought me back. But then to just fall off the cliff again, that's why
they're just teasing us, dude.
That's
all it is.
Yeah.
And it's also the schedule. They had the Dodgers. So you beat them on the Friday. You had 6 more against them, and you won one of those.
Damn, you did.
They're just a better team than you. And all of your hot streak that you had on that,
it was hot.
It was super hot. It was one of the hottest streaks they've ever had. 2021 they actually had, and they won 107 games. But they had a couple streaks like that and one even longer. But this team, you got so hot to just sniff the race, and then you regress back to the mean.
You should not. And here's the tail of the tape. If we take it beyond this year, I believe, do I have this right now? Outside of 2021, that's a decade and 1 playoff appearance.
2016 was their last playoff before.
Against the Cubs.
So 17, 18.
That should never happen.
That's bad.
With this organization.
That's bad.
9 years, 1 playoff.
Wow, man.
So that should never happen. Not
with the wild card.
With 6 teams making it.
Yeah, oh, man.
That should never happen with a team with this financial power, with these resources, with this fan base, with this city, with that ballpark, with these rules.
So see, that's what makes this one hurt.
Division.
Buster spent some of that. Adames. Who's saying that was a bad acquisition?
You're one.
Devers.
You're one.
But why didn't the car start fast enough?
That's that. I mean, year 1. And for Devers, it's year half.
Oh, he's looking like Devers now. He's
just
like, wow.
But no, this is you come back next year, I think, with a mandate. For sure.
Well, he's not going to get another extension. Like his contract goes through next year. So I don't think you come back in May, even if you start out 18-7. I don't think you come right out in May and go, hey, another extension. Here you go, Bo Mel. It's a prove-it year for sure for Bob Melvin. And, the majority of the upgrades, I think, a couple of starters, you need some bullpen help. And the guys that you're going to keep, they've got to be better at baseball. Yep. And that's where I look at maybe not Bob Melvin, but organizationally, why is Marco Luciano still unable to play defense? Wow, why is Elliot Ramos this bad in left field? I don't know who to blame. I don't know enough about their structure, but something has to change internally to where these guys become better baseball players.
Wow.
What do you guys got coming up?
First of all, we were so damn close to calling today Fat Tuesday. We were going to fill it up with offensive linemen, but a couple of things didn't quite come through, but we got one. So John Feliciano.
5?
He cusses on YouTube at 5. So that's exciting.
Wow.
By the way, y'all should take a spin at his actual podcast Every third word.
Hide the children.
Every third word.
Andrew Dice
It's 2 to 3 people going, man, bleep, dip, bloop, deep, deep, bop, boop, dip, dip, while they're watching football. It's hilarious.
Now, that's pretty fun.
Anyway, so John will be on at 5. Matt Barrows is going to be on at 3:15.
Purdy play this week? I know it's Tuesday.
I think so.
All right.
Yeah, I think so.
I would imagine so, yeah. I think so. I mean, it seemed like he was ramping up toward it, and then not quite ready, but I think that after that break, I mean, even if you hold him out, it's only 4 days later till your next game.
Grandy, you know what else is coming up on today's show?
What?
You.
Me?
Yeah,
Grandy's grades?
Yeah, you got to call in.
Okay.
Get on the video at like 4:15.
All right, sounds good.
Appreciate that.
All right, we'll be listening.
Oh, yeah.
From the house.
All right, guys.
Man,
All right.
You're working a double shift.
Look at it.
Do you get extra for that?
No.
Okay. Thank God. I don't want us to have to turn the lights off or anything.
All right, have a good show, guys.
Bye-bye.
Willard and Dibs coming up next.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They're cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting the chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, let's go. Let's do this darn thing. As we said, we're packed and ready to go. John Feliciano at 5, Matt Barrows at 3:15. Some guy named Grandy going to come on at 4:15.
Oh, yeah.
We got a lot to talk out. New, sort of fresh, and I don't want to call them rumors. I think half sort of confirmations of the Warriors roster, the automated ball strike system, and Dibs has hot takes because this puts the umpires on notice. But yeah, we're still in the wake of the Nick Bosa injury. We've got rumors, innuendos, and ideas, and we'll get to all of it. And here's what I want to throw out to start this off. 888-957-9570. We would love your response to this. I'm sort of thinking of this year's 49ers in this moment as potentially, it's so freaking early, but as potentially like the way the Warriors ended up in 2022.
Ooh, okay. Easy
now,
there, big
well,
guy.
I'm not, now you know me. I'm not calling them a championship contender. It's too early to get into that. What I'm talking about is a team that is seen as a potential overachiever. In other words, a team that you might think is one thing, and then they elevate that, and they take it somewhere else, and it takes you a long time to believe it. I don't think some of us still look back on 2022 and don't believe it. I don't know what happened to Andrew Wiggins. I don't know what got into him. Do you? I don't know.
He played like he's supposed to play all the time.
But he's done that literally for 4 months of his life.
About right, yeah.
But he did at the right time. And Kevon Looney was the greatest rebounder apparently in the history of basketball for 2 months. And the Warriors suddenly don't let us win another bleeping championship. And they did. And I know so many Warrior fans who hold that title sort of near and dear, maybe not more so than the first one, but very near and dear, certainly more near and dear and enjoyable than the Kevin Durant championships because it surprised you. And you felt like they were, at times, especially even in the NBA Finals, an underdog. And they were. They were underdogs against the Boston Celtics once things got going in that series. So here we are. Kyle Shanahan's 49ers, ever since 2019, they end up in the Super Bowl in a surprising way, but then they lose it. And from that moment forward, the 49ers have been seen across the league and by their own fan base collectively as badasses. It's a badass organization, man. It's Super Bowl or bust, and then they go to an NFC title game. And then Jimmy Garoppolo is all over the place. And then they go to another NFC title game. Brock Purdy's arm falls off. Then they go to a Super Bowl, and overtime happens, and they lose and all this. But throughout all of it, I think that we viewed the 49ers as among the BMOCs. These are the big men on campus. They're the big dogs. They're favorites, all of that. Now, they're not like down in the bottom half of the league in terms of metrics or odds.
Right.
But they're not viewed as the Packers or the Lions or the Eagles, and certainly not the Bills and the Ravens and the whoever else. So, especially with the Bosa injury, here's my question. Do you accept the 49ers as underdogs? Do you accept looking at them through a new view?
Yes and no. Yes, because they aren't the favorites. You just named 3 teams, and you could throw in the Lions in the NFC, and you've got Philly, and you've got Green Bay, and I would even put the Rams in there as teams that I think are probably better than the Niners. There's a couple that are close in there, but they're not underdogs to the extent that their season win total expected over-under was 10.5, which means Vegas thought 11-6 or 10-7, so your expectation year in and year out is that you're going to be a good playoff team or a playoff fringe team. So you're not really underdogs. You're favored again this weekend. We don't know who the starting quarterback is, and you're favored by 3 over Jacksonville. But to your point about what the national perspective is, what the odds say, there are other teams in their conference and maybe one even in their division that is more likely or more expected to go further than them. So are they underdogs? No. Are they the favorite? No. They're kind of in between for me. This reminds me a little bit of the 2021 Giants. If this team goes on an unexpected run like that with this many injuries and all the rest of it, that's kind of what the 2021 Giants was, right? 107 wins. Nobody saw that thing coming.
What the hell is this?
And if you look at the years before and the years after, they've been this 500, middle of the pack, mediocre. So, yeah, I don't really think that you can call them underdogs like, some teams like the Lions last year. That was kind of a surprise that they took that big of a step up and, did as well as they did.
I mean, do you mean 2 years ago?
Yeah,
or do you
2
mean
years
last year?
ago. 2 years
Yeah.
ago.
Well, that's part of that is just habit. Like the Detroit Lions are a doormat. That's what that organization is. But now they're not. Nice pick, by the way.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Nice pick.
Yeah, Jahmyr Gibbs, too, carried me to a fantasy win. That was a good night for your boy.
Jesus.
It was a good night for me across the board. I needed that one.
I've never had this experience, partially because I've never had this many fantasy leagues, but I sat there with 5 minutes to go in the game, and I'm looking at 4 fantasy games, and I'm like, they're all in the balance. Everything's within 3 points of each other. And then, boop, beep, bop, the L. I got 1 win, but
you took some L's.
God dang. And then, and the Ravens are out here. Apparently, Derrick Henry's just going to fumble in the fourth quarter of every football game.
There you go.
He's done it all 3 weeks so far. Nobody even knows that he fumbled against Cleveland because the game was such a blowout. No one even cared or thought about it. He's fumbled in every game.
That's wild.
He looked despondent on the sideline last night. He's looking around at the sky. He's like, what the... What's going on?
Right.
Yeah, what is it? And he doesn't. It's crazy. What a great play by Hutchinson, though.
Incredible.
Great play.
Yeah, the Lions did just enough. And so to your point about can you see them as underdogs, I think if you have a quarterback who's making $53 million, and I know that kicks in next year. It's what I always say, so I'm not going to say he's making 53, but you got a franchise quarterback.
You do.
So I don't think that you can look at it and say, he's amazing and you're underdogs.
But does paying your quarterback automatically mean that you're not an underdog? Like the team that's coming to town this weekend has paid their quarterback. In fact, he makes more than Brock Purdy makes. And so maybe underdog. How about this? Underdog's probably the wrong word. But are you ready to look at the 49ers if they go to the playoffs and advance? If that were to happen this year, are you ready for it to be a surprise? Because it's not been a surprise the last 6 years.
If they make it to the conference championship game, I would be surprised.
Right.
If they win a wild card game, I wouldn't be surprised.
But that's looking at it in this moment, and what I guess I'm asking is, are you ready to sort of now look at this season on a week-to-week basis through that same lens? Because there is so much. I think in an odd way, this is what you and I have at times been debating the last 3 weeks, which is the word expectations. And as soon as it's like, well, there's no Kittle, and then there's no Purdy, I don't even know, we're meeting receivers at the pregame party every single week. I immediately was like, I'm not going to put expectations on these guys. And everybody gets to do whatever they want to do. But I've largely thought the expectations surrounding 49er games this year are solely based on habit. They're just based on the uniform, the logo.
And the opponent, too.
The opponent to a degree, but let's be real. 2 of the 3 opponents are not doormats.
No.
They're not bad teams, and they're not pushovers and all of these things. The Niners, I think, were they favored in Seattle?
Yep, they've been favored in all 3.
Right, but
it's
narrow.
been 2 or 3 points every game.
That's kind of what I'm getting at. I don't think that looking at the Niners right now, it may change. Maybe Kittle's healthy, Purdy's healthy, Demarcus Robinson, Ayuk, Juwan Jennings, they trade for Trey Hendrickson, and on December 1st, you're like, big dogs.
Yeah.
That's my dogs. And maybe.
It could be.
But right now, I'm like, dude, I'm kind of surprised when they win.
I'm surprised that they're 3-0, having watched all 3 games multiple times. I'm surprised, pleasantly surprised. And you look at the win in Seattle, you won in Seattle. That was impressive, and your quarterback was hurt half the game, and he gutted it out, and you won, and you went to New Orleans with a backup. I expected that to be a victory, and they went, and they did, and then you got Arizona at home. I thought that that'd be a close game. I took Arizona, as you know, and fade the Dibber, and I happily took the 2 points, whatever it wound up at, and, Arizona was in a spot where they could have won the game, but they didn't, so am I surprised that they're 3-0? Yeah, I'm not stunned. And if they come out and if they beat Jacksonville at home and it's the same kind of game and they go to 4-0, I wouldn't be surprised.
Not surprised, but again, that's Jacksonville. It's a home game. You think you're getting your quarterback back. I don't know that yet, but you think you are. So sure, that's not going to surprise you. But the overall success of this team, it is. And I'm finding myself approaching the games differently, and the Nick Bosa injury furthers this. It really does. I'm approaching these games differently. I don't know about y'all. I'm not sitting down in front of the TV and be like, all right, watch this show, you stupid opponent. We're about to do that. It's more
they're
just
not
like,
that team.
No. I'm like, oh.
For me, it's more like, how are they going to get it done?
Right.
It's like a mystery. And Mac Jones in New Orleans, I had faith in him. You know that. We had that discussion, and he went out and proved me right. And then he played well again, but he made the big late mistake against Arizona, and you're thinking, oh, this might be where the chariot turns into a pumpkin, and then Upton Stout makes a big play, and you go down, and Eddie Pinero, Eddie Money, Eddie De Niro comes through, and you find another one, pull it out of a hat. So, Jacksonville, 3-point spread. I would anticipate it's going to be the same kind of game. Depending on...
Maybe.
I don't think that you're going to go out and hammer them. I don't think that Jacksonville's going to come out here and hammer you. I think it's going to be another game, kind of like what we've seen, where, they've won a lot on the margins. Morstead, the punter, has had some big moments. Eddie Pinero, big kicks, and they've made the right plays at the right time to win these games.
I agree. This one does. I'm going to withhold the thought on this one because we don't know who's playing yet. We know that Nick Bosa is not. But Jacksonville is kind of a wayward group. I know that they're a breath away from being 3-0 themselves.
Exactly.
An absolute, they were 30 seconds away from being 3-0 themselves. But I also look at, I just watched them play football, and I'm like, they just often feel like they don't know exactly what they're doing. They got a new coaching staff that's figuring it out. So we'll see. Put it this way. If the Niners walk onto the field Sunday and it's Purdy with a receiving core of Pearsall, Jennings, and Demarcus Robinson, I could see the Niners hanging one on them. But I don't know that any of those guys are playing. I don't know the first thing about any of those guys right now playing. We'll find out that stuff starting tomorrow. But anyway, and by the way, I love our job. Thank you. Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. It took 1 minute for this to come in today. Willard, you're drunk. And I wish I was. I'm not. When was the last time I had a drink? Oh, Christy and I went out on Saturday night.
Yeah.
Yeah. I had 2.
Wow.
We went to 2 places.
Yeah.
We went to 2 places. It was one old-fashioned with a beer chaser.
I've never seen you drunk, and I'm trying to imagine what it would look like. Probably even more giggling than we get Friday at 5 o'clock.
It's giggly, and if you think I'm talkative now...
Well, you're just talkative at me. 2 to 6, you're talkative. In general, you don't strike me as a really talkative guy. Like, you're not a chatterbox, but when you do the job, you do talk. You talk and you do a great job.
No,
at
I'm not
it.
a chatterbox. You're not the first co-host I've ever had that's like, do you shut up?
Yeah.
Like, no, that's pretty normal.
I'm
But
not
anyway,
the first one you've been talk blocking?
Not at all.
Okay.
Not at all. You handle it better than most.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
I've gotten used to it.
But anyway, like,
I've gotten better at handling it.
Point is, if I've had one too many, I'll tell you about it.
Okay.
I know everything. You think I sound like a know-it-all now. You should see when I've had 3 or 4 drinks. Let me tell you everything that I've ever known about anything.
Oh, great.
Oh, it's so great.
So
it's really fun.
The texter's saying,
yeah, you're drunk. The Packers lost to the Browns this weekend 13-10. How did you list them? Well, 925, let me tell you how I listed them. They are the NFC favorite. Don't get mad at me. If I'm drunk, so's Vegas. And so's everybody else who gambles. The Packers are the NFC favorite. Dead even, in fact, percentage points ahead of the Philadelphia Eagles. The Packers are the NFC favorite. So I always think it's funny when we as fans do this. And 925, you just did this. It's not like you're not wrong. I just think it's funny when we do this. Like the Green Bay Packers have back-to-back home wins against Detroit and Washington. And they are slinging it, Dibs. They're walking into the party with, like, we got a hot chick on both arms. Like, that's how the Packers were walking in. And then somebody blocks a field goal, and it goes the other way, and somebody else hits a 55-yarder, and now you're here to be like, Packers suck. Like, what are we talking about? That was one game.
It's week to week.
It's very much week to week. That you're not going to be defined, and I'm not going to define a team by the fourth quarter of one football game on the road.
And Cleveland had a chance in week 1 to make a kick and beat Cincinnati, a Cincinnati team that had Joe Burrow, and they blew it. So Cleveland rather, could be a 32-1. Yeah, they got hammered by Baltimore. Baltimore, I think, is probably the best team in football, yet they're 1-2. So are we going to automatically now look at Baltimore and say, oh, Baltimore, they're overrated. They spit the bit against Buffalo, and then Detroit ran through them last night as well. I just would caution Niner fans about judging Cleveland too prematurely, because the Niners go there in their last game before the bye in late November, and that Cleveland defense is good.
I don't need to be reminded of what happened the last time they went there.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you this, I know, like, whatever, I don't want to make it about my own wins and losses in gambling, but there was a very specific reason last week, and Lucas knows this. He runs our survivor pool. I'm like, I'm not picking the Packers. I will never, I say this right now in front of whoever your God is. I, Mark Willard, promise I will never, ever in a survivor pool pick someone who's at Cleveland. Ever.
Yeah.
That's crazy to me. Like, yeah, it's a great defense. It's a weird place to play. Second half of the year, the weather is awful. Sometimes the first half of the year, too. Like, that's just where weird happens. I think the Ravens lost there last year. The Bengals, as you just said, should have lost their week 1. The Packers did lose their week 3. The Niners lost there 2 years ago. It's when Jake Moody first said hello to all of his haters. That was the start of it.
Yeah, he missed 3 kicks, I believe.
Including the game winner.
Yep.
So,
no, it's Tampa where he missed the 3. I apologize.
Yeah, but no, this was the year before. I think the Niners were 5-0.
Yep.
That was a kick to go 6-0, and he missed it. So, anyway, let's go to Devon in an Uber. 888-957-9570 on Willard and Dibs. Hi, Devon. What's going on?
Gentlemen, how you guys doing?
What's up?
Hey, so I wonder real quick, man, diehard Raider fan, unfortunately.
Oh, man, that was a good sigh. Devon, that was a good sigh, brother.
It's breaking my heart, man. Every year we get hyped. It's a bad drug, but I wanted to talk about the Niners real quick because I'm a ball guy. I used to play, right?
Okay.
I need for the Niner fans to understand that coaches and players don't care if it's pretty. They don't care if it's a 50-point win. They're putting their bodies on the line, lives on the line for that W, right? They just want to be able to say they survived. And that's what winning football is. There's plays being made that just weren't made last year. And there's so many highs. Like, I know there's the injury bug going around. I don't want people to focus on that because these are things that we can't control. The players don't go in saying they hope they get hurt, right? I don't think there's too many players in the league that would trade, not being hurt if it meant they couldn't play or not, So the Niners, man, they're getting these dubs, they're getting these scrappy wins, and I'm wondering. I know I don't want to be in the future too much, but I'm wondering, is this a good formula of success for when the playoffs come and the games get tighter? And these guys know that at the end of the day, they can scrape away with a win. That's one thing. That's one plus, or one way I want people to be optimistic, right? And then Dibs, man, I'm from the city, bro. I'm a fellow city native. I'm from Hunters Point, and
Nice.
In the streets, man, you might have to go. You might have to switch the segue to what is it? Bet That Dibs. That might have to be your alter ego because you on fire, bro. You ain't gonna win them all, but you on fire. So it might have to be Bet That Dibs. And Willard, man, don't let the haters get to you, brother. It's all good.
I appreciate it. Love you too.
Yeah, don't worry about that.
You can't get too high or too low. You're on a heater. I'm 14-2.
Oh my God, are you starting coach speak
actually,
about
12-2, right? I'm 12-2.
He's starting coach speak about his run. He's 12-2, and he's giving us coach speak.
Well, you just got to take it
one play at a time. Oh my God, listen to you.
I can't win or lose until Thursday and stuff.
No, dude, no. Take your shirt off and write "I'm the man" on your chest and flash it.
Who's to say it's not written there right now?
Let's see it.
I'm 2 wins away from a tattoo.
Okay.
Old English script.
That's what I want. That's what I want. I want no humility. None.
Well, we're just going to take one pick at a time, and, come Thursday and stuff, we're going to try and see if we can get that one right, and then we'll be on to Cincinnati, assuming that they actually play Sunday night and stuff.
I don't think they do.
They don't?
No. The Cardinals play the Rams on Thursday night.
Oh, okay. Yeah, the pick is in.
It is?
I have no idea.
You don't even know who the spread is.
I'm still basking in last night.
Yeah, and that's fine. You should.
So we all talk about the Niners, 3-0 with a plus 10-point differential. Tampa is 3-0 with a plus 6-point differential. So
dude, yeah.
The Niners are not alone in the unsustainability of the closeness of these victories. Then you look at the other 3-0s like, Philly's plus 14, Indy plus 47. We've been walloping people.
Yeah.
And this past weekend was a great example where, there was a couple games that just got away from teams in a hurry, and that was one of them.
Seattle right now, I think, is a 1.5 favorite at Arizona, Thursday night football.
Okay.
Yeah.
At Arizona, yeah.
At Arizona.
It's a double travel spot because Arizona had to play here. So not the usual Thursday edge when a team is home and then they get the rest. So we'll take a look at it. We'll go through our normal process.
Yeah, that's your job.
Yeah, but
you have to go through it.
Oh, no, I'll definitely go through it. And the picks will be, I'll probably make the picks Thursday morning. Tomorrow I got a driving lesson to conduct. So
a driving lesson?
Yeah, for my son. He's learning to drive.
That's right. He doesn't drive yet.
Driving lesson number 3
mine
tomorrow.
was only 3. You know that they're not allowed to do that yet.
Yeah, he wants to get his license before her, so he's got 13 years. He's on the clock.
They get a
yeah.
Clock.
Totally.
All right, we're sponsored by the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans. Let's get ahead of ourselves coming up next. I'll explain why and how. 888-957-9570. Are you ready to sort of tweak your perspective and not look at the 49ers as the big dogs, but instead as sort of surprise winners when they do? We'll take your calls right now, 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibs.
There are children, friends, and families walking, riding, on paths and roads every day. Remember, they're real people with loved ones who need them to get home safely. Protect our cyclists and pedestrians, because they're people too. Go safely, California. From the California Office of Traffic Safety and Caltrans.
All right, it's Willard, Bay Area. I got a bigger team for you to join, and that is the team that donates blood. We're getting close, so I really want you to listen up, okay? Hot Yoga Republic in Mill Valley is teaming up with Vitalant for a blood drive this weekend, September 25th and 26th. Time to roll up your sleeves, give blood, and help save a life in many ways. There's nothing that you can do more important than this. Every 2 seconds, somebody needs it. Accident victims, kids in chemo, it can be women during child labor issues, real people who need you. Let's do this, Bay Area. Find your spot at hotyogarepublic.com. That's hotyogarepublic.com. And a very big thanks to Habas Law for backing this. Habas Law, always fighting to make it right.
Now at Whole Foods Market, save 20% on bone-in beef short ribs with Prime through September 23rd. As always, there are no antibiotics ever. Make a Korean-inspired meal with a banchan spread. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Open Phone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Open Phone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Open Phone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Open Phone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Open Phone. Open Phone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Open Phone for free at openphone.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/sports. openphone.com/SPORTS.
Thinking of a fresh start but feel stuck with your house? At John Buys Bay Area Houses, selling your home is hassle-free. Just call us and you'll get a fair cash offer in minutes. Choose when you want to close, sign the deal, and get your cash. It's that easy. Start fresh. Don't let your house hold you back. Call 510-800-JOHN or search online for John Buys Bay Area Houses to get a fair cash offer today.
Start fresh with John Buys Bay Area Houses.
When back to the office means back in traffic.
Tying up at least 2 of the right lanes.
Turn to the traffic leader, KCBS.
Has multiple lanes closed.
Brought to you by your Northern California Honda dealers, where now's a great time to trade for the best. A new Honda. Get more for your trade and into an affordable HRV at your NorCal Honda dealers.
Losing weight shouldn't be a struggle, and with Jumpstart MD, it doesn't have to be. Start today for just $99 when you join Jumpstart MD's medically supervised weight loss program today. Licensed clinicians create personalized plans, including GLP-1 medications. No insurance? No problem. Jumpstart MD has options to meet your individual needs. With 13 Bay Area locations and online visits, expert support is always within reach. Call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com to start transforming your health today.
Celebrating 40 years with extraordinary rewards. Since our humble beginnings, we've believed in setting the standard for luxury, entertainment, and hospitality. This year, we invite you to be part of a defining moment in our story. Join us as we celebrate 4 decades of excellence and experience the unparalleled luxury that has made us a legend. Indulge in the extraordinary. Be part of our legacy. Cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort.
The John Deere Gator XUV lets you cut, pack, drive, scout, weld, stack, feed, pull, load, tow, spray, and haul, all in a single day. Because with the highest cargo box volume in its class, customizable features, and a towing capacity of up to 4,000 pounds, it gets the job done. You just have to get in the seat. Learn more at your John Deere dealer or visit johndeere.com/GatorXUV.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business?
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more, so you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly.
At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro on them. It's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
The 24 monthly bill credits on experience beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits ended. Balance due if you pay off earlier. Cancel. Finance agreement iPhone 17 Pro 256 gigs $1,099.99 and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1H2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Dibs, man, I'm from the city, bro. I'm a fellow city native. I'm from Hunters Point, and
Nice.
And the streets, man. You might have to switch the segue to Bet That Dibs. That might have to be your alter ego because you on fire, bro. You ain't gonna win them all, but you on fire. So it might have to be Bet That Dibs. And Willard, man, don't let the haters get to you, brother. It's all good.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
No haters ever gotten to me. I love being accused of being drunk. It's about the funniest thing that anybody could ever say to me. Like,
I don't know if you're the least likely to be drunk. I don't think that. No, Shasky probably would be least likely. I don't think he tips at all.
I mean, I
was just thinking about the six of us. So
I think he used to. And
yes,
that's why
he's
it's not anymore.
Right. Yeah. So the idea of you being drunk is it's hilarious because it's not how you roll. Like
anymore.
Well, sure. I mean,
I went to college.
Yeah, but you're 50 now. You need to tone it down. You've got 3 kids, 4 jobs.
Right.
And
a wife who enjoys a third cocktail more than I do.
Good. So if you're out and about, it's better for one, not both, to go that route unless you want to abandon ship and start Ubering.
No.
Right.
No, it's a waste of money.
Totally.
I'm like, I got it. We know exactly who we are when we go out at night.
Yeah.
My job is to have a couple sparkling waters in the car and drive it. That's my job.
Right.
And be ready. Be ready to do that. If you can't do that, you did it wrong now.
Yeah.
You did it wrong.
We have similar deals, except ours involves a sippy cup and milk. So we don't go out is the way that works.
Well, you do sometimes, and then you regret it.
Sometimes. Although.
That's basically.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah. All right. Hi, everybody. 888-957-9570. Matt Barrow is going to join us in 25 minutes. So I got excited by this. I am going to stand by everything I said yesterday. I'm going to stand on what I said.
Okay.
And what I said was just do this week. Don't let the news of yesterday get into your January head. Good Lord. So many of you want to flash past the holiday. We haven't even done Thanksgiving yet. Don't do Hanukkah and Christmas and Kwanzaa yet. We haven't even done Thanksgiving. We haven't even done Halloween. And everybody's like, I don't know if this is going to work in the playoffs. The playoffs?
Right.
Holy, what month are you living in? So stay right here. Beat the Jaguars. See if you can find your way to 4-0. But I will make one prediction about the future, and I don't know exactly when it's going to be, but I do think they're going to have to replace Nick Bosa. And I do think that what you're doing right now is you're trying to earn that. That's what the Niners roster's job is right now. Earn that trade. We could even try chanting that at Levi's Stadium. It's kind of different than cut that meat.
Totally.
Earn that trade. Earn that trade. That's what I want the Niner roster to do. You're hampered. You've been beset by injuries. This is absolutely ridiculous what's taken place so far. But you're 3-0. And if you can work your way to getting most of those injured players back and have a record that stands somewhere in that neighborhood of 7-2 or 6-3 or whatever, which honestly feels, I don't know, kind of likely at this point. If you can work your way to that as you move to the end of October and you start deciding what you're going to dress as for Halloween, then you have earned that trade. And I believe that the 49ers have shown year in and year out, this regime, they'll do that.
They've already earned the trade. If you want to look at the history of the organization, they traded for Christian McCaffrey on October 20th after they lost to Atlanta to fall to 3-3. And they, at that point, hadn't earned that trade, according to your catchy little jingle. But the big thing that you look at with that team is they needed a running back. They needed a running game. They thought they were good enough if they could get a difference maker on offense. Maybe they could take off, and they were able to get him for a second, a third, a fourth, and a fifth, which seems comically low now when you think about how well he's done here. But they got him, and it took him about a half a game to be ready to go. And once he was, you rolled. And I'm looking at that Atlanta game where you had Jeff Wilson, 7 carries for 25. Debo had 2 for 11. Tevin Coleman went 4 for 3. That was your running attack against Atlanta. And Atlanta ran the ball 40 times, and you lost. So you needed a running back, and you were able to get one. So I don't think that this team has to, quote, earn that trade, because you might be an elite pass rusher away from like having a really good year.
Yeah, but let me tell you why I feel that this is different. I think Christian McCaffrey gets acquired because the 49ers knew they could keep him. And that's different. This was not a rental. They knew that they were bringing in Christian McCaffrey, amazing ball player, and we're going to keep him. This would be more like Emmanuel Sanders, right? Christian is kind of like Jimmy Garoppolo. We're going to make this move. We're going to keep this player. Emmanuel Sanders was, hey, you know what? We're, I don't know if you looked at the standings. We're 8-0. We're 8-0. But we're a little funky at wide receiver. So I wonder if we could bolster that, because this team's got a chance to do something in the playoffs. They ended up in the Super Bowl, and then those two acquisitions got together, Garoppolo and Sanders, to have a ball sail over one of their heads and then lose in the Super Bowl. But anyway, that's ancient history. This would be more like the Emmanuel Sanders type variety. I don't think the 49ers are interested right now in acquiring a pass rusher and then signing him to a 5-year deal to keep that player at a big salary. They can't. That's not in their plans with the Brock Purdy contract kicking in, and Nick Bosa is still coming back next year, in theory. So what I think they'd be looking to do is find somebody who's more on an expiring deal, and somebody who they may or may not keep. Maybe they keep him. I don't know. Maybe they don't. But we brought his name up yesterday. Yes, in the SF Standard, Tim Kawakami wrote about him, and he wrote about it in a bunch of functional ways that make sense. It almost helps you that Trey Hendrickson, if you don't know who that is, Cincinnati pass rusher who went on a prolonged holdout this August, and in the final analysis, he did not get the long-term deal he seeks. What he got was the Bengals grabbing the 1 year left on his deal at $16 million and going, what if we give you a bunch of extra money just for this year? So they gave him $14 million more in the form of a bonus, so that he's making about $30 million, commensurate with other top pass rushers, but it's also an expiring deal. Unrestricted free agent at the end of the year. So that's someone to me, and he's 31. That helps you. That helps you in this case, because he's not someone that's going to want 5-year deal till he's 36. It's also not someone who's going to command a Micah Parsons type deal in order to get him. In many ways, he is perfect, provided that things keep going the way we think they might, which is the Niners.
For Cincinnati.
Both teams. Niners need to win, the Bengals need to lose. And I got a good sense that those things are both pretty possible.
Well, depends on how much faith you have in Jake Browning, who was good off the bench in week 2, and he was absolutely atrocious on my fantasy team. And despite it, I still found a way to get the victory. Thank you, Michael Penix Jr. Talk about your battle of bad quarterbacks. Evan Giddings, super on the air, started Michael Penix Jr. against my Jake Browning.
This is what you get in a 16-team league. You get two guys week 3 going Jake Browning against Michael Penix. People are like, what the hell are you all doing?
I had Sam Darnold, but I dropped him in lieu of Jake Browning. I thought that, I thought Browning was going to go on a heater because he looked good coming off the bench. So now we're quarterback shopping again, unless Jaden Daniels decides to play. But
we should talk. I have Jackson Dart, who's just been named as a starter.
Yeah, I'm good on the Giants. I already have Wan'Dale Robinson, and they don't throw him the football. Yeah. Bengals at the Broncos. I believe that is a Monday night game this week. And then they've got the Lions and the Packers. So
that's the Bengals' next 3 games?
Correct.
That's 0-3.
It could be.
It's 0-3.
So if they fall to 2-4, and that would take them, and then they play Thursday against the Steelers. They go Monday, Sunday, Thursday. That's a tight little 4-pack.
It's a lot of football games.
And you've got, Pittsburgh is Pittsburgh's a curious one,
They're a
divisional
weird team.
game.
Yep.
And then they've got the Jets before the deadline. So if they, you're looking at 5 games between now and then. If they go 1-4 and now they're 3-5 and they're falling out of it, then they become more motivated to sell.
I agree, and I think but it's also not just about their record. Like, I think the Cincinnati Bengals, if they're a smart front office, they're looking at this and they're going, okay, we lost Joe Burrow for the year. Like, we could ham and egg this together. Like, what if they win a couple of those games, Dibs, and they're sitting there kind of near the deadline and they're like 5-3? Like, does that front office go, I think we could beat the Ravens? Or do they go, calm down?
And you said something, though, that I thought was hilarious in that, which is if they're a smart front office.
Yeah, which they're not.
Right. So that's where if they got to 5-3, they could be delusional enough to think,
maybe.
Jake Browning, he's been good for us.
But what are the Cincinnati Bengals as a front office? The reason that they're not smart, what is it that they love? What is it that bad front offices love? They love shedding money. They love shedding money. They love getting higher draft picks. So if you can get 2 things with this, if you can shed, in fact, it's 3 things. You can shed money. Therefore, the more losing you do, the better your draft pick becomes. And you can get draft capital from San Francisco. Those are all good things in theory for the Cincinnati Bengals franchise, which has every excuse that it needs to go out and miss the playoffs this year. They lost a quarterback.
Right.
They lost their QB. You're allowed to miss the playoffs. When you do that, nobody gets mad.
Well, I don't know how many people get mad anyway in Cincinnati.
Oh.
And, they had a Super Bowl run to the Super Bowl a handful of years ago. And since then, it's been some disappointments. And now the quarterback's hurt again. So, yeah, there's a certain acknowledgement that you're probably not going to have a great year. But here you sit at 2-1, and you're tied for first in the division. So it's tough at this juncture to start selling off pieces. But you got another month and change to go. And the other part of it is there will be other suitors that are out there,
maybe
for his services, I would imagine.
Maybe. I mean, you might be right. I don't know. There's more injuries to come. There's more. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know who else out there is going to want to do that at the top of the market. Who's going to have cap space for it? Who's going to have a good record? Who's going to have a need at pass rusher? Like, it's still an expensive thing for 1 year. You don't see a whole lot. It's not like baseball. And even in baseball, this is lessened in recent years. You don't see teams pay a lot for like someone who's just going to come in and play a handful of games for them. In football, it's even more ludicrous. It's like, we're going to trade for someone, give them a bunch of money to come play 8 games. That's it.
That's it.
8 games. But in this particular case, we may get to a spot where it makes a lot of sense.
And it could make sense for Atlanta and the Bengals to just do a straight swap with Kirk Cousins if the Bengals decide that they might be a serviceable quarterback away, depending on if Michael Penix Jr. can actually keep his job while he's there.
Yeah, I mean, the word from Cincinnati as of last week was they're not interested in that. They want to see what Browning has. And it's like, okay, if they're in playoff position, then that means Browning's playing well.
Yeah.
So why would they go get Kirk Cousins?
And also the word is out of Atlanta that Cousins' kids are enrolled in school in Atlanta and that he has a no-trade clause as well.
And the Falcons, like, again, this is just words, but they want a haul. They want, first-round capital and someone to pay the contract. Well, that's not happening.
Yeah.
Period. It's just not happening. So, anyway, all right, 888-957-957. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, and Matt Barrows will join us in about 15 minutes. Let's go to Vinny in Motown. Hey, Vinny, we appreciate the call, man. What's up?
Hey, what's up, fellas? So I just wanted to touch on this injury situation. So with Nick Bosa being out, it's obviously a huge blow, but the way I look at it is if you trade for a DN right now and give up some draft capital, there's a better chance that next week somebody else of ranking, Fred Warner, can get hurt. So it's just the story of the game. That's just how the game goes. We can't put so much of our marbles into who's injured, who's not. I think what the biggest thing is with Saleh coming back and with Kyle is win the division, take it game by game. If you get into the playoffs, you win the division, you get into the playoffs. I don't really put too many coaches up against that 1-2 package, Shanahan with the Saleh, just based on their IQ of the game. And if you watch a lot of the football over the first 3 weeks, I know it's still early in the season, but I was watching Chiefs-Giants on Monday, and I've seen some horrible football, and that's not the only game. I've seen some horrible football being played across. So there's no, like, clear-cut, this is the dominant team. This team looks unbeatable. The Ravens look good, and then all of a sudden last night Detroit puts it on them. So the way I feel about it is week to week, win, get your scheme right, get your players built up, get those rookies with them game reps, and come the end of the season, let's figure out and see where the cards fall at that point. But, I don't really I'm not worried too much right now about the Decembers and the Januarys. I'm just worried about teach these guys the ins and outs, the little details with Saleh, that IQ. I think Shanahan, you're seeing it from Shanahan. He has the ability to just take care of the offensive. He's calling some good plays, those 2-minute drives in the Saints game before the end of the half, the one to beat the Cardinals. You could now, let's just say we got a reliable kicker, as long as Eddie De Niro, that I like to say, like I've been hearing all morning, as long as he can keep nailing kicks, and it doesn't matter if it's a 3-point game or 2-point win, a 10-point blowout, it doesn't matter. Winning is winning in the NFL. Injuries are part of the game. The Niners aren't cursed with injuries. That's just the way that the game breaks down, man. This is how it is. So I'm not really too worried about it. I wanted, like you guys were saying earlier, don't think about January. Think about next week. Beat the Jags. Then win all those division games that you can win and take care of business. If you can win your division, you get, depending on how the seeds fall out, you could get a home game. And guess what? If you get to host an NFC Championship game, like people be like, it just might be I have this weird feeling, man. I'm a really superstitious guy. When I was rooting for the Eagles to block that Rams kick, and then at the end of the day, we make our kick, and I'm like, cool, we made it out, karma. And then Nick Bosa gets hurt. I'm like, damn. Did that come from me rooting for the damn Eagles blocking the Rams because I can't stand the Rams? It's just my mind goes crazy at this kind of stuff. But long story short, man, week to week, get Brock Purdy back, get Kittle back. Let's see what we can do on the offensive end. Bosa's injury is huge, but you can bring in anybody that you want, and somebody else can go down the following week. You can't put that, you can't put that out there. Injuries are going to happen, so let's just take it 1 week at a time, and I think we'll be okay. I think we'll really be okay.
Yeah, Vinny, thanks, man. It's a good call. You know what it all makes me think of, and we'll do this on the fly, and don't worry if it takes you a few minutes, but Lucas and Ken, see if you can find, this is Kyle Shanahan, and it was preseason. I remember this. There was a sound clip that got a lot of run, and it might have been on TK's podcast. Kyle was talking about it sort of lessened expectations. And we talked a lot about it as a group because we're like, ooh, is Kyle saying that the 49ers aren't going to be good to start the season? Because he made it sound like, hey, we've got our QB, but we're working through some things. There's some question marks. We got some young guys on defense. So I'm not really sure exactly what this is going to look like. But the hope is they get better each week. And then our goal is just to find our way somehow into that tournament. And then you take your chances after that. And to hear him say that is very sort of counterintuitive to what the 49ers have been under Kyle Shanahan, where we, again, act like, hey, you walk into the room, you're like, we're the big dog, we're here, what's up? But Kyle was like, we got to have to work our way through some things and see if we can get better each week. And that's why these wins they're stealing.
Yeah.
This is stealing, and you cannot overstate how important this is, because exactly what Kyle said the beginning of the season would look like, that's how it's looked. And it has not put a blemish on the record as of yet.
No, because you've made the big plays when you've had to. And he's right about the young players, and now you're going to see even more. And Michael Williams, even in 3 games, he's gotten better each and every week. And now you don't have Nick Bosa, and so everyone on that defensive front, their challenge is going to be much greater because Nick Bosa draws so much attention. He was actually double-teamed when he tore his ACL, and now you probably don't need to double-team anybody on this Niner defensive line. So how are they going to get pressure? Already they're in the bottom of the league in pressure rate, and that's with Nick Bosa for the majority of the time. So now you're going to have to generate pressure by upping the blitz rate, which is, I think, 6th from the bottom of the league. They don't like to blitz a lot. They want to get home with 4. They haven't been able to do that even with Nick Bosa. So how are you going to go about doing it? And you're not going to be able to trade for an edge rusher before Sunday. You're going to still go through 3, 4, 5, maybe the whole season, and you're going to have to figure out who the guys can be who can help you generate some pressure on these quarterbacks.
Yeah. So in other words, it's kind of like going through test drives. You know what I mean? It's kind of like whatever it is you do for your business when you're coming up with a new way to do things or you're coming up with a new invention and you're testing it, but all the while you're doing that, you're also still finishing in first place in whatever race you run. You're still beating your competitors. That's a double win. That you're developing something, you're moving toward what it is you think you're going to be, but you're not having to pay the piper while that's happening. That's very, very rare. And so that's why I keep thinking about these wins that are playing out like this, because this is exactly what Kyle was saying was going to happen. And the thought at the moment was, well, if it looks like that, you're going to win some and lose some. And that still very well may be the case, but not so far. Not so far. And not only have you not had to do the lose some, you've looked at a couple games with 3 minutes left to go where you're like, oh, this is going to be a loss. And then rabbit out of hat.
Yep.
And here you are 3-0. I just see no way where that's not going to pay some dividends when we get to the end of the year and see how things shake out.
Well, it should pay dividends because you're 2-0 with a backup quarterback. And I gave you the stat before where there were only 9 road wins last year by backup quarterbacks. Backups last year won at about a 22% rate, and yet your backup this year is 2-0. So what you've done just at the quarterback spot is not supposed to happen. Your backup is not supposed to come in and go 2-0. Jake Browning for Cincinnati really struggled in his first start. He didn't get the win, and yet your guy went 2-0. And if he has to start against Jacksonville, you feel pretty good about it because Mac Jones has looked mostly great in these 2 starts. Hopefully Purdy comes back, but you're mentioning the plays that you made to get these wins. Last year, you led the Rams by 10 with 12 minutes to go. You lost. You led Seattle by 4 with 9 minutes to go. You lost. You led Arizona by 10 entering the fourth quarter. You lost. So the games that you have won this year, rabbit out of a hat kind of games, last year, these are the ones you gave away.
No doubt. No doubt. I mean, in fact, those were in way, way, way better scenarios than these were. I mean, tucked under the covers of what's happened so far this year is actually the thing that everybody's ripped Kyle Shanahan about the most.
Game management.
And
play calling.
Trailing in the fourth.
Yeah.
Like, you don't get the ball with 2 minutes left to go with Kyle Shanahan as the coach and win the game. That's what everybody's ripped him about. You don't win.
Minute 46, and you are down by 2. And you got it at your own 20. And here you go, Kyle. One timeout and a backup quarterback.
And you were down by 3 in Seattle.
Yep.
You were down by 3 and went all the way down inside the 5. And then instead of settling for 3, Brock Purdy ran around on a messed up toe and threw the ball up into the sky. And then it fell down into the arms of his backup tight end. Like, these are the things that they have not been able to do in the past.
I have a list here. You know, all my handwritten notes.
Oh, yes.
21 blown fourth quarter leads, including the 3 last year. And so I keep the sheet during the Shanahan era. And so far this year, I haven't had to add to it. And you're right. In 2 of the 3 wins, they've actually gone the other way.
Yeah.
Fourth quarter comebacks.
Trailing.
They don't normally do that under Shanahan.
No, and in fact, I think both of the games, because I know everyone's got this weird way of looking at it where they're like, when they're trailing entering the fourth. I'm way more interested in if they're trailing with 5 minutes to go, with 3 minutes to go. When did Seattle kick the field goal to go up 13-10? How much time left?
The Seattle game, that was with, let me think here, 3:24 to go.
3:24 to go. Now, the 49ers have the safety. The safety to fall down is with how much to go? It's also in the 3 minute and change mark. I'm almost for sure.
3:15.
There you go. Almost the exact same.
3:15, yeah.
So you fell behind in both of those games at the exact same moment. The difference with the Arizona game was you also then had to give the ball to the other team. And you won both of those games.
Yeah.
Missing key players both times.
Jake Tonjes, 4-yard touchdown. And, oh, by the way, on that drive, Ricky Pearsall, common denominator, 45-yard catch on that
he's tremendous.
TD drive against Seattle. So,
tremendous.
Yeah, fourth quarter comebacks and doing it in with a lot of guys that you wouldn't normally rely on.
Matt Barrows of The Athletic covers the Niners so well. He'll join us coming up next. We have tracked down, our guys have tracked down that Shanahan sound I was referring to. We'll play that coming up later on this hour. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good, by Moderna as well. And don't forget, we're sponsored by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. 888-957-9570 is the number. John Feliciano joins us at 5. It's Willard and Dibs.
Mnexspike COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna has arrived. To learn more and find it near you, visit mnexspike.com. That's mnexspike.com.
Coming to Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill, September 26th through the 28th for their fall clearance sales event. Take advantage of factory direct prices, one-of-a-kind opportunities, special pricing on floor models, and convenient financing. Save on new appliances from trusted brands like Miele, Bosch, Electrolux, LG, and Maytag. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill for their fall clearance sales event September 26th through the 28th for the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
Thomas Rhett, Better in Boots Tour 2025. Saturday, September 27th, Shoreline Amphitheater. International country music superstar Thomas Rhett. Don't miss the tour of the summer. With Tucker Wetmore. I'm gonna wind up missing you. And the Castellos. On sale now at livenation.com. Thomas Rhett's new album, About a Woman, out now.
Since I've been in recovery, I could write a novel of the good things that happened to me. I finished college. I've held great jobs. It's never too late to recover from addiction. I am living proof that recovery is possible.
Get treatment. It works. To learn more, visit livingproofsf.org.
Hey, it's Joe Shasky here for Ceremony Ford, and let me keep it real with you. If you've been thinking about making the switch to an electric ride, now is the time to pull the trigger, because Ceremony Ford in Colma is ending the summer with some heat. So check this out. Slide into a brand new 2025 Mustang Mach-E for just $225 a month on a lease. That's right, $225 a month for 36 months. Or if you're ready to buy, lock in 0% APR financing for 72 months and grab a $2,000 rebate. Who else is giving you that? Only Ford. But here's the kicker. The federal EV tax credits on Mach-E and the F-150 Lightning are about to expire September 30th. You wait, you lose. Don't let Uncle Sam keep your money. Ceremony Ford has one of the biggest inventories in Northern California, and they're ready to hook you up. Find them right off at 280 in Colma or online 24/7 at ceremonyford.com. That's Ceremony Ford, the Bay Area's Mach-E Superstore. Tell them Butcher sent you.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
There's a party at your house, but some are uninvited. Yeah, it's bugs. You've got ants, spiders, maybe a mouse or two. It's a full-blown shindig. But don't let these party crashers ruin your good time. Visit atgopestcontrol.com and let them show those pests the door permanently. Because when the only guests you want are your friends, leave the pests to them. Visit their website today, atcopestcontrol.com, before your house becomes a full-blown infestation. Call 888-900-9697 now for 10% off your initial service.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Tulsa is my home now.
A
Academy Award nominee Sylvester Stallone stars in the Paramount Plus original series, Tulsa King.
This distillery is a very interesting business. And we got to know the enemy.
From Taylor Sheridan, co-creator of Landman.
What are you saying? I'm a rat! If you think you're going to take me out, it's going to be really difficult.
Tulsa King, new season now streaming exclusively on Paramount Plus.
Oakland, it's time to pack the Coliseum. The Oakland Roots are back home Tuesday, October 7th, taking on Hartford Athletic. Experience the energy, the community, and the beautiful game right here in the town. Get your tickets now at OaklandRootsSC.com. Can't make it to the Coliseum? Watch live on ESPN Plus or catch the action on KTVU Plus. That's OaklandRootsSC.com. Don't miss Oakland's team, Oakland's moment.
Okay, Bay Area, I've got a bigger team for you to join. The team that donates blood. Hot Yoga Republic in Mill Valley is teaming up with Vitalent for a blood drive September 25th and 26th. Roll up your sleeves, give blood, save a life. Every 2 seconds, somebody needs it. Accident victims, kids in chemo, real people who need you. Let's do this, Bay Area. Find your spot at hotyogarepublic.com. That's hotyogarepublic.com. And a big thanks to Habas Law for backing this. Habas Law, always fighting to make it right.
Pinheiro, the 6-year man out of Florida, who made his San Francisco debut last week, has 6 game-winning field goals in his career. Last 3 years with the Carolina Panthers. Started as a soccer player in Miami before he started playing high school football as a senior. Trying to do what he's done a half dozen times before and win the game with his leg. Sweeps it, delivers it, and San Francisco is in first place. They win it at the Horn. Mac Jones steps in for Brock Purdy and delivers the drive. Pinheiro delivers the winner.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
I love this show, man. 95.7, man. I'm a gamer.
On 95.7 The Game.
Oh, this show loves you too. It's Willie and Dibby. Matt Barrows is going to join us in a sec. As we listen to that Fox Sports call, I would love everybody, take note of what you just heard. And then think about all of you going, well, but what about the playoffs? What did you just hear what just came out on the radio? Did you hear that? If I had said to you 3 weeks ago, listen to this, what are you listening to? Oh, he lines up. Eddie Pinheiro lines it up from 35. Mac Jones looks on with an absolute anxiety-crushing look. The ball is up. It's through the uprights, and it's good. You'd be like, what the hell team am I even listening to?
Right. Carolina?
Eddie Pinheiro and Mac Jones. And everybody's like, what about January, Mark and Dan? What about January? What a great example of how week to week this is. Eddie Pinheiro and Mac Jones and Jake Tonjes.
Yeah.
And all of these key names in the 3-game start. The Niners somehow still 3-0. Crazy. Let's talk all that out with Matt Barrows, our friend here on the River Islands guest line and with The Athletic covering the team. Hey, Matt, how you doing? Have you ever seen a start, all your years doing this, ever seen a start that's had sort of like this much start-stop adversity, but also nothing but wins?
No. I mean, you're being pulled in two directions if you're a 49ers fan and maybe a 49ers executive, because I think that's sort of the question that they have to answer now. How aggressively do they try to replace Nick Bosa on this team? You would think, oh, geez, as you just spelled out very well, I mean, this is the team that's already starting its backup quarterback, that's missing its all-pro tight end, that's missing its best wide receiver, that was throwing to Kendrick Bourne and Jake Tonjes and Sky Moore on the final drive. You would think, okay, let's not do anything drastic. This season might not be worth mortgaging the future, but they're 3-0. And when you're 3-0, you have a responsibility to the guys who are there, Christian McCaffrey, Trent Williams, your fan base, everybody. So it'll be interesting. My sense is that the 49ers will table this. Usually these things happen right at the trade deadline, even though it could happen today. And they'll wait and see where they are in late October and where, just as importantly, some other teams are as well, and how willing they would be to part with an edge rusher at that point.
And I was thinking about 2022 when they acquired Christian McCaffrey, and it was after the Atlanta game where they just could not run the ball, and they were 3-3. So is there a similarity here where, you get further into the season and you realize that you might just have one upgrade be necessary for you to go on some sort of a special journey?
Yeah, and I think that there's a comparison to be made between Christian McCaffrey and the guy that everybody's talking about, Trey Hendrickson.
Yep.
Tim Kawakami on our podcast spoke about this yesterday, so I have to note that I'm basically ripping him off when I say this.
Nice.
But, yeah, shamelessly.
Yeah, we do that all the time, Matt, so go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, with McCaffrey, with Emmanuel Sanders, with Trent Williams, there wasn't a big risk in trading for these guys in that you knew that you were getting a quality player. And with Trey Hendrickson, you're getting a guy who had 17.5 sacks the last two seasons. So, I mean, there's always the injury risk with everything. But as far as, bringing somebody into the locker room, whether he can handle the role of being your primary edge rusher, I don't think that there's really much of a question with this guy. The question would be, in order to trade for him, do you need to extend him? And, are you willing to kind of change your philosophy, which obviously you spent a long time making this decision in the off season that you're going to have a dramatic pivot towards younger players and fewer guys who are in their 30s. And Trey Hendricks is an older, expensive player who is going to turn 31 in December. So it would run counter to everything that you kind of mapped out back in January and February. So, I mean, but that happens. I mean, things change. The situations change. I'm sure the 49ers hope that they'd be 3-0 at this point. But I think that they would have absolutely taken 2-1 and maybe even 1-2 with the idea, okay, we're going to be better in the second half of the season than we are in the first half when we're relying on young players, when we don't have Brandon Ayuk in the lineup, when we don't have DeMarcus Robinson in the lineup. So I don't know. Things change. I don't know what the conversations are in the 49ers offices, but I imagine they're kind of discussing the same big picture questions that we are on the radio.
Yeah, Matt Barrows, The Athletic, is with us. I mean, Matt, you know their tendencies, and so, look, they've been aggressive at the deadline before, but I get what you're saying. It's 3-0, but it's more kind of like 3-0. So, like, if you were to kind of handicap what you think they're thinking right now, would they be of the mindset, if wins continue, even if they're wobbly wins, that they would try to bolster the team?
Well, I mean, if they're wobbly wins, it would be like what Dan said back in 2022, where you think, okay, if we can just add this guy, these wobbly wins will become more sturdy wins. So, yes, and I think that's been the sentiment from jump, that we might be wobbly in September and October, but there's a good chance that we gain our balance in November and December, especially on offense and on defense, because you're relying on so many young players. Presumably, they're going to be better, more tested come later in the year. And on offense, you would have Brandon Ayuk and some other weapons that you don't have early on. So, yeah, I think so. I mean, and that's sort of my point about, I imagine that they'll take a wait-and-see approach to this. Today, they brought in William Bradley King, who you might remember if you're one of the sickos that watch preseason football. He was with the 49ers for a little bit in August. they're going to add him to the practice squad tomorrow, probably. So, I mean, that's the caliber of move that they seem to be making at the moment. But I do think that probably the big move, if there is a big move, it would be just like, McCaffrey and Emmanuel Sanders. It comes in late October.
And the small move, which involves a big man, is Michael Williams now sliding to the outside for more snaps. Do you envision that being the plan going forward with, some Sam O thrown in there as well?
Yeah, I mean, I think that could be what's behind the Bradley King maneuver. That would give them 3 defensive ends on the practice squad, one of whom is Robert Beal, the other one is Travis Gibson. I think they'll do something where they have those guys compete. One of them gets bumped up, and that guy plays a lot of special teams, which has been what Sam Okuano has been doing against the Jaguars, and that would free up Sam O to, be able to play more snaps on defense. But yeah, I mean, Michael Williams, that's another argument for bringing in a Trey Hendrickson or a Bradley Chubb or somebody else that can play, be an edge rusher, because it would allow you to stick with your plan for Michael Williams, stick with your plan for Yetur Gross-Matos, which obviously over the first 2 games was to give him the majority of the snaps at defensive tackle, and he's done well with those. Hasn't been a lot of snaps, but he's been effective when he's played. When Bosa left on Sunday, he turned into a defensive end again. He only had 1 snap out of, I think, 22 that came at defensive tackle. So, bringing somebody else in would allow you to kind of stick with what you thought was best before the season began. There are ways to Band-Aid it for now, but it will be interesting to see what their record is, say, October 15.
Matt, I know you're technically just guessing on this one, but based on what you know about where they were last week, is Brock Purdy playing this week, you think?
I'm just guessing on this one. I hope that this goes into the big
aggregation chamber.
Exactly. Yeah. I would think so. I mean, he seemed to be doing a little bit more each day last week. Wednesday he did look tentative. Thursday less so, and Friday less so. So, I mean, if it keeps going in that direction, I do think that he plays on Sunday. Good question is, who's more healthy right now, him or Mac Jones? Right. Because he wasn't moving around very well either by the end of that Cardinals game. So, I mean, if it's a tie between those guys, I mean, I suppose that you don't want to put somebody out there who could aggravate it. If it's a toe injury that could become chronic, you wouldn't want to do that. But I would think that Purdy is probably going to be the guy just because he's got another week to heal.
Once again, Matt Barrows of The Athletic reports that Brock Purdy will start for the 49ers coming up this weekend.
Book it.
Okay. All right. There we have that. That's exciting.
Off to Twitter we go with that and so much more. Jawan Jennings, hopefully he's able to come back, and Demarcus Robinson expected to make his debut. How much will this be just a huge pick-me-up for the running game especially?
Yeah, I mean, that's been a big part of it. I watched JT O'Sullivan's breakdowns on YouTube. They're really good. They're really in-depth. And, one of the conclusions that he's reached over the first few weeks is that not a lot of speed at wide receiver for the 49ers. And perhaps that's one of the reasons why the running game has been gummed up so much. So adding bodies at that position, adding somebody like Demarcus Robinson, caught a lot of deep balls for the 49ers in training camp, would start to loosen things up, I would think. And Robinson got a lot of snaps in the summer. They wanted to use him up or use him as much as possible because they knew that a suspension was coming. So he got a lot of work with both Mac Jones and Brock Purdy. I think the 49ers feel good about that connection. I don't think that he can come back until Thursday's practice. So that's sort of the question with him. having been off the last 3 weeks. And remember, he couldn't practice or do anything during the suspension. So how quickly can he pick up? Are the 49ers going to be cautious about having him go, play 40 snaps after he's been off for 3 weeks? I know that they would love, and he would love, to be on the field in full go for the Week 5 game coming up on Thursday against the Los Angeles Rams, his former team. So that may be more of the game where he gets implemented.
Matt, I'm going to leave this as open-ended as possible because I'm sure your answer could go multiple directions, but why aren't the 49ers running the ball better?
Two-shell. That's Kyle Shanahan's answer, and of course I had to look it up. What two-shell means? They're playing a lot of teams that play cover 2, which is 2 deep safeties, and I don't think it's quite the safeties that are making things difficult. It's the 5 guys that are playing the underneath coverage, and I just think that's harder to run against, and sometimes harder to run against than 8-man boxes, which is counterintuitive, but it's something that the 49ers offense is designed for. Back in 2023, when Christian McCaffrey had well over 1,000 yards and was the offensive player of the year, he saw more 8-man boxes than any other tailback in the NFL, and still did really well. So it's something that the 49ers run against well and maybe throw against well, and maybe that's the point, that they can kind of take those deep shots, and that makes the defense more hesitant. I'm not sure, but that was Kyle Shanahan's explanation. They just had trouble running against teams that play 2 deep coverages.
So, how do they get them out of that coverage? In other words, what is it they need to do offensively down the field to keep teams defensively more honest?
Heal Brandon Ayuk's knee injury.
Okay. George Kittle, hamstring.
Yeah, there you go. I just think making things a little bit more dynamic in the passing game could free things up in the run game. That was my thought, is that, if I'm a defense, I'm probably going to scheme against Christian McCaffrey more than I am against Sky Moore and Kendrick Bourne. And that may be a theme early in the season. It'll be interesting to see whether that changes as the year goes on. I pointed out today that if Christian McCaffrey continued at his current pace, he would go well over 1,000 yards in receiving, and he'd be just under the 1,000-yard mark in rushing. He's already had 1,000 season in his career. Having a second one, I think, would be a feather in his cap and probably a Hall of Fame type of situation. But, that requires him to be healthy for 17 games too. But I'm just saying that it is very different than what he was doing back in 2023.
Yeah, 997 is where I computed it, Matt. He's on pace for rushing the football. I was trying to educate young Lucas on the history of football and the fact that only 3 people have ever done the 1,000. So I'm fascinated to see if he can get it going on the ground, because as you mentioned, the receptions have been there. And the other guy, the main threat, Ricky Pearsall, what have you seen through 3 games as far as defenses trying to stop him? Because it hasn't seemed like they've been very successful.
Yeah, he's doing what he did in training camp, and that was sort of the big question. He looked really good in training camp, had a good chemistry going with Brock Purdy for sure. And the question was, okay, is he just doing this because the 49ers know the offense knows the 49ers defense, and they sort of know what to do on these plays. How's he going to do against other cornerbacks? Are they going to be physical with him? Are they going to knock him off of his routes? And, the answer has been no. They haven't been able to do that. And what struck me about Ricky Pearsall is that every ball that's been catchable, even in the vicinity of him, has been caught. He's caught some gritty passes over the middle, taking them right off the ground in traffic. That, to me, is impressive, and that just builds confidence with the quarterback. I mean, it's something that Brandon Ayuk does really well. Even the interception ball that Mac Jones threw, bad pass. Shanahan even said he would have hoped that Pearsall would have, tried to break that up or gotten a hand on it. But it just also shows you the confidence that the quarterback has that the receiver is going to be open in that situation. And then, of course, the confidence he had throwing I think Next Gen Stats said that this ball on 4th and 2 traveled more than 45 yards altogether. But that was the 4th and 2 kind of rainbow go ball to Ricky Pearsall, which he hauled in, which ended up being one of the biggest plays of the game.
No doubt. Matt Barrows, The Athletic, with us. Hey, Matt, real quick, are you guys getting any intel on George Kittle's recovery? Are they thinking that he'll be back for the Tampa Bay game?
I have not seen him out there. So I think he's still, weeks with the plural away. Usually, the last kind of step is you see the guy out there doing sprints, doing really kind of rigorous workouts. And, he could be doing those at a point when reporters aren't out there. But we haven't seen that. So basically I have no information on that, but nothing has been apparent that tells me that it's in the offing.
And then one of Deion's sons, Shiloh Sanders, in for a workout today, right? You think he ends up on the practice squad?
No, I don't think so. I mean, they don't seem to have any issues at defensive back right now, although it was a little curious to me that they worked out at least 3 safeties. So I'm not exactly sure what's going on there. As I mentioned earlier, William Bradley King was one of those guys who worked out today, the defensive end, and he's the guy that they plan to sign to the practice squad. So I think it's just a kind of let's kick the tires on this guy. Let's get him into our database, and if we do run into issues, he could be somebody we add down the line.
Matt, great stuff as always. Thank you so much for hopping in.
All right. Anytime, guys. Talk to you soon.
Okay, Matt Barrows, The Athletic. He does not guarantee that Brock Purdy will start, but he thinks
feels
so.
pretty good about it.
He thinks so.
He's not reporting it, but if asked, and he thinks he'll start. And we feel the same way.
So do I, yeah. I'm also not reporting it. I don't think you are either.
I don't think that you possibly could report it, and the interesting one will be tomorrow at practice. How is he doing? Is he limited? Does he take snaps with the ones? You're going to find out pretty early tomorrow based on what Brock is going to do at practice.
Yeah, I think that's the look. The tell last week was that Brock was out there, but he was lining up with the 3s. And also there was that very firm yes from Kyle Shanahan when Jennifer Lee Chan asked him, could he be the emergency 3? He's like, yes, he absolutely could. That was a little bit of a tell, as it turned out early on, that they weren't necessarily planning to play him. Maybe this week will be different. And Matt asked a very good question of, even if Brock is dinged up, is the other quarterback even more dinged up?
Right.
Mac Jones had to dive to hand the ball off at the end of the game last week.
He was limping all over the place. He had to go to a Dibber-style knee brace for the majority of the second half. He had his jersey almost ripped off, and I was surprised that they don't have backup jerseys. Like, he had to play with a ripped jersey the whole game.
Yeah, put a jersey on, as Warren Sapp once said.
Can he just run into the team store and get a Mac Jones?
I don't know if they're selling Mac Jones in the team store. But anyway, we're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Half hour away, Grandy's Grades. A little bit over an hour away, John Feliciano. Coming up next, 2 pieces of sound you really want to hear. First of all, go back to before the year started. Kyle Shanahan essentially predicted the way this season was going to start and was hopeful it wouldn't lead to blemishes. We'll let you hear that. Again, might sound a little different this time around. And, we have to play this because it's paying homage to something that's very famous in sports that as of this morning, we'll never hear it again. At least not for now, maybe never again. So we got to play this for you. That's coming up next. It's Willard and Dibs.
This game day traffic is brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. Heading to see the Giants tonight. You'll have delays off the Bay Bridge. There's a hazard clearing at the 80 merge with 101 southbound. Northbound 101 is heavy from Cesar Chavez due to a crash at Vermont Street, and 280 northbound is slow from Mariposa to Oracle.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
All right, team, it's game time. Blue 42, California Ace scratch right on one.
Wait, what play is that?
Keep up, man. He said play scratchers for the California Lottery.
Oh.
With the new Los Angeles Chargers, San Francisco 49ers, and Los Angeles Rams scratchers, it's always a great call.
For sure.
On one. Ready, set,
Play the new Game Day Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
Grab the keys to a new Toyota. This fall, it's time to hit the road and chase new adventures. From majestic mornings to golden sunsets, explore all the beauty California has to offer with Toyota's legendary fuel efficiency. Right now, get a low lease on the 2025 Prius Limited, one of 17 fuel-efficient Toyota hybrids. Plus, every new Toyota comes with Toyota Care, a 2-year no-cost maintenance plan. Toyota, let's go places. Offer available through TFS to buyers with premium-rated credit and 9/30/25. See your Toyota dealer for Toyota Care details and exclusions.
When you own your own business, you need to keep things moving. Need to book a last-minute flight? Earn a $300 travel credit to cover that. Need to take a meeting before takeoff? Do it from the comfort of the Chase Sapphire Lounge by the club. Need to catch your breath before you board? Done. With $2,500 in annual value, the new Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business is the card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place, so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/sports. openphone.com/SPORTS.
When your name's on the paint job, your primer better hold up. Painters trust Kills primers for serious adhesion, stain blocking, and a finish that lasts. Now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick it up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results. Faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
It's time to trade in and trade up during Lazy Boy's Trade-In Day sales event. Save 20% store-wide on recliners, sectionals, sofas, and more. Plus, get an extra $100 off when you upgrade your comfort. Trade in the old, bring home the new, and save big at Lazy Boy Furniture Galleries.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
The pumpkin spice latte is back at Starbucks. Crafted with our signature espresso and real pumpkin sauce. Then topped with whipped cream, cinnamon, and nutmeg. The PSL. Get it while it's hot or iced. Only at Starbucks.
This Prime Big Deal Days, October 7th and 8th, you can get a great deal on a new foot spa, transforming you into the queen of kicking it.
Wait, this has bubble jets. Okay.
Get up to 40% off with Prime Big Deal Days, October 7th and 8th.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
What are you asking exactly? I'm still confused by your question.
I mean, what kind of question is that?
On 95.7 The Game.
You know how much I love a good press conference.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
What's your favorite press conference rant of all time? I have a very clear favorite. What's your favorite rant?
Probably the Mike Singletary.
Oh.
I'd rather be penalized up and down the field for having 10 men. Can't do it. I want winners.
I want winners.
I want winners.
Can't do it.
The whole thing is just so great, the way he winds himself up and just, I want winners.
My favorite was David Fizdale, Memphis Grizzlies. They're not going to rook us.
Take that for data.
Take that for data.
It's a good one.
My absolute favorite.
Herm, friend of the program.
Sure.
Herm Edwards.
Sure.
Jim Mora with the playoffs.
Although playoffs was like a press availability in a hallway, I think.
I want winners.
I don't know that it was at a podium. I could be wrong. Maybe actually.
Can't win with them. Can't coach them. Can't do it.
Maybe the Jim Mora hallway one was you don't know and you never will.
You think you know,
but you don't know.
Don't know,
and you
never will.
I love that stuff.
He had a few good ones.
Where do you place this one on your list of favorites?
That's why I don't read the newspaper. Because it's garbage. And the editor that let it come out is garbage. Attacking an amateur athlete for doing everything right. And then you want to write articles about guys that don't do things right and downgrade them, the ones that do make plays. Are you kidding me? Where are we at in society today? Come after me. I'm a man. I'm 40. I'm not a kid. Write something about me or our coaches. Don't write about a kid that does everything right, that's heart's broken, and then say that the coaches said he was scared. That ain't true. And then to say that we made that decision because Donovan Woods, because he threatened to transfer, that's not true.
That's not true.
It's up there.
That is Mike
I've forgotten about all the nuggets in there. Where are we at in society? Because the headline is come after me, I'm a man, I'm 40.
Right.
But where are we at in society?
That actually should be like the name of your fantasy team. Like when I heard that, I'm like, ooh, Dib's going to love that line.
Oh, I do love it.
That's your line. Every time somebody drives by in a scooter, where are we at in society?
That ain't true. That's the other one. There's that ain't true. Where are we at in society? And, of course, I'm a man, I'm 40, which is the one everyone latches on to. But I'd forgotten how many great nuggy nugs are in that one.
Mike Gundy fired today by Oklahoma State.
Wow.
Yeah.
21 seasons?
Because, he was a man, he's 40. Now he's a man, he's 60?
58. Yeah, I'm just looking at it.
Where are we at in society today?
Great. Without a job is actually the answer to that question today. Mike Gundy.
Yeah.
Oklahoma State, I think, did they lose to Tulsa last week? Yeah. I think they lost to Tulsa.
It was like a standalone game, and it was not close.
Where are we at in Oklahoma? We're at Tulsa, and you lost.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's going to be the end of that.
That's the end.
That's a good run.
Amazing run. I hadn't realized that he had been there that long, but yeah, I'm a man. I'm 40 and still there up until today. It's one thing to lose the Battle of Oklahoma. What's that? Not the Red River Shootout. That's when Oklahoma takes on Texas.
Correct. Yeah.
But if
I don't know what the name of the Oklahoma State. I don't know. I don't know what that is.
I don't either, but it's all right to lose that one because Oklahoma's usually pretty good, pretty much better than you. But you can't be losing to Tulsa now. Where are we at in the standings?
Bedlam series.
Thank you.
Bedlam,
it does have a name.
Whatever. Lucas and Granny get mad at I don't know about you, but definitely me because college football.
I want to love it.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
Owning Saturday. It's a big weekend this weekend.
But what is it?
It needs desperately a reorg. It needs to go from what it is to take the 30 teams that spend all the millions of dollars and you guys get to be in this division, and then you take the next ones and then the next ones. You need to make it so it's easier to digest. You put on the TV Saturday morning. Where are we at in the Air Force game?
I don't know what's happening anymore. I don't know. It's like I feel like
James Madison is taking on William and Mary
the whole thing.
Some channel.
I'm not sure. It makes me feel old because it's kind of like when an old person when the iPhone's not working and they just I don't.
Where are we at on Xfinity?
I don't understand what's happening anymore. The college football, Lucas, you tell me on Saturday, I turn the TV on. I feel like it's season 4 of Game of Thrones, and I just sat down to watch the first episode. I don't know what's going on. Why? What do you mean you're in the Big Ten?
Where are we at in society today?
What do you mean you're in the ACC and you play games here in the Bay Area? What do you mean? Atlantic. You're literally. You can see the Pacific from your stadium. We're in the Atlantic coast. What are we doing?
Where are we at in society?
Where are we at in this ocean?
I just don't get it. I want to get it. I don't get it. I don't understand what you're all doing. And then every single player, they're like, ooh, I'm kind of good. I average 5 yards a carry. Peace out. I'm a free agent. You know what I mean? I heard a story about Ashton Ginty, the rookie for the Raiders, that at Boise State, this kid, he stayed at Boise State because they were the only team to come after him and recruit him out of high school.
Come after me!
And his loyalty, him and his parents, the loyalty they felt to Boise State had him turn down millions of dollars in NIL offers. Boise State said, we'll give you everything we can. $350,000. This is everything
and a
we can do.
lifetime supply of potatoes.
That's right. This is all that we can do. And he's like, I'm staying. And then he was the 7th pick in the draft. Millions of dollars on the table.
Worked out for him.
Yeah, for him. But most people don't make that decision.
10 of the top 25 are in the SEC.
Yeah.
What are we doing?
What are we doing? I could tell you what we're doing is, first of all, in an hour, John Feliciano is going to join us. In 20 minutes, Mark Grandy's grades. All still ahead. 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibs.
Hi, I'm Lacey, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. And yes, I'm actually a jeweler. I bring dream engagement rings to life every day in our jeweler's workshop. When I hand set your diamond into your ring, I think about creating a piece you'll wear for a lifetime. I pay attention to the smallest details and treat every ring with the same care and craftsmanship, no matter the size or price. Come check us out at your nearby store. Our engagement rings are made with love from our hands to yours, because a friend knows your love deserves the highest quality. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Don't let pneumococcal pneumonia break your stride. If you're 50 or older, you're at increased risk. So be proactive with Capvaxive pneumococcal 21-valent conjugate vaccine to help protect against invasive pneumococcal disease and pneumonia caused by certain types of pneumococcal bacteria. Capvaxive helps protect against the strains of bacteria that cause about 30% more IPD cases than any other pneumococcal conjugate vaccine in adults over 50, according to national-level CDC stats. Regional variations may exist. Don't get Capvaxive if you're allergic to the vaccine or its ingredients. Tell your doctor if you have a weakened immune system. Common side effects include injection site reactions, feeling tired, headache, muscle aches, and fever. Capvaxive does not protect against all strains. For more information, call 1-800-927-8888 or visit capvaxive.com. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Capvaxive. Need help paying for your Merck vaccine? Visit merckhelps.com. Sponsored by Merck.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code CODE to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
When selecting a financial institution, how do you know you're making the right choice? As Bay Area bank customers find themselves at a crossroads, maybe it's good to consider if you want your bank to be community-oriented or corporate-minded. Fremont Bank has grown by providing stable, consistent service to the region, its families, and its businesses for 60 years, all without a single merger. And we intend for more of the same for the next 60. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Hey, it's Evan Giddings, and I want you to join me and Mark Grandy at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill on Saturday, September 27th from 12 to 3 p.m. for their fall clearance sales event and take advantage of one-of-a-kind opportunities. Now is the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Get your favorite cheeses at Whole Foods Market. Save 25% on select Goudas with Prime through September 30th. Assemble a crowd-pleasing cheese board for your upcoming fall gatherings. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
Hi, I'm Nancy Cartwright. You may know me better as the voice of Bart Simpson. On Simpsons Declassified, we're diving into the mysteries that keep The Simpsons forever young. Have you ever wondered how The Simpsons regularly predicts future events? Who better to ask than the show's creators, performers, and writers, the celebrity guests? Be sure to follow and listen to Simpsons Declassified wherever you get your podcasts.
If Old Spice Deep Sea Super Hydration Body Wash were music, what would it sound like? Start with the deep sounds of Old Spice's ocean waves and kelp. Layer on the smooth, renewing moisture. You wouldn't hear any parabens or phthalates because Old Spice Deep Sea hasn't got any. But you would hear that vitamin B3 for healthier looking skin. So while your regular body wash sounds like this, Old Spice sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
Tulsa is my home now.
Academy Award nominee Sylvester Stallone stars in the Paramount Plus original series, Tulsa King.
This distillery is a very interesting business. And we gotta know the enemy.
From Taylor Sheridan, co-creator of Landman.
What are you saying? I'm a rat! If you think you're gonna take me out, it's gonna be really difficult.
Tulsa King, new season now streaming exclusively on Paramount Plus.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Hey, it's Joe Shasky from the Morning Roast, and you're listening to Willard and Dibs. If you're doing what I'm doing, then you're listening on the radio. If not, you could check them out and see what kind of hat Willard's wearing right now on YouTube.
It's a haka hat.
Oh, yeah. Okay. You've worn it before.
Yeah. I got a bunch of these.
You know what the haka is, right?
Do I know what the haka is?
Yeah, the haka is what
I know what the hookah is.
Yeah, you do.
What, Lucas?
The haka.
I do. I know what it is.
It's the pregame performance, for lack of a better way to describe it, that the New Zealand All Blacks rugby team does.
There you go.
The haka.
Is it spelled the same way? How do you
As the
spell
hookah?
it? No.
I think it's just H-A-K-A.
Yeah, that's the same as this. Yeah. So, and this has got the S and the F and then all the San Francisco logos on it. Yeah. Haka hat.
Okay. Nice. Fancy.
Yeah, I love this brand.
You sure do.
Anyway, a few things. First of all, Grandy's grades in 15 minutes. His name came up on the crossover, and I'm doing a deep dive on him right now. His name is Brandon Lang.
Okay.
If you're a longtime sports fan, you might know who this is. They made that money, two for the money about him. Matthew McConaughey and Al Pacino. They made a movie about an epic run as a sports handicapper that Brandon Lang went on. And so now he's a sports handicapper. But there's something sort of interesting that I have found about the start of the football season for Brandon Lang. He's 0-8.
0-8?
In the NFL.
Even I had a hard time going 0-8 last year.
You're 12-2.
I'm hot.
He's 0-8.
Yeah.
I think he needs to talk to you.
I would love to talk to him.
Not the other way around.
Right.
Not we talk to him. He needs to talk to you.
I mean, 0-8?
What's your process?
Yeah.
You know
I
what
can
I mean?
walk him through it.
Okay.
Absolutely. It's a combination of things, but
I've put out the APB. Let's see if we can get Brandon on. I want to either tomorrow or Thursday.
That would be great.
Before week 4 kicks off, we need to talk to Brandon Lang. And we just set the man straight.
And man, fade the Dibber, fade the Lang is what we may be doing. Maybe we can get his pick and we just start fading him in the pros. Fade the pro.
Incredible if Lucas called him and said, "Will you come on the show?" And then he gives out a pick and we're like,
fade. It's a little like when you go to a restaurant and you ask the waitress, like, "Oh, what do you like here? What's really good?" "Well, I think the French dip is terrific. I'll have the chicken sandwich."
Exactly. I'd be like, I'm not
fade the waitress.
coming on your stupid show ever again.
Right.
Anyway.
The one-off.
Yeah. So we can do that. And then there's this. Crack staff. Lucas, somebody who thought he was Ken, but his name's actually Steven. They tracked this down. Kyle Shanahan, and it was not from TK's show. It was from Sirius XM Radio before the season. I want you to stop what you're doing and listen to this. This is before the Niners went 3-0, before Brock Purdy got hurt, before George Kittle got hurt, before Nick Bosa got hurt. Listen to Kyle talk about what the first half of the season might be like this year.
It's hard to kind of say that you're rebuilding because you got guys there who can carry you. But in the NFL, it doesn't matter how good those stars are. You got to have the right type of team. And we know we got some young guys that haven't done it yet. But that's what's so big about this year. It's what's so big about camp is we're finding out a lot about these guys every day. And it'll be interesting who ends up being a part of our 53, which to me is more open now than it's been in about 6 years. But even on day one, that's not going to be it. Like week 1, I expect our team in week 12, week 13 to look a lot different than it did in week 1. And my whole goal is that we get better throughout the year and find a way to hopefully get into those playoffs. And once you get into those playoffs, then you got a chance at anything.
Okay. I think this is just tremendously fascinating because what Kyle is saying right here is, look, there's so many questions and it's not going to be ready to go by September. So this is going to constantly be on some sort of an ebb and flow. And that last sentence when he says our whole goal is to hopefully have this figured out by the back half of the season so that we can find a way to get into the playoffs. Now, add to that injuries to Purdy and Kittle and Bosa and Juwan Jennings. And at that point, Juwan was still holding out with a injury.
Yeah.
Add all that together, and to think that you're 3-0. I mean, I don't know if you believe this. I believe this. I think that when the Niner coaches, when the lights go out at the facility and they drive home, they're laughing. They're laughing. They're
probably exhaling. I don't think they're laughing.
They can't believe they're 3-0.
Sure they can.
No, they can't.
Absolutely.
I think they're looking at each other going, how the hell are we 3-0?
You can see how they're 3-0, and I don't think you look at it, if I'm them, I don't look at it and start laughing. I look at it and I go, you know what? Great job by the players, and great job by the front office as well. You acquired Huff in the offseason, and Bryce Huff he's been terrific on this team.
Yep.
And so you spent your first 5 draft picks on rookies, and they've all come in and they've been good on defensive rookies. Of course they're rookies, but 5 guys on defense in your first 5 picks.
I'm sorry, that was...
Yeah, they've come in and they've been great. So I don't know what more you would want. What he said then is true. I don't know who's going to be on the 53, and once we figure that out, hopefully we can, be good enough to somehow make it in the playoffs. Well, now he's not going to say that same thing now at 3-0. It's going to be a different sentiment at this point.
But first of all, come on, you got to laugh. That was funny.
Yeah, it was funny.
That was funny.
I'm just trying to get through the point, though. It wasn't that funny, but yeah.
It was very funny.
They drafted 5 rookies. That's the way that went. They actually drafted a lot more than 5 rookies.
He used all 5 of their picks on rookies. It was very funny.
Accidentally, yeah.
There's an old clip. A buddy of mine named John Quintero used to do radio down in San Diego, and they used for his open. It was almost the exact same quote. He goes, "I'll tell you who I've got on my list for the final 5 for Rookie of the Year this year. I'm giving them all to rookies." and they've used it. Oh my God, it's hilarious. So anyway, that was reminiscent of that. So no, but your larger point. Sure, it evolves every week. It's a week-to-week league. But what I'm trying to tell you is I think that the 49ers planned for warts early, and then everything went wrong. That was before he knew everything was going to go wrong. If that Sirius XM host had followed up that statement and said, "Hey, Coach, how do you think the start of the, okay, there's what you think now. What if I told you Purdy's going to miss 2 out of 3, George Kittle's going to miss pretty much 3 out of 3, Nick Bosa's going to miss 1 out of 3, and then be gone for the year?" Whew. Well, I'm probably not going to make the playoffs this year.
Well, we're going to have to find different ways to win games. And
you're in first place.
Right, and now this is where the challenge really begins, because
incredible.
Now your defensive rookies that you use your top 5 picks on, especially Mykel Williams, now you've got to grow up and you've got to be a more impactful defender. Everyone that you were going to rely on a lot, you're going to have to rely on them more because you don't have Nick Bosa.
For sure.
And again, you're favored by 3. And so far this year, you've been favored by 2, 3, 2, and 3. So yes, those games can obviously go either way. When you are a minuscule favorite at home or on the road, the Vegas odds are telling you, this is going to be a close game.
I'm going to predict now that number is going to go up before kickoff.
Against Jacksonville?
Yeah.
Okay.
I would be more confident about this game than I was the first 3, even the New Orleans game.
I've started going through the Jacksonville tape, and their offense is at times unbelievably dangerous, and then Trevor Lawrence throws a pick.
Yep.
Usually in the red zone, but until then, they have 2 good running backs. They have about 9 offensive weapons, guys who are fast and can get open, and then he throws a pick.
Yeah.
And you were throwing some shade at Brian Thomas Jr.?
No, not throwing some. I'm totally head-scratched as to why they're not using him more.
They use him a good amount, but they spread the ball around to a lot of different guys.
Target share is down from last year, which makes no sense.
Diami Brown is a guy who's a threat, and Thomas Jr. is a threat.
I'd be focused on that guy if I were the Jaguars. I'd be using him the way that other teams use their their dogs, their Justin Jeffersons and their, their Jamar Chases and all of those things, what I'd be doing, but they're not doing that. We're sponsored by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. We'll have Grandy's grades in a moment. We got John Feliciano at 5. Want to also invite everybody out back to Laughing Monk Brewing in Sunnyvale for the kickoff show this Sunday. Great food, great drinks. You know that. Great games in the parking lot. The show starts at 10 a.m. Evan Giddings and Lo Neal and all of the early games for you to watch. And get this, if you're going to the game, a now free shuttle to and from the stadium. That's right. Park at Laughing Monk for free. Join the party and then take the shuttle back and forth to the game. All you got to do is sign up and reserve a spot. So do it now because space is limited. 957thegame.com. Click on the kickoff show graphic and then click on the Eventbrite link to sign up, and we will see you there. Mark Grandy works overtime. Coming up next, it is a Tuesday tradition of Grandy's grades from the most recent 49er game on Willard and Dibs.
This game day traffic is brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. Heading to see the Giants tonight. You'll see delays coming off the Bay Bridge. You'll stay solid past the merge with 101 southbound. Northbound 101 stays slow from Cesar Chavez, and northbound 280 is solid from Mariposa to Oracle.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Hey, it's Mark Grandy, and I want you to join me and Evan Giddings at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill on Saturday, September 27th from 12 to 3 for their fall clearance sales event and to take advantage of one-of-a-kind opportunities. Now is the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
Hi, this is Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager of Stevens Creek Subaru. The fall season is upon us. That means football, baseball playoffs, and kids back in school. At Stevens Creek Subaru, this is one of our favorite times of the year. Fall is also when we get our first rains of the year. That means dangerous road conditions. That is, unless you drive a Subaru with symmetrical all-wheel drive. Subarus are built for any road condition or terrain, whether it's a drive to the coast or up to the snow. The safest pick is a Subaru.
This month, lease a new 25 Crosstrek for just $239 per month. Just $239 a month for a new Crosstrek from Stevens Creek Subaru in San Jose. 36-month lease, no security deposit needed. $24.95 due at signing, plus tax, license, and registration fees. Includes $85 dealer documentation fee and first month's payment. Acquisition fee $650. 15 cents per mile over 10,000 miles per year with Tier 1 approved credit. $300 disposition fee. One at this payment. VIN number JF2GU ABC 8SH271247. Stock number 1250885. Offer expires end of month. See Stevens Creek Subaru for details.
On Stevens Creek Boulevard or online at StevensCreekSubaru.com. Buckle up and drive safely.
When you own your own business, you own every decision. Catch the red eye or take the 6 a.m.
Make a new hire or promote internally.
Celebrate a win with a toast at the gate or unwind at the lounge.
Big props to this team.
Some decisions are a win-win. Like earning 8 times points on Chase Travel. Introducing Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business. With $2,500 in annual value, it's the business card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member of FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Open Phone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Open Phone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Open Phone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Open Phone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Open Phone. Open Phone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Open Phone for free at openphone.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/sports. openphone.com/SPORTS.
I knew that I was not living the life that I wanted to live, but I didn't know how to get back on track. It gave me the time and space to take life one step at a time. I have a life beyond what I could ever dream. I know that anyone can recover. I am living proof that recovery is possible.
Get treatment. It works. Learn more. Visit livingproofsf.org.
Cars for kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. K-A-R-S, Cars for Kids. 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org. Transforming your land with a John Deere compact tractor is as easy as connect, latch, load, haul, spread. Cutting grass is as simple as roll, click, mow. Box blading is as effortless as hook, lock, grade. And backhoeing is as convenient as turn around, switch, dig. Because when you've got the versatility to tackle just about any job and dealer support in your own backyard, you just have to get in the seat. Find the right compact tractor for you at johndeere.com.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain scent boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
San Francisco will be cool and overcast tonight with a low near 60.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
Yeah, that's gross. That's going to ruin everybody's dinner.
On 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, Mark Schlereth. When an offensive lineman tells you something is gross, it's really gross.
Must be really gross, yeah.
Really, really gross. Really gross. But what we're about to do next is anything but. It is quickly becoming a favorite around here. And today, for those of you who are smart enough to not just listen to the show, but have the opportunity to watch the show on YouTube, we get to do it a little bit different because our guy, our technical director, Mark Grandy, he got an early call out of the bullpen earlier today. You may have heard him on 95.7 The Game earlier today, co-hosting along with Guru, doing the middays from 10 to 2. So once you do that, then you get to hit the showers early. You get to leave and you get to go home, and that's what Grandy did. But we were like, dude, what about Grandy's grades? It's Tuesday.
That's right.
It's Tuesday. You just like, what are we supposed to do? And he's an idea guy, so he had an idea. He's like, well, how about if I just zone in from home on the old tube there, and then we'll do it that way. And we were like, yeah, that works. So who's ready? Let's do Grandy's grades. Let's ride. Hey, Grandy.
How did the 49ers grade out this week? Did they pass? Did they fail? Let's find out. It's time for Grandy's grades on Willard and Dibs.
What's up, guys? How's it going?
Hey there, Grandy. You're looking good in your Summit T-shirt. I see you.
Yeah. I mean, it's the classic. Dibs told me he saw me on YouTube earlier today. He was thinking about wearing it, but he didn't, so we didn't match today. That's all right.
Yeah, I was going to intentionally twin it up because I know it makes him just a little uncomfortable. But it's, because one time it happened on accident because Mark and I each have, like we all do, some of the same free giveaways.
Yeah.
I'm actually wearing the other Fieldwork shirt underneath that I had gotten for free.
The blue one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Nice. All right, Grandy.
I do not have that one, so.
Yeah.
All right, take us through. Let's dive in on yet another 49er victory.
Yes, 3-0. We start, as always, with the quarterback spot. We'll get through all the different position groups before we wrap things up here on Grandy's grades. The quarterback, this time it was Mac Jones again. Good enough to get the win through an interception, a rough interception. Threw the ball 41 times, completed 27 passes for 284 yards. That one touchdown and that one interception. I thought he was, as far as backup quarterbacks go, he was good once again. Was not nearly as good as he was versus the Saints, But again, definitely above average what you'd expect from a backup quarterback. But he set himself a pretty high bar week 2. So with that in mind, I gave Mac Jones a B- for his performance. It was definitely above average, but it did not blow me out of the water.
I'll tell you what, Grandy, that makes a lot of sense to me, but I'm going to go a little higher than that because this is one of those conflict situations. Like, you're right. He didn't look great. He did throw what felt like the game-losing pick. He did all of those things. But, oh, my God, the grit. Like, dude, he couldn't walk, and he's diving to hand the ball off, and then he grabs a brace, and he goes out there with a minute and a half to go and drives the team right down the field. So when you've got a bad taste in your mouth, but then you get stuff like that, dude, it erases some mistakes. So I'm going to go a little higher and give Mac a B+.
Yeah, I'm right with you, Willard. I have him as a B+ as well. In the last drive, he was 5 of 7 before he spiked it. I'm not going to count that against him, and it was Tonjes and Moore, a couple of Kendrick Bournes, the screen to McCaffrey, and also the big throw to Pearsall on 4th and 2. That is an elite-level NFL throw, and that cashed him in play later with the great play call and the pass to Juice. So I got him as a B+, with the major demerit being that interception.
Yeah, he definitely clutched up down the stretch. That's for sure. Skill positions is up next. That's wide receivers, tight ends, running backs. We could probably just limit this to McCaffrey and Pearsall because that's all that matters essentially for the 49ers skill positions right now. Those two were awesome. I know you guys were singing Ricky Pearsall's praises all day yesterday, deservedly so. 8 catches, 117 yards. Dibs, that 4th and 2 throw that you're talking about from Mac Jones went to Pearsall. Biggest catch of his career, and it's not close. He was amazing in this game. McCaffrey, the run game, we're still waiting for that to get going. I think that's more offensive line than McCaffrey himself. But he had 27 more touches, including 10 catches on 15 targets. I know he dropped a couple. Wasn't, like crazy make or break plays. I don't think the Niners really lost a lot by him dropping those 2. But he has, 140 all-purpose yards. He had a 20-yard screen that set up the game-winning field goal. And then on that same last drive to win the game, you had a couple of Kendrick Bourne catches. You had Jake Tonjes getting in on the action. Sky Moore had a catch. I thought skill positions were the star of this offensive performance once again. I gave that group an A- for their performance.
Yeah, I had it a B+, slightly below. You had a Kendrick Bourne holding penalty. You did have a couple of McCaffrey drops. And outside of Pearsall, who was fantastic, and McCaffrey in the pass game, the run game is just not there yet. And I know a lot of that's offensive line, but you're not seeing the big explosive plays out of anybody outside of those two. So slightly lower, but a B+.
I'll kind of trend. You guys are in the right spot, but I'll trend more toward A- with this particular group and A-. And the main reason for that, sorry about that. Yeah, anyway, the main reason for that is basically at the top of this, you have Ricky Pearsall, who I thought was stunning. And then at the bottom of this, and Grandy, I know you said this is mainly about Ricky and Christian, but I do have to point to some of those other guys who are just playing these duct tape fill-in roles, and when they're asked to do one thing in the game, they do it. They do it. Like, Sky, we need you to catch one ball. Okay, go out there and run a route and catch one ball. There were only drops by Christian. Outside of that, I can't really think of many drops by any Niner receiver all year long through these 3 games. So, yes, it's still not perfect, but when you run it through the prism of what's expected of some of these people, I have to grade it up a little bit, and I'll go A-.
Fair enough. Yeah, skill positions, they were largely very good in this one. Up next, and it's the last group on the offense, that's the offensive line. I think this continues to be my concern for the offense specifically moving forward. They weren't terrible by any stretch. Mac was only sacked 1 time, although there was also the safety on the hold on Dominic Pooney in the end zone. I know we can quibble off if we think it was actually a hold, first of all, and if the hold occurred in the end zone or not. Regardless, Pooney got beat on that one and was left trying to fix that mess he created and ultimately ended up making it worse. That was a bad moment. I thought that was going to cost the Niners the game in the moment. Of course, we know that they, as we've already talked about, got it together. They got to stop. and then they got the ball back, and Mac Jones was good on that last drive, and Eddie Pinheiro makes the game-winning field goal to win the game. But largely, the offensive line has still, in my mind, underperformed, and the run game that we already talked about hasn't been very good yet. Mac was not under a ton of pressure all day long, but I'm concerned about the offensive line and specifically the run game. They weren't terrible, though, so I give them a C. They passed, but it was nothing that got me encouraged that this is going to be a group that can turn it around soon.
Yeah, I'm gonna move it up a little bit just because of the injuries they've suffered. I'll go C+, but I'm with you on a lot of what you're saying. The lack of a run game is frustrating right now. I don't even necessarily put that all on the offensive line. I think the Niners need to loosen these defenses up a little bit by being able to go over the top, and that's hard to do with a backup quarterback and backup wide receivers. But outside of that, there's still just some little things that don't look fully right. Dominic Pooney had a wonderful rookie year. It's been a little wobbly so far this year. It has not been great. It's not been awful, but it's not been great. I'd love to see a little bit more consistency out of that. But then again, they're largely keeping their quarterback upright, and they're winning these football games, and they're doing it in the end in the fourth quarter. So I'll give them a little credit for that and go C+.
I go even one notch higher, and it's a B- for me. And you guys are making great points, and I'm looking at the sheet, and they open up the second half, and Connor Colby with a hold on that first run play for CMC, and you had Brendel had a hold, the Pooney whiff where he had to hold, and it turned out to be a safety because of that. But what Mark said there at the end is what I'm really latching on to. You're keeping the quarterback upright. 8 QB hits and only 1 sack for a guy who isn't very mobile to begin with, and he had a bad knee, and yet you were still able to keep Mac Jones upright and in the game. And there was a play where Robinson ran for 19 yards, and McKivitz was out in front leading the way, downfield blocking. And so there were plays where the offensive line started to flash and show that they can be better than they have been. But by and large, I thought, especially on that last drive, they made it so that Mac Jones could make the plays to lead him down the field to win the game. So I gave him a B- in the win.
Yeah, honestly, I'm kind of surprised that the way I feel about the offensive line is more concerned about the run blocking right now than it is about the pass blocking. It's always been the opposite way with this group on the offensive line the last couple of years. But we'll see. Maybe George Kittle being out is going to impact the run game, and we'll see how that looks once he comes back. As we continue here on Grandy's grade, let's move it over to the defensive side of the ball. Up next is the front 7. Niners sometimes run a front 8, but it's the down linemen and it's the linebackers. They have, a front 6 with 4 down linemen and then 2 linebackers. However many linebackers are on the field, they're included here in this front 7 conversation. Down linemen and those linebackers. I thought it was a good day once again. I mean, they only give up 15 points as a defense as a whole, and you had to play the final 3 quarters of this game without your star pass rusher in Nick Bosa. Micah Williams had some nice moments in this game once again. The near safety on Kyler Murray, it was all 3 of your rookies on the D-line impacting that play. It was Micah Williams, it was CJ West, and it was Alfred Collins. That was a real eye-opening moment for me. Like, okay, maybe this is a group that can continue to put that kind of effort together, and maybe together that group of 3 can help replace Nick Bosa. That was a nice moment. The Cardinals didn't do a great job running the football, specifically James Conner. Honestly, he struggled running the ball when he was healthy before he went down. Trey Benson had more success as the backup and the spell to James Conner before Conner went down. There were some moments, though, where it felt like, and Nick Bosa was guilty of this in the first quarter, and it has hurt this Niner team time and time again against mobile quarterbacks. There's just not a lot of integrity on the edge, and at times they push too far upfield, they cut inside, and they allow Kyler Murray to get the edge, and that's how they converted a lot of really key third downs in that first half specifically. So I felt like there was just a little lack of patience and integrity for the D-line at times. Fred Warner was obviously amazing again. D. Winters continues to ascend. All in all, a very good day. Some moments that left me scratching my head, but the front 7 gets a B+ from me.
Oh, straight A from your boy Dibberclaws, and it's because of a lot of the things that you were saying. And I'm looking at my sheet, and there's an Elliott tackle for a loss. There's Fred. There's a Fred D combo. There's D with a pass breakup in the end zone when Connor runs that wheel route on 2nd and 10, and D's with him the whole way. That counts for me for front seven. You had Huff with a batted down pass. Fred batted one down as well. Ultimately, you held him to 260 yards, even though they had the ball all day long. You kept Connor in check. Kyler got you a couple times. He's going to do that. He only passed for 159 yards, and you held them to, a grand total of 13 points because the safety's not on the defense. I thought, again, the front seven was phenomenal. They get an A for me.
I'm with you, Dibs. Especially, and as I keep doing with all of these sort of grades, is you got to run it through the idea of what is that group dealing with. They lost their star. They lost their star in the first quarter, and they still went out there, and you're 100% right. I'm not going to hold it against the D lineman when they can't catch Kyler Murray. Nobody can catch Kyler Murray, but a very good running back in James Conner was barely over 2 yards a carry before he got knocked out of the game. They kept Arizona's run game for the most part in check, and they had a bunch of young guys on that line that were able to hold it together when adversity strikes. And then Warner and Winters have been the heart and soul of the defense through the first 3 games, and they were again. I just don't see anything that's enough of a blemish to bring me off of an A grade. That's what I'm giving them.
I hear you. For me, it's less about chasing down Kyler Murray and more about not letting him get outside in the first place and then having to chase him down. It's avoiding the situations where you have to chase him down in the first place. And I felt like that's something that's hurt the Niners for a long time. And I didn't see that be a whole lot better in this one. Up next is the secondary. Really interesting performance in this one because you look at a lot of the numbers and you're like, wow, Kyler Murray only completed 63% of his passes for 159 yards through just 1 touchdown. Didn't get a whole lot going down the field. The secondary must have had a hell of a day. And they had a lot of really good moments. The Upton Stout pass breakup on 3rd and long in the fourth quarter saved the day. If Upton Stout does not rip that ball away from Zay Jones, the Niners lose this game. They don't get the ball back, and they lose 15-13. So a huge, huge play there. I largely think the passing numbers were largely depressed for Arizona, partly because of a couple of really key drops. And I know we've talked about it a lot on the station over the last couple of days. Marvin Harrison with one easy drop that might have gone for like a 60-yard touchdown. Another one that he dropped in the end zone that he easily could have caught. DeMercado in the right side flat could have caught that. It would have went for maybe 15 or 20 yards. I think very easily this passing offense for the Cardinals would have looked a whole lot better if there weren't some drops on there. And this is not to say the secondary performed terribly at all. I don't think so. I just don't think it's as good as the stats suggest. Largely, though, a good day. I thought the secondary was good, not great. I gave them a B for their performance.
All right, you and I are going to see this one differently. I'm going to give the secondary a D. I really thought it was I thought this was a poor performance. Process over result. And so, no, you do not get credit for Marvin Harrison sucking. The bottom line is the secondary had one great play in this game, and it was a great game-saving play by Upton Stout. Outside of that, you had coverage breakdown more than once, and you had a lot of 3rd down conversions. You had Marvin Harrison drop 2 passes, and even when he dropped one of them, you had on another player a pass interference that was so bad that you gave up your 13-6 lead in a minute plus. So I just saw consistent blown coverages. I saw the wide receiver core for the Cardinals outplay the 49ers, but just not be able to hold on to the ball. That's on them. It's not on the Niners. The Niners don't get credit for that. So if you take away the Upton Stout play, quite frankly, I'd be hard-pressed to not call it an F. This is a concern to me, the way they played the other day. I give them a D.
Yeah, it's jarring that when you have a defense hold a team that down that you'd have such a low grade. I'm going to split the difference between you two. I hate when you guys fight like this. I gave him a C+. And a lot of it, what you're saying, Mark, I'm with you. Blown coverages, and if Harrison catches that, then you've got a whole different conversation.
Yeah,
Same thing with Upton Stout. Yep. You get credit for that, though, for making a huge play in a huge moment. The reason why I'm elevating it from where you are is because I saw a secondary running up in the run game and putting a lot of licks on people. Marquise Siegel 7 tackles. He was a factor. Jair Brown was hitting. Renardo Green was hitting. The pass coverage was a little bit wonky and a little bit sloppy, but I thought the run defense from the secondary was pretty darn sturdy, so I gave him a C+ overall.
I'm surprised. I thought I might be lowest on the secondary. I'm surprised that you guys went lower, but I hear you. All right, up next is special teams. Eddie Pinheiro was perfect. Hit the game-winning field goal to win the game. He made every single one of his kicks, and the Niners needed all of those points. They win by 1 point. So he was great. I just can't get past certain stupid mistakes, and that's what's bringing this grade down for me. Sky Moore, in the fourth quarter, plant your feet at the 10. If the punt goes over your head, let it bounce. It's not worth the risk of you either muffing the punt or catching it, calling for a fair catch, and starting your offense inside the 10. Likelihood is the ball is going to bounce into the end zone. You're going to get it all the way back out the 20. And even if it doesn't bounce into the end zone, you're only costing yourself like 3, 4, 5 yards at the most by just letting it bounce as opposed to making a fair catch. I could not understand that mistake, and that's why it's not anywhere in the A grade for me on special teams. I give special teams a B+ for their performance on Sunday.
I have the exact same, B+. And I also want to add that Eddie Pinheiro only had 1 touchback in the kickoff, which is critical. He was keeping the ball in play. Sky Moore had a couple of good returns, a 30-yarder in the second half. And so even though he made that boneheaded mistake, which was really what brought it down for me too, Grandy, the next time he put the feet at the 10 and he let it go over his head. So the kicker is solid. You don't have to worry about him anymore. The punter has been great at pinning the team deep. Outside of the one mistake, they were near flawless. I gave him a B+.
I agree with you guys. That's the grade I have marked down for them as well, which is a B+, because I'm with you, Grandy. Sky Moore makes that mistake, but it was really the only glaring mistake by the special teams all day. And even that, it's like hard to call that a glaring mistake. I get it. Late in the game, it's a pretty tight thing that you want to get your hands on the ball. I'd much rather he move back and catch it at the 6 than, have something like have it bounce off of his hands. I know we were worried about Sky Moore's hands. They've been good. He's been fine. They had a couple nice returns. I said earlier in the week, I don't love Isaac Guerrero returning kickoffs. I just don't think he's very good at it. But at least they made the right decisions. They came out when you should come out, and they stayed when you should stay. Pinheiro makes all of its kicks. Morstead's been really, really solid. That's about as clean of a special teams game as you're going to get from the San Francisco 49ers. I know that, so B+ feels good to me.
Yeah, a couple weeks ago and last year, if you told me I was upset about a B+, I would have called you crazy. So good news there. All right, up next, coaching. I thought largely this was a very good game for Kyle Shanahan again and Robert Saleh. I mean, he's working miracles with this defense right now. There were a few moments that I was really frustrated by. Number 1, 4th and goal from the 1-yard line. Mac Jones is hobbling around, could hardly hand the ball off to Christian McCaffrey, and you call a pass that kind of requires Mac Jones to roll out to the left. I thought that was wild to ask Mac Jones to do that when he couldn't hardly even move. And then after that Sky Moore fair catch at the 6, with still a hobbled Mac Jones in the shadow of his own end zone, he calls consecutive pass plays, which ultimately results in the safety. I thought that was going to cost them the game, and I thought that would have been at Shanahan's feet for those play calls. Ultimately, they came back and they won, but I cannot forgive that play calling in that moment. I gave Kyle Shanahan, Robert Saleh, and company a B- for their performance on Sunday.
Okay, I'm going up to A-. I'm gonna hear what you're saying about those 2 play calls and give you a scratch of my head on those also. At the same time, I think you got to give it to these guys, man. They won a football game missing seemingly half of their big-name players. And don't forget that Kyle Shanahan, right before our eyes, has basically become the guy that the fan base has asked him to become. These are some gutsy 4th down calls, even though one of them didn't go in. But the 4th and 2 call to go for it, to call the play they called, to have that workout, to have Robert Saleh having this group working the way they are, to me, you got to give them an A-.
Yeah, I'm with you, A-. And you make a good point there, Grandy, about those play calls in the shadow of their own goal. But ultimately, you got to do something there, and you haven't run the ball, so you got to try to throw it. The one that I want to feather in his cap is the screen to Christian McCaffrey. They haven't run a lot of screens, and in that moment, that was a brilliant play call.
Big time.
Excellent execution. That gets you down to the 16-yard line. That was the game winner right there. You made Eddie Pinero get into chippy range on just an outstanding play call.
Fair enough. I got high standards, though. What can I say?
There it is. That's
3-0.
Grandy's grades.
Man.
All right. What are you doing at 6 o'clock, Grandy? You come back in to host some more?
No, you can ask Lucas about that.
Okay. All right. Thanks, buddy.
See you tomorrow.
All right. Go have some dinner.
Will do.
All right, there goes. That's Mark Grandy,
Yeah.
everybody. He does Grandy's grades on Tuesdays. Sometimes he does them from home.
Yeah, and the secondary was where we were all kind of all over the map. Something we can get into a little bit more.
Absolutely. And John Feliciano joins us in 20 minutes. And before he does, we want to get off a take or two with regard to the breaking news earlier today from the baseball world, and wait until you hear what Patrick Bailey said about it not that long ago. So that's all coming up next. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good, Willard and Dibs.
Score big by saving lives with Stanford Blood Center. Donate blood between September 1st through the 30th and be automatically entered for a chance to win 2 club-level seats to the ultimate Sunday night showdown, San Francisco versus Atlanta at Levi Stadium. It's your chance to make a difference and experience the game like never before from premium seats with an unbeatable view. Every donation helps patients in need and brings you one step closer to the end zone. Learn more at stanfordbloodcenter.org/touchdown.
When your reputation's on the line, you don't leave anything to chance, especially your primer. Painters Trust Kills primers for a smooth start, strong adhesion, and serious stain-blocking power. And now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results, faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every day you delay can mean lost wages, delayed medical care, and more stress for your family. At Boxer & Gerson, we fight for people just like you. Construction workers, delivery drivers, factory workers, restaurant staff, hardworking folks who get hurt just trying to earn a living. We won't back down. We get results. You work hard, you deserve real help. Call Boxer & Gerson now at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com. The consultation is free, but waiting could cost you. Boxer & Gerson. Justice for workers.
Ragnar the Terrible is interviewing at a big bank. Let's listen.
So, your last job was, 5th century warlord.
Yes, I am expert at inflicting pain, just like your big bank.
Question, should we raise customer loan rates?
Raise customers' village.
Raise, as in make higher?
Raise, as in destroy.
At Star One, we remove the painful parts of banking with low fees, lower loan rates, and higher savings rates. Star One, in your best interest.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on OpenSignal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Toyota's legendary truck event is on, and the deals are legendary. Just announced, get low APR plus 500 bonus cash on 2025 Tacoma, or get low APR or an incredible 3,000 cash back on 2025 Tundra. Get to your Toyota dealer now, because this truck event is gonna be Toyota. Let's go places. Offers available through TFS to buyers with premium-ready credit cashback available through TMNA and cannot be combined with other offers since 9/30/25.
Okay, Bay Area, I've got a bigger team for you to join. The team that donates blood. Hot Yoga Republic in Mill Valley is teaming up with Vitalant for a blood drive September 25th and 26th. Roll up your sleeves, give blood, save a life. Every 2 seconds, somebody needs it. Accident victims, kids in chemo, real people who need you. Let's do this, Bay Area. Find your spot at hotyogarepublic.com. That's hotyogarepublic.com. And a big thanks to Habas Law for backing this. Habas Law, always fighting to make it right.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro. On them, it's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
The 24 monthly bill credit is on experience beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off earlier or cancel. Finance agreement iPhone 17 Pro, 256 gigs, $1,099.99 and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1H2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
What is it that makes the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid an incredible SUV? Is it the spacious interior that's comfy for the whole crew? Or the capability to go off-road? Maybe it's up to 600-plus miles of range. What if it's all of that and more? What is it then? The all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. So much more than just another SUV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
Your cold is coming. Your cold is coming. When you feel a cold coming, shorten it with Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand.
Oh, no, not before my big trip.
The big trip you've been planning is coming up, and so is your cold. But Zicam can shorten your cold and get you back to planning sooner.
Thanks, Revere.
We really should keep Zicam in the house.
Shorten your cold with Zicam.
Take it from America's most revered messenger. Shorten your cold at the first sign with cold shortening products from Zicam, the #1 cold shortening brand. Available in stores or see where to buy at Zicam.com.
Jones takes a shot. It is Pearsall. Did he hold on? He did. One-on-one ball, and #1 hauls it in for the best catch of the day. It's 1st and goal, San Francisco. The 34-yard catch by Pearsall to set up 2nd down and goal. It's McCaffrey off the fake. Jones floats it. Hughes check. Touchdown. 1st of the day. And the Niners lead. They are going to throw it. Murray wants it all. And it is incomplete. Zay Jones could not hold on. And Upton Scout, the rookie, delivers the blow to force 4th down. Pinheiro, the 6-year man out of Florida, who made his San Francisco debut last week, has 6 game-winning field goals in his career. Last 3 years with the Carolina Panthers. Started as a soccer player in Miami before he started playing high school football as a senior. Trying to do what he's done a half dozen times before and win the game with his leg. Sweeps it, delivers it, and San Francisco is in first place. They win it at the Horn. Mac Jones steps in for Brock Purdy and delivers the drive. Pinheiro delivers the winner.
I mean, chills, man. And it's week freaking 3. It's week 3 against the Cardinals, and the final score was 16-15.
Adam Amin with a nice little sequence there.
Adam Amin of Fox. If you're going to listen to all that play out, you might as well have just heard the NFC Championship game, and a game that went back and forth.
He gets excited now.
2 teams just trading blows.
And I'll say this, Mark Sanchez, he's growing on me.
Oh.
His goofy attempts at humor and his kind of, at times, awkward analysis, he's growing on me.
Okay.
I thought he had himself a good little game there. I've not been a huge fan of his work, but I thought he did a nice job. He's growing on me a little bit.
Well, I have to tell you, I have to admit something. You won't care about this.
The Sanchez?
Well, it's not really just about Sanchez. It's even kind of about Adam Amin. And I knew Lucas's head would do that. I swear, you just got whiplash. You think I'm about to take a shot at Adam Amin?
I love that guy.
I know you do. So do I.
You love Adam
I'm
Amin.
not going to take a shot at Adam Levine or Adam Amin or whoever. I'm not taking a shot. I'm just telling you that I happened to watch this particular game, most of it, not all of it, the fourth quarter, those parts that mattered that you just heard right there. I watched it over at the lovely Christie's house. And do you know how every house has its own sort of sound? You know what I mean? It has its own, I don't want to use the word traditions. It just has its own norms. And if you come over to my house, we're not Italian, but we might as well be. The volume is on 25.
Sure. You're talking with your hands.
Everybody is yelling all the time. Jude is just doing play-by-play to no one. I mean, people are just yelling. It's just and nobody's,
I experienced it at the Super Bowl.
Nobody's worried about if anyone else is talking. They just start talking too.
Chip off the old block.
Right. I'm one of them. Of
course.
People are just saying stuff. And if you can't hear, you just elevate the volume even more.
And then people start yelling louder.
Exactly. But you go over to Christie's house, and that whole game just sounded like this.
Yeah.
It's like a golf.
Except for Adam Amin.
No, because the volume is down to 6.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Hello, friends.
Sounds more like, and a throw down the right sideline, and Pearsall's got it, and it's a first down for the 49ers. That's what it sounds like. There's just two adults sitting there on the couch. Just whatever. Somebody came over at one point with some sort of a political flyer in the middle of the game, and she went out there and is talking to the person, and I'm sitting in there on the couch just getting mad at, who the hell would do this in the middle of a 49er game?
You didn't boost up the volume while she was out there?
I didn't boost the volume, but I tuned it out, and then a day later, I see the flyer sitting there on the counter, and I'm like, what's this about? She goes, you didn't hear? The person was sitting there talking to me for 15 minutes. I go, exactly. I tuned you all out. The Niner game was on. Who the hell's going door to door during a Niner game? You either don't understand society or you're purposely coming to people's houses during the Niner game because you know they're there. Either way, you annoy me. So, anyway, it's good to hear those calls in that sort of a form because I didn't. And so you bring up Sanchez, and I'm like, I don't remember a word he said.
Right.
I don't remember a thing he said. What did he do? Was it fun? What were his
I don't remember any of his...
What were his attempts at humor?
He always just tries to be funny, and at times he is funny, and Adam laughs, and, it's a lighthearted moment. It's not when the game is at crunch time, but...
I like when people try to be funny.
Yeah, I found him to be, I guess, less annoying than normal. He was a pleasant watch, for the most part of that game, but I don't really sit there and dial it on every word because I've got, the laptop is out, and you're on the phone, and... a lot of stuff going on there for sure.
Yeah, the red zone might be on the other screen. Mm-hmm. There's a lot happening. There's a lot going on. I do like it when the Niners are at 1 o'clock, though.
Absolutely.
And that red zone's only got 2 or 3 other games on it. So it's just like Scott Hansen kind of goes into, it's almost like he goes into retirement. He's just got senioritis. He's just sitting there. He's like, we might go out to Seattle for a few minutes. We might show you a commercial. We might show you some highlights from earlier. There's just not a lot going on, so it's not so distracting. That 10 o'clock Niner game is a little sensory overload.
Can be.
It's a lot.
We got seven games this week at 10.
So no Octo and no Nano.
You got the Wake and Take.
You got a Siete box.
You got the Wake and Take at 6:30 because we're going to go overseas
in
Dublin.
Bunch of weeks in a row now, I think.
Minnesota's playing back-to-back games.
Yeah.
So just a little pro tip here from the guy who's 12-2. You take the stay-and-play team overseas every time.
Okay.
You take the stay-and-play.
Even the first week?
The second week.
Okay,
yeah.
Got it. So not
week
this
2,
week.
it'll be a stay-and-play. Week 1, I got to look at it, but what a humongous advantage it is to have been there for a week. Meanwhile, the poor schlubs have got to fly in and play you. But you got 7 at 10 a.m., and then you've got, 1:05, Niners, Jags, Colts, and Rams, Ravens, and Chiefs. It's a bit of a monster afternoon on Sunday.
Ravens and Chiefs is not as sexy as it normally would sound.
It is kind of a double must-win, though.
Well, they're both 1 and 2,
right? And it's still sexy because they're both. I think the Chiefs are. The Chiefs with a win are right back in the thick of it, and the Ravens with a loss have a lot of work to do.
Ravens by 100.
It's 2.5. It's a spread.
By 100.
Okay. Kukush. Lock it up. All of a sudden now you're Mr. Winner, I see.
No, I'm just telling you Ravens by 100. The Chiefs suck.
Wow.
They do. I watched them. I've watched them 3 times. They suck.
Buffalo at home against the Saints. What do you think that number is? Without looking.
Okay, Buffalo at home. That's a fun one. Buffalo at home against the Saints. John Feliciano is going to join us in 3 minutes.
Former Bill.
That number has got, well, look, if they were 12.5 at home against Miami, plus they get a week and a half off, they're coming off of a mini bye. The Saints are coming off the worst performance I've seen any team have so far. It has to be north of 2 touchdowns. Yeah, I'm going to go 15 and a hook.
16 and a hook, according to ESPN.
Yeah, what do you mean? That's pretty good. Within 1 point, no?
Give him another buzzer.
What? What are you talking about?
I asked you what it was. You answered, and you were wrong. Just like this morning, we had a show thread going, and you had a little trivia question, and all 3 of us gave our answers.
That wasn't a trivia question. It was a total...
Well, yeah, we don't need to get into it, but all 3 of us were wrong. All 3 of us knew what you meant. All 3 of us answered something else, and you red X'd us.
But I thought you were answering that with jokes. I think you knew what I was getting at.
Yes,
and
we
you
did.
just chose not to say it.
Yeah. Anyway, 16 and a hook. So,
all right.
Yeah, and your slate starts Thursday with Seattle at Arizona.
Oh boy, I don't know what to do with that game.
Yep, I'll let you know.
I'm sure glad I don't have to pick it.
Yeah,
I'm just gonna sit here and listen to the old king over here across the table. All right, Feliciano in a minute. Is he already on? Is he ready to go? All right, Well, yeah, yes, no, what? Okay. All right, so John Feliciano's ready. We were going to do a little bit of the ABS baseball thing because you have an interesting take. We can do that after John because John's great. We can't wait to talk it out with him. The podcast is hilarious. The Not Our Fault podcast. John, we watched some of it today, and it's tremendous. We're going to do a special off-air game of Count the Cuss Words on the Not Our Fault podcast. John Feliciano, 10 years in the league with the Niners the last 2 years, joins us now on the River Islands guest line and also on YouTube, so get on over there. Hey, John, what's going on today, man?
Yeah, I probably cursed too much on there, huh? I try to get out of my system for this one.
No, dude, don't change a thing. And John, I almost forgot I'm supposed to do this, and then we'll get back to you. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. No, John, never change, okay?
All right. Hey, you did a great job with that read. I would stumble off all those words.
No, you wouldn't
You're
stumble.
You professional.
You would just put the F word in between every other word, and then it would be fine.
Oh, yeah, fair.
Okay, all right. So let's dive right into this. Let's get real, man. Why are the Niners having such a hard time running the ball, John?
We won.
Yes.
I'm joking. No, yeah, it's not pretty. It's not pretty right now. It's just been off a little. Not having George and JJ really sucks. Those 2 guys, man, really help make things go, and you can tell they're missing them right now.
What happens in the red zone, John, that makes it so difficult for them to get it in there? I'm looking at McCaffrey, 13 carries for 7 yards this year in the red zone. What is it about the shrunk down field that makes running it so hard?
It's just, basically when you get down real low, I mean, there's 11 guys in the box. I'll tell you, it makes the center's job a little hard when you're trying to identify things. I mean, I think Jake does a great job. But for me, when we're in the low red, it was really, 5 yards in. It really makes it hard to try to identify because everyone's right there. Safeties are, damn near at linebacker depth down there, and it does make things hard. Yeah, I'm good. No cursing.
No, you're doing great.
Crushing it.
So far, so good.
John Feliciano joining us here on Willard and Dibs. John, I want to spotlight one particular moment in the game that I think at the time felt like it was going to be somewhat decisive, and I think has left some Niner fans scratching their heads. So you take me through this, especially as an offensive lineman. You have a 3rd and goal and a 4th and goal, both from the 1-yard line. You have a quarterback who seemingly is having a hard time walking. I understand going for it, but take me through the 2 play calls, stretch play to Christian that goes nowhere, and then a drop back with a hobbled quarterback who then throws it to Christian, short of the line to gain, and it also almost gets him killed, throws him right into coverage. What was your take on those play calls and everything going on in that portion of the game?
I think Connor stepped on the quarterback's foot. I don't know. It looks real close. I couldn't really zoom too far in when I was watching the film, but I do think that Connor nicked Mac's foot, which is why he had to do that weird diving stretch. But man, as a lineman, if Kyle calls or any OC calls a pass on the 4th down, and you didn't get it the first 2, second, third, or I don't know. I think they ran on 1st down as well. If it's at that point, you kind of understand why he threw it. Arizona did a great job of getting pressure on that play. Matt couldn't really get through his reads because there was a free guy. I think what's number 9's name? I think he was pretty open. If Matt could have got to him,
Sky Moore.
The play call was there. Yeah, he was going to be. That was probably a touchdown if we had a little more time. But I think they brought 6.
Yet on that 3rd down play, I'm looking at my notes, and I had it down as 23 personnel, 2 running backs and 3 tight ends. If you get to that spot, is it just your 10 against their 11, and it's just an absolute maul to see who can win that battle?
Yeah, basically. You would like to get better movement front side, but that didn't happen. So if you can dent the line in a little bit anywhere, Christian's going to find it for that 1 yard.
Hey, John, I was watching some of the podcasts, and again, we want to let everybody know about it, the Not Our Fault podcast. And you guys were breaking down some tape of the Niners-Saints game. And I think there was this particular play, Christian ran for maybe 7 or 8 yards. It was a successful play. But you stopped the video and spotlighted Dominic Pooney, who you played with last year, and I think everybody's pretty excited about, and the rookie year that he had. But things have been a little bit kind of wobbly. Not bad, but a little wobbly so far this year. And you were spotlighting his position on this play, and you weren't a fan of it. You didn't like kind of where he was, even though it ended up being a positive play. What'd you see there, and what's your sense of how he's playing so far this year?
Like you said, a little good, a little bad. I think kind of have, you see these quarterbacks coming in, they ball their first year, and their second year they have it starts off a little rocky, a little slump. I think Poon's going to be fine. I think he'll be one of the best guards in the years coming. He's just, some of the things that he got away with last year, or not that way. Especially against Calais. I think Calais just pulled out all his old man tricks, and he got Kobe with it a little bit, and Pooney. So I think it's just Pooney's just going to continue to get better. I think he's just learning, and just I think that play we were talking about, was it like a pitch play, like a outside zone play? You remember?
Which you talking about the one against the Saints?
Yeah.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't a pitch play. It was just Christian kind of. For layman's term, he just kind of ran up the middle, and Trent had sealed everybody off on the left side of the line really nicely. Colby did a wonderful job with a block, and Pooney was just kind of off center a little bit. He was kind of off to the right, and it looked like he was in position where he might have had to hold in order to do his thing. Luckily, Christian hit the hole. He kind of cut it back and hit it really quickly and was able to nail off 8 yards or so. But you didn't love Dominic's positioning in that moment.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I'll tell you what, Christian does such a phenomenal job where he feels the way the movements going and there's so many times where you're like almost in a bad position to hold, and Christian hits it a certain way where he's like right off of you, and he's so phenomenal. I know I pointed out on the Saints play, there was a play where there was a safety or a DB right in the hole, and Christian made a miss and ran for 10 yards. Man, Christian is back, and once we get this run game squared away, I think he's going to start popping off like he was a couple of years ago.
And you saw him flash yesterday, or Sunday rather, on the screen pass that ultimately set up the game-winning field goal. It went for 20 yards. As a lineman, when you have McCaffrey running on the screen, what do you try to do as far as, you got to get out obviously first, and then you try to make a block and get out of his way?
I was laughing my butt off watching the film today for Jake. It's so hard sometimes. Colby did a great job getting it started. Make sure you stay flat, young man. You don't want a downfield flag. But he did a great job getting up on that linebacker. And then, Jake's running his tail off, and it's him and a smaller dude, a DB. And you don't know where Christian is back there. He's behind you, and you know that he's going to eventually make a cut. But it's so hard to judge when you're running full speed and you have a DB running at you full speed. He's a lot faster and more quicker and more athletic. Christian makes a cut, and Jake thinks that Christian's right behind him. There, he's about to blow up this little guy. Christian cuts inside, and Jake just goes flying. It killed me watching it on film.
Because the little guy had moved at that point.
100%. And guy Christian made such a cut that guy he was not in the play whatsoever. But it's just, I know the feeling Jake has when you're like, it's such a disappointing feeling when you run so far and you don't block anybody.
I love it. John Feliciano's with us. John, I want to throw a couple D linemen at you, and you tell me if you've gone against them and sort of what your impressions are. Starting with a guy you already mentioned. Tell us about Calais Campbell and what that challenge was like for this group on Sunday.
Yeah, so I've played Calais only one time. We played him in the playoff game. I think it was 2020, Bills versus Ravens. Yeah, and those type of guys, older guys, you want to get them later in the season. There's nothing worse than getting Calais or Cam Hayward the first month of the season, because then they are still the guys that they are at that point in time. It's rough, but I think I played a pretty good game against Calais that year. I think my strengths and his strengths kind of works in my favor.
You ever go against Eric Armstead?
No, he was hurt when I played the Niners when I was on the Bills.
Okay.
Everyone was hurt that year.
Yeah. Well, have you noticed that happens sometimes with the Niners? I don't know if you noticed that. I mean, we should let you weigh in on this. I know you're on the other side of the ball, but what does the Bosa loss mean for this team?
It's terrible. He is just one of the hearts and souls of that team. Nothing gets you more fired up than on Saturdays when Nick breaks down the huddle after the walkthrough and he gives his speech. Those, it's great when he rarely talks a lot, but so when he speaks, man, it means so much. It's gonna suck for them.
Is that a Saturday? You said, does that happen every Saturday that Nick would address the team?
Yep. Yeah, every Saturday after the team walkthrough or whatever.
It's awesome. And unfortunately now he's going to be gone for the year. You had mentioned Calais Campbell, and I just wanted to get your thoughts and, the Not Our Fault podcast, of course. Was it Pooney's fault on that Calais Campbell play where he burst through and he had to go back and hold and call for the safety? What did you see on that play that Campbell made that made it so tough on Pooney?
I don't know. I might have missed that one.
Did you? Or you just don't want? Yeah, exactly. I'm getting to know you, John. I know what you're doing.
I mean, stuff happens, right? And Campbell's going to be a Hall of Famer, and so it's okay if a Hall of Famer makes a play on a second-year guy. You know, it doesn't mean that the second-year guy is not very good. Was that just Calais Campbell just getting a half a body on him and getting right by him?
Yeah, 100%. And you just got to know. I think it's where the age comes in. You got to know where you are at all times. You can't get a penalty in the end zone. You know, you hate to say it, but you got to just let the guy go. And I'm sorry, quarterback, but get the ball out because we can't give up 2 points.
I'm sorry, quarterback. I like that. There's a guy 6'8", 315 coming your way. Sorry about that, Mac.
I'll do better next time, I promise. You won't get touched the rest of the time.
Do you ever yell that when someone gets by you, John? Do you ever just yell, I'm sorry?
Oh, there was my first sack in the league. It's so vivid. It's like it happened yesterday. We're Christmas Eve, Thursday night football, Raiders, Chargers. Melvin Ingram, the guy is going to spin. He has one of the best spin moves in the game. And my young dumb brain was like, go get him, go kill him. So I go attack him, jumps at him, and he hit me with the cleanest spin move so fast that I had time to turn around and just yell, Derek!
Oh, it's so great.
Well, how did that play end, John?
Derek Carr sack.
Okay, yeah. He heard you yell Derek, but it was too late?
It was too late. Yeah, he was on him.
Oh, man. I remember Melvin Ingram. That was, he's a good player. John, I wonder, not to dwell on the Bosa thing, but Trent Williams said something interesting after the game, which was that when something like that happens, he recalled that the Niners are going on what ended up being the game-winning drive. But even during that drive, Trent said it was almost like a pit in the stomach because I'm thinking about Nick the whole time, and it's a total buzzkill. So if you were still on the team right now, and I know how close you are to him, you're 3-0, but you've lost Nick. So what is the mood of the locker room in a situation like this?
Yeah, it definitely goes back and forth. He'll be happy 1 second and then sad another. Like I said before, Nick is just a big part of that team, and I mean the way he works, man. You really hate to see it because Nick he works so dang hard, and I mean look at his body. You know what I'm saying? So it just sucks to see someone that works so hard get it taken away from him. And he was killing. I mean, both the first 2 weeks he finished the game, and he's that kind of player for the team.
So now you've got Mykel Williams, who is going to move outside some, and he'll be playing his 4th ever game. Is it too much to ask for Mykel Williams not to be Nick Bosa, but are you putting too much on the young man's shoulders to expect him to now go 70% of the snaps and really be a game wrecker?
No, we're in the league. That's what you came here to do. And I'm sure that they got him. Chris Eric's crazy. I can say ass, right?
Yep.
Chris Eric's crazy ass is. I'm sure he's on him, and he's been on him since he walked through those doors. So I'm sure he'll be ready. I love the guy we got from Philly. Was it Huff? Huff, right?
Yep. Yeah, Bryce Huff.
I think he's legit. So I'm excited to see what those two do.
John, where do they need to be better? Like, I get it, 3-0, you're stoked, but at the same time, let's not kid ourselves. These have been just barely victories, and there have been some breaks involved. So, if you're projecting forward, what are you kind of focused on?
I mean, it's going to be the cliche answer, but it's true everywhere. I really think our defense has been playing lights out, so they can just keep playing the way they are. But, I mean, offensive line, we've got to play better. Tight ends got to play better. Receivers, quarterback, Christian's great. We're 3-0, and I mean, this is the time to if you're going to be not so great, this is the time where it's early in the season and you have all season to get it right. And I'm sure they're going to get it right.
Bills are 3-0. Niners are 3-0. Do you light a candle at the every end of Sunday night when both teams win?
Yeah, I guess it's been great that they've been playing on opposite times, so I get to watch both the games. But yeah, that 49ers Bills Super Bowl.
Okay,
it's at Levi's this year, ain't it?
It sure is.
Yep. Yeah,
it sure
be great.
is.
It'll be a hell of a game.
What are the chances you're playing in
it? Hopefully.
I mean,
I have this running. Joke with people. People always ask, like, oh, "Have you reached out? Have you called?" Blah blah blah. And I'm like, yeah, it's kind of like an ex-girlfriend. It's like you don't want to be the first one to call, but if they call, you're going to pick up.
No doubt.
Yeah.
No doubt. And the injuries keep piling up. We might only be, one more bad break away. John, great to have you as always.
Had a great workout this morning.
Okay, good. We'll let them know. The Not Our Fault podcast is a really fun listen. So check it out. And thank you as always. And we'll talk to you again next Tuesday.
Yes, sir. Thank you, guys.
All right.
Right on, John.
Yep, you too. There he goes. John Feliciano with us every Tuesday on 95.7 The Game and youtube.com.
Yeah.
/95.7 The Game.
No doubt. And, man, just gets better and better, his insights and just the analysis. And great story about the first sack he gave up when he's going to get out there and he was going to get his hands on Melvin Ingram. So he jumps out in a quick set and then whoop. Cleanest spin you've ever seen. Heads up, Derek.
Derek!
Totally.
I didn't want to jump in on the conversation. Hey, this is Lucas, your producer. Nice to talk to you guys.
Yeah, hi, Lucas.
I didn't want to do that to John. It would have really thrown him for a loop.
Totally.
Myles Garrett, you heard of him, defensive lineman for the Cleveland Browns. Very good.
Yeah, he's good at football.
He was mic'd up this weekend, and the clip came out, I think, this morning or maybe yesterday, where he beat the Packers left tackle so badly. Like, right off the line, clean break to Jordan Love. And he was telling the story as he got back to the bench to his teammates. He was like, man, I just won so badly. I heard the offensive lineman turn around and he goes, "Run, Jordan!" Reminded me of that story.
Run. I mean, especially if you are protecting a quarterback's blind side. And I don't know these stories that we're telling, whether it's the sight side or the blind side. But yeah, like, I mean, yes, yell. Like, dude, like you gotta at least get a chance to brace yourself. Because those are the ones that just look like they can be so dangerous, is when a quarterback doesn't even see somebody like a Myles Garrett or Melvin Ingram coming, and then they just absolutely swallow them when they get to him. So I bet there's a lot of that.
Yeah, and on this one where it's Calais Campbell, 6'8", 315, and he gets by Pooney, Max sees him coming straight at him, so that's not as, warning worthy, but it's interesting what John said about, you got to let him go, and sorry about that, but you cannot commit that penalty in that spot on the field. And so you watch it, and it's like, I'm thinking, okay, I get it. I get why you held, and I thought it was a clear hold. He had two arms around his waist.
Yeah, it was a clear hold. I had questions about the rule. And just in a very genuine way, I don't know when does a hold start? Do you know what I mean? And how do you call that? Because was it holding? Sure. Was it holding in the end zone? You bet. Was it holding at the 2? Yep. Was it holding at the 1? Indeed. He got dragged. He started running with him, almost like they were dancing. He had his hands around his waist. So, with what had happened earlier in the game with Kyler Murray just having maybe 12% of his body out of the end zone, and that's not a safety, I that's why the question sort of pops into my head.
Yeah,
that's all.
I'll have to look at the play again, because you said this on Monday, it was holding at the 2 or whatever, but, I guess it ultimately depends on when the ref sees it and when the hold, in his opinion, actually happens. But, yeah, just interesting the way John Feliciano was breaking it down about, sorry about that, but we're not doing holding in our own end zone for that very reason.
All right. So 888-957-9570 is the number if you want to react to anything from Feliciano or any of the discussion we've been having that's mostly Niners related so far today, fire away. We still got almost 40 minutes to go. We would love to take your call. I also, though, I do want to get to this because you had a very interesting take about this that I want to break down a little bit. And there's a quote that's resurfacing that's 2 months old from Patrick Bailey that is very, very relevant here. So for those of you who did not hear the breaking news of the day in baseball, baseball has announced that starting next year, the ABS system is going to take over. Auto balls and strikes. And what that means is there's not robo-umps yet. It will look exactly the same, but each team will be given 2 challenges per game, and anybody can challenge, batter, catcher, manager.
I don't think the manager can, according to what you sent us.
I thought the dugout can too. No? Am I wrong? The dugout?
I thought there was no dugout assistants allowed.
Oh, maybe is the third the pitcher.
Pitcher,
okay.
batter,
pitcher,
catcher.
Batter, catcher. Okay,
Yep.
my bad. Pitcher is the third element, not the manager. So pitcher, batter, and what you'll see batters do is basically tap the top of their head, and that means automatically we're going to go to review on whether or not that's a ball or a strike. So imagine somebody getting called out by one of those annoying strike 3 calls that's an inch outside your little box on the TV. You tap the top of your head, and they've tested this in the minors. It goes very quick, and they just go, boop. It's like they radio right back down to the field. Nope, that's a ball. Bang, batter, get back in the box. You're back in there. I'm sure umpires hate this, but your immediate take on this was maybe counterintuitive to what someone would think Dan Dibley would say about this.
Well, the inevitable is coming, which is robo-umps. And there's not going to be an actual robot, but the umpire will be standing there with something like a pitch comm, and every pitch will be signaled to him, ball or strike, and he will just be obligated to make the call based on what the robot says. So let's just get right to that, because this challenge system is, for me, it's unnecessary. And the fact that you only get 2 a game, now if you get them both right, I guess you get to keep doing it.
That's correct.
You get multiple challenges.
Yes, if you get it right, you don't lose one.
You know, it's going to be an interesting ego battle among hitters and pitchers. Like, if it's the first inning and it's Bryce Harper and it's a 2-2 pitch and he doesn't think it's a strike and he's going to challenge it and he's wrong, well, now you're costing your team because now you only have one more challenge the rest of the game.
You've tapped into what the very first question was to me, which is how, because this has to happen very quickly.
Right.
You don't get like a lot of time here. So how does a batter or a pitcher on the field know if they've got the team's approval basically to go ahead and fire up one of those reviews? And if you're wrong, boom, you're immediately down to one left.
Down to one. You got to have team rules. And if I'm the manager, it's going to be, all right, batters, it's going to be like a high leverage situation.
Yep,
bases
runners
loaded,
on base.
2 outs, or 8th or 9th inning, or there's going to have to be rules and parameters. You're not just going to be able to go rogue. And if you're Drew Gilbert and you feel like you got squeezed in the second, we're not tapping our helmet. And I only picked Drew Gilbert because he's got the moxie to wear. He might do it twice in the same at-bat.
I mean, seriously. But it will. And then the other thing is, it's just like, I don't know, if you're a manager, do you say at least to your middle-of-the-order guys, it's kind of like how Barry Bonds had the right to steal whenever he wanted. He didn't need to wait for a sign.
Or swing on 3 and out, right? Yeah.
Right? So can your middle-of-the-order guys do it whenever they want? But guys, you have to be right. You have to be right. You cannot challenge this thing and be wrong. Like, there just isn't room for that. Certainly not early in a game. But, if Rafi Devers is up in the first inning with 1 on and 1 out, are you giving him the green light
in the first inning?
No. But Rafi Devers, if you're like, dude, I know that ball's outside.
Well, and part of this has to, and I'm thinking about maybe the second most annoying thing about watching the NBA. The first is the flopping. The second is the twirling of the finger.
The twirl of the finger.
The twirl of the finger. Draymond Green has gotten to a level in his career where he's got twirl status. If he twirls, then the team will, they're more than likely to go with the twirl. Yeah. Now, he's not 100%, but Draymond is such a smart basketball player, and he is so, I think, in tune with what's going on out there. When he twirls, I get it. Brandon Pajemski, I love you. Valkyrie's correspondent, super fan. You were great, and you're one of my favorites. But You don't yet have twirl status. He twirls a lot, and a lot of times when he'll twirl, Steve will look at him and go, "Stop twirling."
Yeah.
We're not doing the twirl.
There was that great moment where you could read Steve's lips where he yelled at Brandon, "I don't care." Brandon's like,
Right.
"They're wrong." And Steve's like, "I don't care. Go play."
Yeah.
So I'm with you.
Twirl status.
I'll say this, though. As two people who haven't really seen a lot of this, they've done a lot of tests at the minor league level. And from what I'm told, people who have watched this take place, they love it. They love it. It's not like twirling, because twirling, if somebody goes, "All right, we're going to review. All right, we're going to commercial, and we're going to, and now the ref's going to come and they get the little microphone and that awkward camera that's shooting up his or her nostrils, and then they got to lean into the microphone, and I'm just like, stop. This is split second. Boop, boop, head, upstairs, strike, back down, let's play." It's very, very non-intrusive. And from what I hear, people who have watched this and experienced it a lot really, really like it. And I think my other answer to you, like, you're not wrong about, like, hey, if you're going to do this, why don't we just do robo-umps? I wonder if this isn't two things. A, this is baseball. I don't even know what their deal is with the umpires union right now. They might not be allowed to just fire the home plate umpires.
Right.
Yet. That's number one.
Well, they're not going to fire them. They're just going to take away their ability to make judgments.
Right. Or, I mean, if you have robo-ump, they're not even out there, are they? I mean, maybe they're out there to call, like, plays at the plate, but not balls and strikes.
Well, I think that they're there to say strike or ball. Like, they don't make the call, but
they're being told.
Right.
Kind of like Jose Altuve. Like, they'll have a little thing in their shirt that tells them if it's a ball or a strike.
I think that's the way it goes.
That was an unnecessary shot, but actually it was probably fair. Anyway.
MLB and the Umpires Association have a collective bargaining agreement that goes through 2029.
2029. So that was number one. And number two, I do wonder if baseball's like, no, this is more entertaining. It sounds weird, but it's more entertaining to have that conflict on the field where the player's like, "No, ump, I'm going to tap my head. Take that." And then we're going to go up and we're going to come down and you're right and this, that.
But the conflict is really with not the umpire, but a machine.
Understood.
And I think that we've lost a lot of what I loved about baseball, which was the true conflict, which is, I don't like that call. I'm coming out and we're going to have an argument.
It's a fair point.
We don't do that anymore.
If you go all the way to robo-ump, that is gone forever in any form for good. Like, there is no discussion ever again about a ball or a strike. If you go to full-blown robo-ump.
And isn't that what we want?
I don't know. I don't know yet. I haven't seen any of it yet. I haven't watched a baseball game where this is a reality yet. So I can't really form that opinion. I know what you mean, which is, haven't we fallen in love with just get it right? Get it right. Sure. Then again, balls and strikes is it's not the Sharpie ink that people think it is, because a strike zone in theory is different from player to player. One guy's Altuve, the next guy's Bryce Eldridge. That's not the same strike zone. So there is a little bit of some wiggle room, even in whoever this TV person is that draws that box on the screen. Like, you know what I mean?
And I wonder if this ABS system will have different size rectangles for different size human beings, because you've got Aaron Judge at 6'7", 6'8", Bryce Eldridge the same, Altuve's 5'5" on a good day. They better have different size rectangles, otherwise what are we doing?
And then balls at Jose Altuve's eyes are strikes.
Right.
So, yeah, I'm with you. Now, here's the Patrick Bailey part of this. And I think this is where, for a Giants fan, this gets real, real compelling. Patrick Bailey is not a very good hitter. But Patrick Bailey is, and you can ask anyone in the game, this is the best defensive catcher in the game, bar none. And a big part of what he does, and the analytics will show, the runs saved per game and all of the analytics will slant significantly in Patrick's favor. And a lot of what he does is that he steals strikes for his pitchers because of the way he frames the ball. Now, in theory, an ABS system almost renders that useless, because if Patrick is out there receiving the ball in such a way that makes it look like a strike, and an umpire calls it a strike, and then the batter taps his head, it's not a strike anymore. And so now, do you still want Patrick Bailey to be your catcher? This was a quote in July from Patrick about the ABS system. It takes a lot off my plate in a bad way. I think it takes a lot off of value from the catching position that's already, in my opinion, pretty undervalued. So, yeah, I think you're going to see a lot of catchers out of baseball with the ABS. And then NBC Sports Bay Area caught up with him today, prior to tonight's game, to get a comment on the breaking news that ABS is now a reality starting next year. Here's what Patrick said.
No, I don't really have any thoughts on it. I think we'll just have to figure out kind of what it looks like. Obviously, I've had experience with it in AAA a little bit and in spring training. But, yeah, obviously it'll be a big change, and we'll just got to figure out how to use it to the best of our ability.
Does it take away anything from your game?
I'm not sure. I hope not.
You take so much pride in how good you are as a framer. If that does change down the line, is that just kind of a bummer for what you do so well?
I think it's a bummer for catchers across the league if that's the case. But, I don't think it's going to take away the value of framing. You still have to be able to get calls and keep strikes. And at the end of the day, I think it's just going to be really valuable to know the zone.
Okay.
Well, here's an idea. Go hit. I'm looking at the Fielding Bible and the rankings of defensive runs saved among catchers. He's actually second. He's tied for second behind Ceddanne Rafaela of the Boston Red Sox, who has 16 home runs. He's driven in 62. He's got an OPS of 694. So slightly below the average, but 16 home runs. He's driven in 62. Ernie Clement, who's tied with Patrick Bailey, he's hitting 279, and he's got 9 home runs. So if you don't want to lose your job, you got to hit the ball. That's all. Then my heart goes out to him. If the one thing you're best at you can't do anymore, then...
Well, you can do it because, as you point out, you only have 2 lost challenges per game. So, it's not like the value's totally gone because not everybody's not going to be out there willy-nilly just challenging every single pitch. There's going to be some restraint on that, and so there will still be some value, but the value goes down. There's no two ways about it.
Yep.
There's no two ways about it. The value goes down. I think you can hear it in his voice. Patrick has not got a big personality to begin with, so I know he sounds like he's half asleep. That's not, I don't think that's about the ABS system. Patrick is not a big personality. But yeah, this is a tough day for him. They acquired a catcher in the Duvall trades. They brought him up, and now the ABS system is a reality. Those are 3 things that have all happened in the last month and a half, and none of them are good for Patrick Bailey. So, you're right. I think that his long-term viability, I don't think he's going anywhere next year, but I think the long-term viability of Patrick Bailey is going to ride on him becoming a more effective offensive player in this game.
Absolutely. And there's also, beyond framing, there is, calling a game, which I'm sure it's not totally up to the catcher these days with the pitch comm and the managers. You've got a plan. It's about blocking. It's about throwing the ball. So it's not like if I can't frame, I can't be a catcher. And I don't think that the catcher position is going to go the way of the dodo bird. They're not just going to throw up a backstop. They're going to have somebody back there with a big puffy glove trying to catch the pitcher. So it just is, it's an adjustment like with anything else. And, the adjustment of the shift limited some players' ability to go out and play defensively if you have to have more range and you can't hide guys as much anymore. So it's part of the evolution of the game, and he's got to be able to go out and have a better than, what's he at, 602 right now, OPS.
Is that what he's at?
602, and that's with him actually hitting the ball a lot better in the second half of the year.
He is the catcher again tonight. Rodriguez is up, but they have not started him as of yet. We have no idea who that guy is. He's not played in the majors with the Giants yet. Again, he was one of the main pieces acquired by the Giants in the Camilo Duvall trade with the Yankees. But listen, I think you go through spring training next year, you offer up some other options at the catcher position, and Patrick Bailey may turn into more of a platoon player. because he can't hit, and he really can't hit from the right side.
Is that what it is, the right side?
No, he's been bad from both, but he's never been a very good hitter from the right side. I know that's where he hit the grand slam against the Dodgers, so that was super fun.
And the inside the park walk-off, that was lefty, right?
That was lefty, yeah.
I just wonder how challenging it is to maintain two different swings and be an everyday catcher and manage the pitching staff. It just feels like there's too much on his plate already, you know what I'm saying?
You have him at a 602 OPS, 619 OPS as a left-handed hitter, 558 as a right-handed hitter this year with one home run, and we all remember what it was.
Right.
Yeah.
And so obviously you would favor him as a left-hand hitter in the platoon, which is about 2/3 of the time anyway, even a little bit more than that.
Yeah. His average as a left-handed hitter this year is 227, 207 as a right-handed hitter. And Jesus Rodriguez, if that is the guy who gets the next shot, he is a right-handed hitter.
Right.
So you could do more of a platoon next year. You could offer something up differently. The backup catcher this year position, it bounced around to a few different names. It ended up being, Kisner. All apologies to all of the people, Sam Huff, all of the people who moonlit as the other catcher with they're not offering much. They've not offered much defensively. They've not offered much offensively. That position needs to be someone else next year, and it needs to be someone who pushes Patrick Bailey.
Yeah, and that poor Murphy guy, was it Tom Murphy?
Yeah, Tom Murphy.
He hasn't played now in 2 years.
Well, he's got a legal thing going on with the team now.
Okay.
Because of the way that he's alleging that they messed up his health with the way that they handled stuff. I have no idea who's right or wrong in that one, but basically he's not headed for home plate at Oracle Park. He's headed for a courtroom.
Yeah.
So that's where that one ended up. There was a good Farhan signing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Joey Bart plays for the Pirates, but he signed Tom Murphy.
Yeah, and that is definitely, you want to get more production out of the position, especially as you move to a time where his framing is going to be less important. He's still very good at throwing, and so he could still be your catcher, but you got to be hitting more than 220.
We're sponsored by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. Want to remind everybody that you're invited back to the big old party on Sunday. Laughing Monk Brewing, Sunnyvale kickoff show. Got food, got drink, got games in the parking lot. The show all starts at 10 a.m. with our guys, Evan Giddings and Lo Neal. All the early games are on for you to watch as well. And then, get this, if you're going to go to the game, a free shuttle to and from the stadium. Park at Laughing Monk for free. Join the party, have fun, then take the shuttle both to and from the game. And all you have to do is sign up and reserve a spot. So do it now because space is limited. And you do that by going to 957thegame.com. Click on the kickoff show graphic, then click on the Eventbrite link and sign up. And we will see you on Sunday at Laughing Monk in Sunnyvale, Niners and Jags. This is Willard and Dibs.
This game day traffic is brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. Heading to see the Giants tonight. You'll see delays coming off the Bay Bridge. You'll stay solid past the merge with 101 southbound. Northbound 101 stays slow from Cesar Chavez, and northbound 280 is solid from Mariposa to Oracle.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Hey everybody, Dan Dibley here to talk about Fremont Bank, a family-owned bank with a family-owned feel. They are deeply committed to contributing to their clients' goals and empowering the community. I've been a client now for almost 7 years, and I'm proud to be a part of this good local bank. And they're celebrating 61 years in business, and they've created a local ecosystem that is built on relationships that benefit many of the Bay Area communities that they serve. They started with one branch. They now have 21, serving many of us here in the Bay Area. When I deposit my money into Fremont Bank, it gets reinvested into home ownership and business and philanthropy and so many other things that make the Bay Area so strong. All my hard-earned money stays right here. It doesn't go out into a corporation. Fremont Bank is not a big box bank. It's a good local bank that started out as a family business and has now blossomed into a very good local institution. Go in and see for yourself exactly what I talk about when I mention full service banking with no compromises. It's Fremont Bank, here for you and here for good.
Count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus.
Here we go.
This week, it's a must-see matchup as Lamar and the Ravens visit Mahomes and the Chiefs.
Oh, my goodness.
Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next-day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Losing weight shouldn't be a struggle, and with Jumpstart MD, it doesn't have to be. Start today for just $99 when you join Jumpstart MD's medically supervised weight loss program today. Licensed clinicians create personalized plans, including GLP-1 medications. No insurance? No problem. Jumpstart MD has options to meet your individual needs. With 13 Bay Area locations and online visits, expert support is always within reach. Call 855-JUMPSTART or visit jumpstartmd.com to start transforming your health today.
Hey, it's Evan Giddings, and I want you to join me and Mark Grandy at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill on Saturday, September 27th from 12 to 3 p.m. for their fall clearance sales event and take advantage of one-of-a-kind opportunities. Now is the best time to save on new appliances for your home.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
It's time to trade in and trade up during Lazy Boy's Trade-In Day sales event. Save 20% store-wide on recliners, sectionals, sofas, and more. Plus, get an extra $100 off when you upgrade your comfort. Trade in the old, bring home the new, and save big at Lazy Boy Furniture Galleries.
Hey, it's your boy Guru. Every time we put a rat on the table during our show, it's brought to you by Atco Pest Control. Atco Pest Control is a family-owned local business proud to provide pest control in the Bay Area for over 35 years. Atco uses natural methods to give you a peace of mind and keep your family out of harm's way. Quality pest control doesn't have to empty your savings either. Don't wait. Go to AtcoPestControl.com for all your pest control needs. They got you covered.
Tulsa is my home now.
Academy Award nominee Sylvester Stallone stars in the Paramount Plus original series, Tulsa King.
This distillery is a very interesting business. And we gotta know the enemy.
From Taylor Sheridan, co-creator of Landman.
What are you saying? I'm a rat! If you think you're gonna take me out, it's gonna be really difficult.
Tulsa King, new season now streaming exclusively on Paramount Plus.
It's time. Time for the pro to get everything for the job delivered. Large orders of lumber, doors, windows, paint, plumbing, anything the job needs, all from one partner. Get it today with same-day delivery. Get it tomorrow with next-day delivery on 50,000 plus products. Or get it on your timeline with scheduled delivery on everything from framing to flooring. It's time to get your whole job, all your jobs delivered. Ask about all our new delivery options at the Pro Desk. The Home Depot Pro, it's about time.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I mean, Nick, he works so dang hard. And, I mean, look at his body. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I guess.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
So what was on the menu? 7 steaks? 2 whole chickens?
I went and got a giant Wagyu steak for him.
So I'm ecstatic about that.
On 95.7 The Game.
I didn't like the text where you blamed me for Nick's injury because I haven't cooked the breakfast yet. I didn't like that part yesterday.
Yeah, no, I should apologize.
That was tough. That was a gut punch.
It was, but oh no, not Harbaugh. But you were going to do it. You were going to make the breakfast, and then you didn't, and then bad things happened to good people.
But they're 3-0. The whole point was I was going to do it, and I'll just admit it, and I'll tell Cheryl next time she comes on. I was lacking inspiration due to the fact that she didn't have a second omelet. Like 2 years ago, it's onions and broccoli and 7 eggs. And then
7 eggs.
2 years later, hey, Cheryl, what's the pivot? Like, what's the, well, I'm not feeling broccoli and onion, or I'm out of onion. What's the pivot? She's like, there is none. It's just, he's a creature of habit.
Yeah, that's what he likes.
It's just onion and broccoli. And I'm like, I'm lacking inspiration. And then the Niners start winning. And I'm like, Bull Durham, don't mess with a streak. So, I wasn't going to cook something when the Niners are winning. And now Nick Bosa's hurt, and apparently it's my fault. I don't know about that.
Yeah,
I got onion and broccoli in the fridge right now. I could have made it.
Do you have 7 eggs?
Oh, God. I always have, at least 30 eggs in the fridge.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Dude.
You got some egg eaters.
Eggs, you're looking at them.
Yeah.
Every morning. Always.
But the kids, too, right?
Sometimes.
Do you make breakfast for just Jude, or do you make it for the whole household?
No, yeah. Just me and just Jude, and making breakfast for Jude sometimes means the cereal is right there.
Uh-huh.
I make him eat something good with it. Smoothie, spinach, something.
Ella's on her own at 16.
No, teenagers don't eat breakfast. They're lucky if they're awake. So no, that's it.
Okay.
But, I am, you know me, I'm a breakfast, I'm an addict.
Yeah.
And it has to be like a burrito or like a breakfast scramble or a breakfast quesadilla or a breakfast sandwich there's just eggs every day. But not 7. We're not doing 7 eggs.
Yeah.
7 eggs.
That's a lot of food. I don't know where you put it because you're a pretty slender guy.
It's in my belly.
It's in there.
I get it. Yeah. I eat it in my mouth and then it goes into my belly. That's where it goes.
I eat breakfast probably 3 days a week, maybe. I usually just pass. It's a pass. I'll get you at lunch, stomach.
Can't do it.
Yeah.
Can't do it. Total Mike Singletary.
I'm too busy making breakfast and lunch for the 3-year-old.
Livid hangry by 9:30 if we haven't done something.
Yeah, and then the migraine will come.
Oh, we're not doing that. We're not doing it at all. Hey, we've been having fun talking it out today here on 95.7 The Game. And it's all presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday, all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Hey, just off chance, Lucas, I know you're doing 6 o'clock now tonight. Are you replaying Baldy? What are you going to do?
It's going to start with Baldy, and then we'll get to the crossover.
Okay, I just want to forward promote Baldy by letting y'all hear this. Check it out. The initial reaction, morning roast, Brian Baldinger, loss of Nick Bosa.
Well, I was hoping it wasn't that, but if you watch, I'm sure you've seen the replay. The knee just buckled on him, and it was kind of routine play. He was getting doubled, but when I saw the knee buckle and he didn't come back in the game, I knew he was hurt. I didn't know it was to this degree. And it's a shame because he was playing really great football, and they had rebuilt the defensive line, and they were playing great. They overcame the loss of him last week. He only played 13 plays, I think, but that's a horrible loss. There's only sometimes, most teams don't have a Nick Bosa, but if you have someone like that, you have one of them. And so he set the tone for how they play the game, and it's a horrible loss, man. He was playing well, and the defense was playing well.
Does anybody have any idea how good Brian Baldinger is? He's not just somebody who can break down a play or break down a team, But when there is sort of a 5-alarm situation like Nick Bosa getting hurt, this guy's able to turn on an actual fire alarm either inside his home or a hotel in order to have that blaring in the background as he breaks the situation down.
It's next level.
It's elite.
It's completely elite, and I hadn't even picked up on that until you pointed it out. But yeah, that's basically what's going on in every Niner fan's head. Even though you're 3-0, that red light is flashing. We have one in here, and occasionally we will have the fire test. We'll have the the alarm, the drill. What's it called? The fire drill.
Fire drill.
I couldn't get through that. You have a fire drill, and this thing.
It's one of the worst sounds to the human ear. Just one of the worst.
And the one that happens at home that is almost as annoying is when you have the low battery and every 90 seconds.
Why does that only happen in the middle of the night? Why? Why do smoke alarm batteries only go out in the middle of the night?
It's true.
Is it a rule? I don't know. Go out at 2 p.m. We can handle this.
Yeah, we can fix that.
Anyway. Setting up tomorrow a little bit. First of all, Greg Cosell's going to be on. But I know you did a deep dive on all of Christian's runs.
Yep.
And we didn't get to this today, and I really want to, and this might be a good starting point for tonight. So I don't like to do this. I don't like to do this as a teacher, and I really don't like to do this as a radio host. But you all have homework. You have homework. You have an assignment that I'm sending home with all of you. And you need to bring it back at 2:15 tomorrow with an answer. And the question is, how do you feel Christian McCaffrey looks? That's it. It's a simple question. But I want you to really explore the depths of your eye test when you watch Christian McCaffrey. There's 2023 Christian. There's 2024 Christian. I think everybody's comfortable with he's neither of those. He's somewhere in between, but where? Where? How do you think he looks? Do you think he looks, quote, like himself?
Yeah.
You do?
Absolutely.
You do. I know a lot of people who will firmly give opposite answers to this.
Yeah, and it depends on how you look at Christian. And today I did a statistical analysis, a deep dive on all 52 of his carries, and I graded them as either a win or a loss. And usually a win, it's situational. So in other words...
Did you watch video?
No, I just went through the stats.
Okay.
And I've watched the video of each game 3 times, so I can remember many of these, but each run I graded with an L or a W, and every run is not created equally. In other words, if it's 3rd and 1 and you get 1, that's a win.
Okay.
If it's 3rd and 17 and you get 5, that's an L. I mean, you got 5, but big deal.
Well, the next question is, what the hell are you doing running the ball on 3rd and 17, unless you're playing the field position game
exactly.
or whatever.
And they didn't have a lot of those. They had one. It's in here somewhere. I'll have it for you tomorrow with the homework. But, 3rd and long, and you run that draw just to try to pick up 10 or 11, and then you're going to punt it, whatever. But I'll look at all his catches. I think on his receptions, when you see him get out in space, he looks like the Christian. He looks like the Christian I remember. He's bursty. He gets to the corner. He's got that wiggle to make a guy miss. And when he's contacted, he usually doesn't go backward when he's outside. In the run game, he's not the Christian that I remember. And I think a lot of that's because they're not creating these holes for him.
It's interesting. The only time I thought it really stood out to where Christian suddenly didn't look like Christian was when he was dropping balls this week. He dropped a couple, and he bobbled another that he caught, but the bobble kind of took away his ability to do anything with the ball once he caught it. So that was uncharacteristic. But interesting conversation because, for instance, Lucas is sitting right over here. I think you have the exact opposite opinion here, don't you? You don't think he looks right.
I didn't want to buy into it until this week, and I thought, and we can save this for tomorrow, but I thought there were plenty of opportunities to bounce it outside. I shouldn't say plenty, but at least 3 or 4 where he could have bounced it outside for a big play, and whether he didn't want to, didn't see it, something felt a little bit off for the first time, I thought, all year this past Sunday.
I've told you just from watching the practices that we did, I thought, man, his speed looks great. He looks bouncy, all of that. Then there was the calf situation 2 days, 3 days before the start of the season. Now he's leading the NFL. Is he leading the NFL in touches? He's got to be.
Yeah.
He's got to be leading the NFL in touches. And so that's all great. I don't think it looks exactly like 2023, but I think he looks more good than not. But anyway, something to chew on that we can talk about tomorrow. So Baldy, and then what else is coming up here this hour? Crossover. Okay. All right, perfect. It's all brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. You want to do it again tomorrow?
Yeah, I got homework.
Yes, right, you do. You better do it, too.
Yep.
And don't procrastinate now. Don't you save it till
I've
1 in the
already put
morning.
in the work.
Yeah.
I'll do it in the morning.
Okay. All right. For Dibs, for Lucas, and for Risotto, I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. That's all you got.
Where are we at in society today?
At Chain Company, we've been engagement ring experts for almost 100 years. We have the largest selection of diamonds and gemstones in stock. You don't have to wait to compare them side by side. Find the one that speaks to you at shaneco.com or in store. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Welcome to Dugout Radio, the undisputed home of Boomtown Baseball.
The Wi-Fi is booming with Xfinity, baby. Our next caller is Stacy. How do you stay locked in on every pitch and play?
We stream it all live on Xfinity Internet with low lag, 99.99% network reliability, and speeds faster than a base runner beating the throw to home plate.
I stream on my TV, tablets, even my smart fridge. Smart fridge?
With all those games, we gotta refuel.
Stream live baseball with Wi-Fi built for the biggest moments. Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Actual speeds vary, not guaranteed.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/sports and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/sports. openphone.com/SPORTS.
Find seafood savings at Whole Foods Market. Get 20% off sustainable wild-caught fresh swordfish steaks with Prime through September 23rd. Just add lemon butter and herbs for a delectable dinner protein. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Kohl's Cash is turning 20, and to celebrate, Kohl's is giving you the gifts. All month, you can enter our sweepstakes for a chance to win $200 Kohl's Cash. Plus, get epic deals on cozy favorites, home must-haves, and more right now. Yep, we were gonna throw a party, but this is better. Cue the confetti and the savings at Kohl's. Offer in September 28th. Select styles. Some exclusions apply. Sweepstakes and September 30th, 2025. No purchase necessary. 20 winners per day. Limit one price per person for entire sweepstakes. See Kohl's.com for official rules and details.
Introducing the IHOP Value Menu, where all your breakfast faves are just $6 each every day. Where else can you get a big, filling sit-down breakfast for only $6? Go to your happy plates with the $6 IHOP Value Menu. Available every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations.
Want to interact with the hosts but can't call? Text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line at 888-957-9570. Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Don't waste time trying to get rid of your old or broken car. Cars for Kids is the easiest and fastest way to donate your car and get a tax deduction. Go to carsforkids.org today. That's cars with a K.
When you own your own business, you need to keep things moving. Need to book a last-minute flight? Earn a $300 travel credit to cover that. Need to take a meeting before takeoff? Do it from the comfort of the Chase Sapphire Lounge by the club. Need to catch your breath before you board? Done. With $2,500 in annual value, the new Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business is the card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Coach, the energy out there felt different. What changed for the team today?
It was the new game day scratchers from the California Lottery. Players, everything. Those games sent the team's energy through the roof.
Are you saying it was the off-field play that made the difference on the field?
Hey, a little play makes your day, and today, it made the game. That's all for now.
Coach, one more question.
Play the new Los Angeles Chargers, San Francisco 49ers, and Los Angeles Rams Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
When back to the office means back in traffic.
We have a number of emergency vehicles.
Turn to the traffic leader, KCBS.
Is still blocking the 3 left lanes.
Brought to you by your Northern California Honda dealers. It's time to trade up to the best. Get more for your trade and into a new Honda CRV at your NorCal Honda dealers.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Welcome to the best of the game. We're highlighting the best interviews, topics, and sounds of the day.
Hey, everybody.
On 95.7 The Game.
He joins us now on the River Islands guest line. And Baldy, Spadoni, and Shasky with you this morning. And obviously the biggest news in the NFL right now, Nick Bosa out for the year with a torn ACL in his right knee. Obviously torn the left ACL a couple years ago, back in 2020, and had a partial tear back in high school on that right knee. So let me just ask you first and foremost, when you saw the news, what was your reaction?
Well, I was hoping it wasn't that, but if you watch, I mean, I'm sure you've seen the replay. I mean, the knee just buckled on him. And it was kind of routine play. He was getting doubled, but when I saw the knee buckle and he didn't come back in the game, I knew he was hurt. I didn't know it was to this degree. And it's a shame because he was playing really great football, and they had rebuilt the defensive line and they were playing great. They overcame the loss of him last week. He only played 13 plays, I think. But that's a horrible loss. There's only sometimes, most teams don't have a Nick Bosa, but if you have someone like that, you have one of them. And so he set the tone for how they play the game. And it's a horrible loss, man. He was playing well, and the defense was playing well.
It sounds like there's a fire alarm going on at your place, Baldy. Are you good?
Oh, he might be at the San Francisco 49ers headquarters.
Okay.
I never answer. I never leave a building when there's a fire alarm. I just don't believe in it.
Oh, okay.
You don't wait.
It's NFL film.
The fire alarm.
Like, I don't know. Maybe somebody burnt some toast in the kitchen.
The toaster oven.
So Baldy, what does it look like without him on the field here? Because I was telling Joe, and I think everyone knows, there are two guys that teams are game planning for on every snap. It's Fred Warner, it's Nick Bosa. And there's just not a lot of guys like that in the league. So how do things change for the Niners schematically without Nick Bosa?
Well, you saw Bryce Huff played a lot more snaps than he probably needs to play, and he played really well. But he's not an every down player. Like, he'll wear down, and they'll run at him, and it'll be a problem. So you got to keep him in his role. Michael's got to play more snaps, and he's probably ready to play. He played really well. He can play inside or outside, but now he's probably going to be your starting end right now. So it's